for a healthier Africa.
In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace, a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world.
Good morning, Sabah al Khair, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you all on our opening of the second edition of PharmaReg AfriSummit and proud to announce the opening of the first medical device Reg AfriSummit. To start initially, I would like to express my thanks to all of you and your support for us to play our active and leading role in creating a new suitable climate with all the urgent and modern development facing all the countries. I would like to welcome our participants from more than 25 African countries and beyond to build the bridges and reliance within and to harmonize across the Middle East, European, and the US, and to be able to support each other in a better regulation in Africa, which of course will lead to a better public health at the end. This platform brings together an extraordinary set of experts in regulatory field. African government officials who makes the powerful partners in implementing the progressive policies, impact ambassadors from association and partners like Micomed, SALDA, CAPI, MDMSA, and Medical Device Professional Group from Medical Device Reg, and the Pharmaceutical Association of Kenya, SACRA, with also West African Harmonization Organization, WHO, East African Regulatory Affair Professional Association, and IPSA. Our supporter partner, African Pharma Network, P Vigilance, and Extado, and our incredible knowledgeable partner, GS1 Africa Healthcare Federation. A special thanks, of course, to our sponsors, Yalla RX and Honeywell. And a special thanks to our team. Most of you knows Madre for now. Special thank you for Madre and her team. We at PRA Consultancy have been able to take another step towards our goal and achievement to achieve our vision. That's why this will help us to contribute in drawing a clear map for the future of public health laws, exchanging information and experiences between people and countries, and making the most of everything that each country have reached for. Knowledge sharing and this conviction remains the center of everything we are doing in PRA Consultancy. In order to make an outstanding progress and complementary of the pharma and medical device regulation, this was the best out of it. I wish you a great knowledge sharing and productive summit. Please feel free. We have two options of languages, English and French. You can just click and hear the information and share the knowledge that you want. Please make sure for the next few days to share more knowledge and to contribute with other people who's attending. I would like now to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Mariam Boulos. She is the head of Central Administration of Medical Devices in Egypt Drug Authority. In this role, she developed and implemented strategic plans of medical devices and IVD pre-market regulation, upgrading to an advanced EDA mission and vision, providing the safe and effectiveness of medical devices. Dr. Mariam worked for nearly 2 decades in various capacities in a medical devices regulatory government sector, and she is a holder of a master degree of a business administration from AASTMT, where she had applied on a chain studies. Good morning, Dr. Mariam. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Thank AfriMed Summit organization team for their effort in improving partnership between the authority and the industry, and for their speech. With honor, I am here with you.
Thank you very much for your support. We will be sharing your presentation and you can start ahead. Thank you.
Um, in the second few minutes, I will talk about the Egyptian Drug Authority and my passion with legal personality affiliated to the Prime Minister efficacy and safety of pharmaceutical product and medical device. Next. Our vision to be one of the leading drug authority worldwide. pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and material used in their manufacturing throughout legislation, policies, participation, increasing citizen awareness, and making innovations available. Next. Actually have 7 goals. The first one is to establish policies, and control of production and circulation of pharmaceutical, medical devices outside Egypt in a coordination with the ministries, bodies concerned with that rules. Next. The second one is to develop, ensure the quality in diagnosis, treatment, prevention in accordance with the latest development in science. Next. The third goal is to develop and update accurate database on everything related pharmaceutical is a security issue. Next. The fourth goal is working by all means to communicate health messages and documented information about pharmaceutical and medical. Next. The fourth goal is decision on pharmaceutical and medical devices and raw material, as well as related to regulatory matters. Pharmaceutical and medical devices and verify their quality, effectiveness, safety inside and outside Egypt. Presentation approach. The seventh and the last goal. Next. Patient coordination and exchange of information with national and international those competent to issue relevant standard, participate in and organize local international. Next. Actually, regulatory competencies, executive competencies, and control competencies. Regarding the first one is developing policies, regulatory competencies is to ensure implementation of law, regulations, and awareness of the customer. And the third one is control competencies, which is concerned with monitoring of the three competencies are related to each other. Next. On the central administration, which central administration of medical devices, which concerned with all pre-market approval of medical devices, market authorization, and administration of medical device stability. The general administration of marketing authorization is concerned with the import permit of all medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, and concerned with pre-market approval of in vitro diagnostics and class 1 non-sterile medical devices. And we have stability study and biocompatibility. Next. A product of interest of our medical IVD equipment and in vitro diagnostics, medical equipment, and class 1 non. Actually, I think I believe that he is alive, and he's a life cycle. Stage and the vigilance and market surveillance and control. Another central administrations are concerned with vigilance, market surveillance, and control. The two main functions we are import permits. Thank you. And finally, I wish you all send our wishes of peace, health, and prosperity to all African sister countries and all participants. To me to be with here today representing my country, Egypt. Thank you, Dr. Mona.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariam, and for your presentation. And thank you for the information that you give. I would like to ask Leah to come on board. Leah Atallah is our next session moderator. Good morning, Leah.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
How are you? Yes, we can hear you very well.
And now
we
can you
can see
see
you as
me?
well.
Super. How are you?
Good, fine. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. How's everyone?
Okay, great. Leah, I will keep the floor for you to introduce yourself and to introduce your next speaker.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Dr. Mona.
Thank you, dear. Take care.
So, thank you, thank you. So our next speaker is Ms. Camilla Borini. She's actually a colleague of mine at Zimmer Biomed. To start with, I think most of the attendees know me by now because I've been moderating in different summits. I've been at Zimmer Biomed for the past 9 to 10 years as the Quality and Regulatory Affairs Associate Director, and I've been working into with many departments, out of which the Global MDR. This is why I invited my colleague Camilla Borini from Zimmer Biomed to join us in the summit and give us an overview about MDR and its impact from legal manufacturers' point of view to distributors and to ministries of health. Camilla, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Hi, Leah. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Great.
Hopefully, you can also hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Good. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Very good. So good morning, everyone. My name is Camilla Borini, and I'm going to be speaking to you today about the importance of the medical device regulation. I will walk you through some points here on the screen on my agenda. What are the new European medical device regulations? The reason why they are important, timeline for application, what has been changed in the CE marking process and the impact on the industry. To begin, two are the new European Union regulations released in May 2017. The medical device regulations, referred to as EU MDR, and the IVDR, so in vitro diagnostic regulation, which are respectively the new European legislation for medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices. The new regulations are the most significant regulatory change in Europe and in the European Union regulatory system in more than 20 years. And they replace the previous active implantable medical device directive from 1990, the medical device directive released in 1993, and the in vitro directive from 1998. Focusing on the EU MDR, the new regulation has 175 pages, 123 articles, and 17 annexes, while the active implantable medical device directive has 35 pages and medical device directive has 60 pages. So it's clear that there are significantly more details than previously, and same is applicable for the IVDR. It's also important to notice that there is a difference between a directive and a regulation. The regulation is immediately applicable and enforceable by law in all the EU member states, and all countries must comply with the same requirement. However, when it was a directive, it took longer to be implemented because each country had to transpose it into their national law, and each country could add their own requirements, which led to inconsistency issues. So why EU MDR? Focusing now on the EU MDR, it's important to understand what led to the new regulation. The EU Commission initiated the effort to recast the directive in 2008, and there were a variety of reasons why they needed to update it. These reasons included inconsistencies for the notified body's service and standards, a lack of alignment between the regulatory interpretation as different EU countries implemented the directive in different ways. Patient and care providers did not have sufficient access to sufficient evidence about devices' safety and clinical performances. And the last but not least, inadequate device traceability within the supply chain. So looking at the timeline, while the EU Commission was working on the new regulation, in 2010, there were several device scandals, including the poly-implant prosthesis fraud, also known as breast implant scandal, and the metal-metal issues related to hip devices. In addition, there was an undercover investigation by the British Medical Journal and the Daily Telegraph that identified concerns regarding incompetencies and negligence of the notified bodies. So, due to these concerns, the recast was put on hold, and the process evolved into the EU medical device regulation to address public concern and strengthen the regulatory system. So, looking at the timeline, the new regulations, the EU MDR and the IVDR, came into force and became law in May 2017. Several implementing acts, guidance documents, are being issued by the EU Commission and are stipulated to complete some of the requirements to be met. Compliance to the new regulations is required by transition timeline to continue selling the CE marked medical devices and the IVDs in the EU market and in all other global markets that require CE marking. So now focusing only on the EU MDR, there was initially a 3-year transition period that has been extended to 4 years due to the pandemic. And the key dates to highlight here are May 26, 2021, date of application. Well, when all the new and all class 1 devices were required to comply to the new regulation. And also, The MDR post-market surveillance and economic operators requirements must have been met for all devices also if they were MDD. Another key date is 26 May 2024, when any remaining MDD cert will be considered voided, even if there is more time left on them. And there is one more year for those MDD cert devices to be made available or put into service in the EU. So key dates for the EU IVDR are different and are not shown on this timeline, and this is the presentation just for sake of time. So now regarding the key changes. So what has changed between the directive and the regulation? So the concept behind the CE marking has not changed. It ensures that the device safety and performance requirements have been met. However, in order to restore confidence in the European Union regulatory system, many more details have been introduced in 175 pages of the EU MDR. In particular, the changes can be grouped in four main areas. Increased scrutiny with more rigorous clinical evidence according to device assigned risk class and more rigorous post-market oversight. Scope, with scope expansion, reclassification of devices according to risk, contact duration, and invasiveness, which Lydia will tell us more about it in a short time. And stakeholders, with the introduction of new concepts and roles for the economic operators, to the person responsible for regulatory compliance, and the medical device coordination group, a new responsibility for the notified bodies. At last but not least, traceability, with the introduction of the unique device identification, UDI, and the renewed concept of the European Database for Medical Devices, EUDAMED. So, there are many positive aspects to the changes, starting with improved patient safety and increase in confidence in regulatory authorities and increased traceability. However, these benefits come along with some challenges. In particular, the increased regulatory requirements are leading to an increased time to go to market, increased cost, therefore creating challenges for the manufacturers to keep legacy products on the market, as well as to keep pace with the technical and scientific progress. The increased level of scrutiny is also applicable to the notified body that resulted in a decreased number of notified bodies under MDR from almost 60 notified bodies under the directives to only 30 at the moment under MDR. So, in conclusion to this short introduction, I'd like to conclude with some key takeaways. So the EU MDR has long-term benefits and is an opportunity to strengthen the regulatory system. However, there are short-term challenges to keep the CE marked product on the European market and other global markets that require CE marking, and to keep pace with the technical and scientific progresses. Therefore, in order to guarantee that product will be made available for patients with no discontinuity and to keep pace with the technical and scientific progress, the key for success are a good plan ahead and a continuous review of your scope, as well as communication with all the stakeholders. So we are at the end of the presentation now. Thank you very much for your attention, and I leave you with my details to keep in touch. Leah, I give the stage back to you.
Thank you so much, Camilla. We might want to have some questions for you. So I will ask the attendees and the audience to send the questions maybe directly to you or to Matre. But in the meantime, I might be interested to ask you a few questions from my side, and maybe also this could be beneficial for the audience. Given that you have been a program manager for almost 5 to 6 years, especially working closely in MDR and with the legal manufacturers, I know that you mentioned short-term challenges, but from a legal manufacturer point of view, how would you describe the challenges affecting distributors and ministries of health?
Thanks, Leah, for this question. So I would say that for everyone, the most challenging part of this regulation is the time. So the time for the implementation. We have seen that most of the time is already gone, and there are a lot of setups still to be made. So we have seen a bottleneck in terms of a number of notified bodies. We have seen increases in cost. So what is important, and I will never stop saying it, is really to increase the communication between all the stakeholders, because this is crucial. So we all have the same goal, so that is the patient safety, and to guarantee that there is no discontinuity for the patient to get a proper medical devices. And so I would say that really the key thing is to collaborate, because as I said, the timeline is very tight, and that is a challenge for everyone: legal manufacturers, distributors, Ministry of Health, everyone in the supply chain. So it's really crucial to be all aligned.
Yes, definitely. I can concur with that. Is there any other best practices or advice you want to tell us about?
Well, as a program manager, for sure, I need or I have to say that planning is really important, right? So never stop planning ahead. Is never too late. As we have seen, May 24 is the next key due date. There are still open questions in terms of will this be postponed, or will there be any additional provisions from the European Union? So it's never too late to plan, and always make sure that all the stakeholders are aligned with your plan.
Okay. Thank you so much, Camila. It was a pleasure to personally moderate this session with you, and it was a pleasure to have you with us. And now I will give the floor to my other colleague, Lydia Mina. Lydia, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. What a pleasure.
Thank you.
Lydia Mina is the Regulatory Regional Manager at ABOT for Africa, Middle East, Turkey, and India. Lydia is certified by RAPS for Regulatory Affairs Profession and from Saudi Health Council for Regulatory Affairs. And Lydia as well holds an MBA degree. Today, Lydia is going to give us an overview of the medical device classification. And again, it's a big pleasure to have you with us. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leah, for the introduction. Of course, it's an honor to be part of the second Africa Summit and among this panel of expertise. I just want to be sure you can hear me well and see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's confirmed. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Today, we'll go through three main topics: the principle of medical device classification, how to classify a medical device as per the EU MDR, and how to classify a medical device for a diagnostic IVD as per the EU IVDR. Starting with the principle of medical device classification. We will be sharing something interesting, which is just sharing the principles and the role and how this principle work done. It's from the Global Harmonization Task Force, the GHTF founding members, which are the European Union, United States, and Canada and Japan. This guidance was developed from this GHTF panel and it was developed as an endeavor to encourage and support global convergence and reliance of the regulatory system. It might not be a total harmonization, but at least there is a conversion and reliance intended to be used by the regulatory authorities, by the conformity assessment bodies, and by the industry. They are classifying the medical devices into 4 groups as per the hazardous, whatever the low grade up to the higher grade. In this classification, it depends on 2 main things, mainly the claim which is developed by the legal manufacturer and the technology used. The claim which is developed by the legal manufacturer is captured in the IFU, captured in the marketing material, in the brochure, and of course the technology used. The technology used and how the product is used, we will speak about it later on in the rules. Of course, as mentioned by my colleague Camilla, the higher the grade classification of the product, the more requirements from the regulatory body. It's not anymore like class 1, it will go to higher requirements like quality assessment, quality requirements. Regulatory review will request full technical documentation. And after the product is in the market, there will be a requirement for post-marketing evaluation and testing. The Global Harmonized Task Force, as I've mentioned, it covers 4 main countries: Europe, Canada, Japan, and US. Here is the classification in Europe, starting from class 1 to class 3, in Canada from class 1 to class 4, in Japan class 1 to class 4, US class 1 to class 3. It might look different classification, but they are following the same rules. And this is what we will discuss in our presentation, the rules, focusing on the EU MDR and EU IVDR. As mentioned, if we are speaking about a lower class group, so the legal manufacturer can have a self-assessment. This is a lower class for medical device, class 1, or for IVDs, class A. It will be assessed by the legal manufacturer themselves. The more we increase the risk, the more it will require notified body assessment. In this presentation, in this slide, I'm adding more examples, whether from the medical device or the IVDs. How to classify a medical device. This is the most interesting part of the presentation, and how to dive through this classification. We'll look upon, as mentioned, the intended purpose and the technology used in 4 steps. First step, decide the type of your device. Is it an invasive device or a non-invasive device? Is it an active device, require energy, or non-active? So number 1, decide the type of the device. Number 2, look at each medical device classification rule. Which one applies? You might find that your device applies into several rules. So move into step 3, apply the highest classification. Go to the highest rule. Last point, if you have a product which is combined, so determine first what is the main purpose of this combination, and according to this, you can determine which rule you will be following. So these are the 4 steps which we'll be following in the classification of the medical device, bearing in mind that the rules are 21 rules. To make it easy, the rules are divided into 4 categories. The first category, rule 1 to 4, for non-invasive devices, which does not penetrate the body or body orifices. Rule 5 to 8 for invasive devices, which does penetrate the body or even through any body orifices. Rule 9 to 13, active devices, which require external energy. Rule 14 to 25 to 22, it's special rules like contraceptives, X-rays, and nanomaterials. Within these 22 rules, we will be classifying our products from class 1 up till class 3. Let's enjoy our trip, and we'll start with the non-invasive devices from rule 1 up till rule 4. As we mentioned, rule 1, we're speaking about a device which does not touch the patient or the skin, like gloves, like wheelchairs. Rule 2, intended for channeling or storing blood, body liquids, or cells. It will also be class 1 unless it's for blood or other fluids. It will take a higher grade, class 2A. Unless it's connected to an active device, it will be also higher grade, which is class 2A, or it's a blood bag, it will be class 2B. We share now the non-invasive, and now let us exercise our knowledge. We'll take some small example, and along the presentation, we'll be taking this example just to be more engaged in the presentation. If we have a disposable, single-use, non-sterile drainavaginal bag collecting urine. So it's non-invasive, it's rule 1, class 1. Okay, what about this device? It's blood tubing line for hemodialysis, like extracorporeal circulation. So actually, it's a non-invasive because we are just speaking about the lines, and it's for channeling and storing, and it's channeling and storing for introducing into the body itself. So it's not rule 1 anymore, it's rule 2, and it will take a higher classification, which is class 2A. Hope you're enjoying this engagement, and we'll dive more into more rules. Now we are still in the non-invasive devices. We'll go into rule 3 and rule 4. Rule 3, for a product modifying the biological or chemical composition of human tissue or cell, it will be class 2B, unless only for filtration centrifugation, it will take a lower grade, 2A. Or if it's for IVF, it will take a higher grade, grade 3, a classification 3. Rule 4, when the product comes in contact with an injured skin, it's not invasive, but there is an injured skin or a membrane. It will be class 2A, and it can go also to class 1 if it's just only for mechanical compression. Yet, if this bandages is used as antibacterial and have fast healing, it will take a higher grade, which will take class 2A or class 2B. Now, we are done with the non-invasive medical devices from rule 1 to rule 4. We'll go into rule 5 to rule 8, which is the invasive medical devices. Invasive, it can be invasive in body orifices or stoma, but not surgical. Now we're not speaking about surgical utensils or devices. So it will go into class 1 if it's transient, like the mirror. What about if it's not transient, it's a short-term use, it will take a higher grade. If it's only in the oral cavity, it will also go to grade 1. If it's long-term, not short-term, it will be classified as class 2B, something like the corrective eye lenses. If it's in the oral cavity or near the nasal cavity, it will go to a lower grade, 2A. What about if it's connected to an active device? It will go to class 2A. So here, we spoke about the invasive devices, rule 5. Just put an attention that we have also other invasive devices like rule 4, which we spoke about it. It's not totally invasive because this is only if there is a membrane or injury, and we spoke about the clusters. We have rule 20, it will come at the end of the presentation. If it's invasive, but to body orifices, especially when inhaling medicine, it will go to rule 20. There is another one also invasive in rule 21, which composed of substance. If there is substances, a combination of substance introduced to the body, whether through body orifices or through the skin, it will follow rule 21, and this will take a higher grade. So the invasive devices, we went to rule 5. Now we are in rule 6. This is surgical invasive. The previous one was non-surgical. This one is surgical invasive for transient use, just transient use. Here, like the scissors, it's also class 2A, unless it's reusable, class 1. If it's intended to administer medicine, class 2B. If it's in a hazardous condition, also class 2B. If it does have a biological effect, class 2B, something. And if it's intended specifically in direct contact with the heart or the central nervous system, so it will take the higher classification, which is class 3. So this is the non-invasive devices. This is the invasive devices and surgical use, and it's ranging from class 1 up to class 3. Let's exercise our knowledge. If we have a refillable insulin pen, is this invasive, the insulin pen, or not? Yes, it's invasive. Are we administering a medicine? Yes, we are administering the insulin. Is it a transient use or a long use? It's a transient use. So we will follow rule 6. Classification will be class 2B, refillable insulin pen. Okay, now let's go for the rule 7, which is surgical invasive, but it's a short-term use. The previous one was transient use. This one is a short-term use. It will be classified as class 2A, like clamps, unless it's undergo chemical change in the body. It will take a higher grade. Unless it's intended to administer medicine or supply energy and ionization, it will take 2B. Or if it have biological effect, mainly or wholly absorbed, like absorber sutures, of course, it will take a higher grade 3, classification 3, or intended to monitor and control, diagnose, correct defects in the heart or CNS, it will take also classification as class 3. So the rule 7 for surgical, invasive, short-term use, it ranges from 2A up to 3. What about rule 8, the last rule in the invasive devices? This is for surgical. invasive and long-term use, like the implantables, artificial ligaments, dental implants, shunts, plates, intraocular lenses, it will go to class 2B. Unless intended only in the teeth, it will take less classification 2A. If it's intended to be used in direct contact with the heart or CNS, anything with the heart and CNS direct contact, of course, it takes a higher classification, class 3. If it has biological effect, if it's undergo chemical change, also class 3. Intended to administer any medicine, like the peritoneal dialysis, class 3. Active implantable devices, class 3. Breast implants, partial joints replacement, spinal disc replacement, all these are class 3. Except if this is only screws, if the implantables are screws and plates, it will take class 2B. Now we are done with the invasive devices from rule 5 to rule 8. Now we will move into the active devices. These active devices operation depends on a source of energy, and by the exchanging of energy or converting that source of energy. It will be governed from rule 9 to rule 13. Rule 9, as we said, is for active therapeutic devices intended to administer or exchange energy. It will be class 2A, unless it's intended to control or monitor or influence directly the performance of another device like 2B. So it will take the higher grade 2B. Or administer or exchange energy in a potentially hazardous condition, it will be class 2B. Or intended to control and monitor or directly influence the performance of another active implantable device, it will take class 3. So this is rule 9, and also please pay attention that there is another active therapeutic devices in rule 22, which was discussed earlier. It will take classification as class 3. Coming into rule 10, it's an active device, but for the diagnosis. This one, there is energy and there is active device. It's used for diagnosis and monitoring or supplying energy to be absorbed by the body to image or give any in vitro distribution of a radiopharmaceutical product. This will go to class 2A. Unless it's only energy like light, it will go to lower classification, class 1. But if this energy device is emitting ionization and radiation in a hazardous condition, it will go to class 2B. If it's specifically intended to monitor vital physiological parameters, class 2B, or to diagnose in a clinical situation where is immediate danger to the patient, so it will take also a higher grade, which is class 2B. Now we are done with the active devices from rule 9 and rule 10. Let's exercise our knowledge. We have this example for the magnetic resonance equipment. It has a strong magnetic field and the radio waves, so it's an active device, as mentioned. It's used for diagnosis and monitoring, or it can be even for a therapeutic radiology. So we will follow rule 10. It will be classified as class 2A. Moving forward into rule 11 and rule 12 and 13, we are still in the active devices. Now it's not a device more, we are moving into a software. Software is classified as class 1 unless it's intended to provide information, and this information will help in diagnosis and therapeutic purpose. It will be class 2A. At the same time, if this is impacting or causing deterioration in health or surgical intervention, it will go to class 2B. If it's decision impact and can cause death, it's a very critical decision, so it will be class 3. At the same time, software can be used to monitor physiological process. It will be 2A, or for monitoring vital physiological parameters, whereas a direct danger for the patient, it will be class 2B. This is the software governed under rule 11 from the active devices. Moving towards rule 12 from the active devices. There is an energy here also, but this energy also is used for a device as an active device to administer or remove medicine. Something like the suction or feeding pump, it will be class 2A. Unless in a hazardous condition, it will be class 2A. Last rule is rule 13. For all other active devices which having energy, it will be class 1. So now we are done with the active devices from rule 9 to rule 13. Moving forward into some special rules. These special rules were not available in the previous medical device directive, but they are now available in the medical device regulation. Previous directive was from 14 to 19. Now we have extra rules from 14 to 22, and it's covering more products like contraceptives, X-ray, and nanomaterials. Coming into the special rules, we have Rule 14, devices incorporating integral medicinal substance. There is a device and there is a medicinal substance inside it, which this substance has an auxiliary function. It will go into class 3, like catheters with anticoagulants, condoms with spermicide. Rule 14 in the special rules. If a device used for contraception or prevention of STD, class 2B, unless it's an implantable, and so it's an invasive and long-term, so it will be class 3. Rule 16, device intended specially to be used for cleaning, disinfecting, sterilizing another medical device. It will be class 2A, unless specifically intended for the hydrating the lenses, the eye lenses, so it will go to class 2B, or disinfecting solution and wash out to disinfect invasive device. If the device which will be disinfected, it will be invasive in the body, so it will take a higher classification, it will go into class 2B. Moving into Rule 17, devices intended in recording X-ray diagnostic images, it's class 2A. Rule 18, devices utilizing non-viable human or animal tissue, something like the animal-derived biological heart valve, collagen for use in the body orifices, collagen for dermal fillers, bone graft, it will go into classification of class 3, the most hazardous. These are special rules from 14 to 18. Let's exercise our knowledge in this part. What about if we have a bone cement with antibiotic? Here is the radiology showing, and this is the antibiotic, which is, you can say it's invasive and it's inside the body. So if it's antibiotic, it has a medicinal action. So we will follow Rule 14. Explanation for this, that it's a device incorporating an integral part and can be considered as a medicinal product. We will follow Rule 14. Classification will be class 3. Coming into the last special rules from Rule 19 to Rule 22. Rule 19, it's specifically for the nanomaterials, consisting of nanomaterials. And it's classified from class 2A up to class 3 according to the potential hazards and the exposure. Is it high, low, or medium exposure, and the hazards in the patient. Rule 20 for invasive devices, invasive in respect to body orifices. We mentioned this before, and specifically in inhalation. Here, like the spacer intended for meter dose, class 2B, or if it's for a life-threatening condition, it will also be class 2B. Rule 21, devices composed of substance or a combination of substance to be introduced to the body. So it's one or several substances and introduced to the body, whether through body orifices or directly to the skin, it will be class 2B, unless it's only in the nasal 2A. And if it's this product and there will be metabolized later on in the body, it will take a higher grade. Its classification as class 3, or if it's intended to achieve a purpose in the stomach, like the sodium magnesium alginate, it will be class 3. Last rule is Rule 22. It's an active device. There is an external energy, and it's used with an integral or incorporated diagnostic function. So it's an active and have a diagnostic function. And if there is a closed system used for it, so it will be class 3. Let's go to the last example for the medical devices here. If we have an automated external defibrillator, including the pads and electrodes, shall we classify this? It's an active therapeutic device, yes. With an integrated or incorporated diagnostic function, yes. So we shall follow Rule 22. It will be classified as class 3. We are done with the classification rule of EU of the medical devices as per the EU MDR MDCG 2021-24. This we went through the several rules from Rule 1 up to Rule 22 for medical device, how to classify it from class 1 into class 3. Let's dive more now into how to classify in vitro diagnostics, also as per the EU IVDR. What we are sharing now is the principal guidance. It's just a principle, and it's up to every authority, of course, to grasp or to leverage part of this principal guidance. The principal guidance in classification of in IVDs of in vitro diagnostic is to take into the consideration the intended purpose of this IVD and the inherited risk, what risk it will encounter. This risk, it will be clear in the technology used. It will be clear in the specimen. It's different when to have a specimen from blood or specimen from urine or from the cerebrospinal fluid. About the software, will this software influence the use of the medical device or no? Or if the software is used by itself, If the software is independent of the device, it's different, so it will be classified by itself. If the software is intended to influence the use of the medical device, it will be classified like the medical device. And the last point to be considered is if it's one or two, it's a combination of other products inside. So we will look for the intended purpose, the inherited risk. The risk will be, in this point, technology, specimen, software, and if there is any combination. The in vitro diagnostic are classified as low patient risk from A up till D. As Camilla, my colleague, just mentioned, that previously most of these products were self-certified, which means it didn't require a notified body. Now, most of them, 80 to 90%, are no more self-certified, and they require a notified body, which is increasing the load on the EU and even on all over other countries. We'll dive through the classification rules for in vitro diagnostic. It's ranging from Rule 1 to Rule 7, and we'll look on every case, whether yes or no, it's applicable or no. If this in vitro diagnostic is used for screening, blood screening, and a high-risk disease, so screening and a high-risk disease, it will take the highest classification, which is Class D. It means it will require a lot of documentation to be submitted. What about no? It's not screening, it's not a high-risk disease. Is it used? We'll go to Rule 2. Is it used for blood or tissue compatibility? Yes. So it will take Class C. What about, is this high-risk group? It will go to Class D. What about if it doesn't lie in Rule 1 or Rule 2? Let us look at Rule 3. Is this in vitro diagnostic used for an infectious disease, cancer testing, compatibility diagnostic, genetic testing, congenital screening? If yes, so it will be classified as Class C. What about if it doesn't fall within these three rules? We'll look at Rule 4. Is it a self-testing? What about, is it a high-risk near-patient testing? If yes, it will go to Class 3. Some of the self-testing have exemption rule. It's only Class B, like the one used only for the urine. What about if it doesn't fall within these? Let us look at Rule 5. If it's specific in vitro diagnostic reagent, instrument, specimen, reciprocal, it's the lowest classification as Class A. What about if it doesn't fall within these 5 rules? We'll look at Rule 6, none of the other rules, so it will be Class B. If it's a control and with no assigned values, just used in the lab or used in the point of care, it will be Class B. So here is a classification rule for the in vitro diagnostics. Let's exercise our knowledge and dive more. If we have a device intended to screen blood and tissue donation for syphilis, so it's screening and for an infectious disease. And if we have a device intended to diagnose, this is not a screening, it's a diagnosis of syphilis, a sexually transmitted agent in the individual. Which one will take the higher risk group and which rule we shall follow? This one, we shall follow Rule 1, Class D, because it's for screening. Here we shall follow Rule 3A, Class C. I'm just reminding with the pictogram which was used in the previous presentation, Rule 1 and Rule 3. Let's take another example, which is the specimen type. We mentioned that the specimen type will make a difference. If we are detecting the presence in a cerebrospinal fluid or blood or an infectious agent without a high risk of propagation. And what about if we are testing a specimen in the urine? Self-testing device for detecting of glucose in urine. Third example, self-testing device also for detecting glucose, but this time it's in blood, it's not in urine. So we have here 3 different examples for 3 different specimen types. We'll see which applicable. The first one, it's in the cerebrospinal fluid, it will be Class C and Rule 3B. The second one, it's for glucose, but it's in urine. So we will follow Rule 4 and it will be Class B. The third one, it's glucose also, but it's in blood. It will be Rule 4 also, but Class C. So it's clear that the more we go into the blood, the classification will take a higher classification rather than taking the specimen from the urine. And of course, it's if from the specimen from the cerebrospinal fluid, it will take a higher classification. Always considering and knowing that, yes, there is difference in the classification from A to D, which is reflected in the documentation. It's the more you go into B, C, and D, you will require more quality management system to be submitted to the authority. You will require assessment of the technical documentation. You will require even some sort of verification by the EU lab or by another notified body. So here is the requirements the more we go into a higher classification of in vitro diagnostics. We have done a deep dive into the classification of in vitro diagnostic and medical devices. A smooth sea never make a skilled sailor. You're the most skilled sailor in the market. You are regulating and classifying a hardware, a software, a medical device. Sometimes it's have a telecommunication feature at the same time, a medicinal product. It can be integrated. So we are classifying several products governing all the classification in the market. We are the skilled sailor in the market. This presentation, it was referencing the Global Harmonized Task Force, as mentioned in the beginning, and the Medical Device Coordination Group for Medical Devices and the MDCG for the in vitro diagnostics. Thank you for the valuable time and thanks for hearing. I wanted to say thank you with all African language and happy to hear any questions from your end.
Thank you so much, Lija. These are very good now. Exercise very interesting. I mentioned from much tool as a dialysis concern. And second question, would you like to take the questions all at once and then answer? What is your preference?
For me, it's okay. But the first question, I didn't hear it, so I'm not sure.
You cannot hear it?
The first question also, only I didn't hear it.
Okay, I will repeat that. I'm not sure if I have a connection problem, so I'm gonna repeat it. No problem. What rule and class is applicable to dialysis concentration?
Dialysis and filtration. Now we'll see which part you are speaking about, the dialysis and filtration. So we cannot, I'll just tell it to you in a different way. We cannot apply one rule for all. So if you will just speak about dialysis and filtration, which part you are speaking here, I'll just give the example. I will speak about the one which is invasive into the skin. So you will go to the invasive rules, okay? If you are speaking about only the tubes, okay, this is a tricky example which I shared, and I meant to share it to say that now we are speaking about a non-invasive. We're speaking about only the tubes. So this is a question. If it's invasive, you will go into the invasive part. We'll go into the rules, the higher rules for the invasive part. This is the invasive devices. If you are speaking about only the tubes and the channeling, no, you will go to the non-invasive. So actually, we cannot say one matches for all. Which part you are speaking about? I know. Did I answer your question or no?
In case it's not factoring, maybe sense Okay, I have another question from the audience. In South Africa, SAPRA have said that pharmaceutical containers such as empty ampoule and vials for packaging class 1. Do you have any comment on that?
You said SAPRA had mentioned that the what?
That empty ampoule and vials.
Sorry, Leah, you're breaking up a little bit. I'll ask the question. In South Africa, SAPRA had said that pharmaceutical containers, example, empty ampoules and vials for packaging for medicines are class 1. Medical devices, please explain. Thank you.
So these are empty ampoules. It's only carrying here. We will cover here the first classification. It's non-invasive and it's like a container. So we will speak about this part. For use with do not touch the patient or contact the skin or intact. So they are classifying it as class 1. Is this correct? My understanding is correct? Hello, Madre?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's fine. Let me highlight something which is really important here in this question. It's not a matter of correct or wrong. We cannot, I'm not sure, can you see this slide or no? I'm here setting the slides which have Europe, Canada, US, and Japan. They are following the same guidance. They are following the same principle of classification. So we cannot say this is wrong or this is right, but we can say that this country is classifying the non-invasive and containers of medicine as whatever, class 1, class 2, whatsoever. And according to this class, these are the requirements. So it will not make huge difference to be class 1 or class 2, but the difference will be in the requirements. What we are trying to share here is the guiding principle. How will the authorities think about their way of classification? They will segregate it in this way. Later on, what's our expectation is that every authority will take this guidance of classification and customize it. It's just some sort of conversions and leverages. They will customize it according to the political situation, according to the products in the market, according to the culture. Some countries in the Asian countries, they have a very different classification, but they're following still the same guidance in the GHTF route. So we cannot say that, yes, according to SAPRA, this is correct or no, but we can say according to the guidance issued by the SAPRA, this is fine, this is compliant and correct. And they're following rule 1, which I just shared now. If you can see my classification here, the rule, yes, they're following the same one, which was just shared in my example.
Hi, Lydia. Can you please share again because it's not sharing backstage?
For me, you're speaking to me?
Okay. Yeah, in case
you were wanting to share something and it's not sharing.
It's not sharing. Okay. Now is it sharing? Is it sharing now?
Yes, it's sharing. Camila and Leah, you can also answer. It's sharing, definitely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to share. So would you like me to stop sharing now?
Yes, if you want.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Lida, thank you so much. And Camila, thanks again. So now that they have your contact info, they can contact you, contact Magic, additional questions, comments, and I will hand over my dear colleague Rana Shalhoub, who is the RA Director of MECOMET. She can take over the next.
Thank you, Leah. And good morning, everyone. I'm Rana Shalhoub, Regulatory Affairs Director at MECOMET, the Medical Technology Trade Association in Middle East and Africa. So I'm very happy to be joining today this medical device segment as part of the AfriSummit 2022. And we promise you an interesting discussion with a great selection of panelists who will be sharing today their experience about the importance and the role of regulatory agility and harmonization, and how these can play in accelerating the access to the medtech innovations. Before starting this session, I would like to encourage you to put any questions you may have into the chat box, and these will be tackled at the end of the presentations, where we'll be having a panel discussion with our speakers. So for this, please allow me to introduce and welcome our first speaker for today's session, Ella Khimiri Ghorbel. Ella is a clinical project director for MENA and Africa at OneMed. And she's the co-founder of the first Tunisian CRO, senior project and RA manager with more than 15 years of experience in the clinical trials field. Ella has worked on phase 1 to 4 clinical trials in different therapeutic areas in pharma industry and medical devices across Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. And she has a long history of professional work with multinational sponsors in addition to other clinical service vendors. And at OneMed, where Ella is holding this position, she oversees the medical device evaluation and food supplement clinical trials projects in MENA, including daily interactions with medical device manufacturers about MDR, IVDR, as well as team training and support. So welcome Ella, and today she will take us through a journey of an overview of the African medical device regulations. So over to you, Ella, with our first presentation for the session.
Hello, Rana. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this introduction. So my today presentation will focus on the status of the medical device regulation in African country. Madri, sorry. Hello.
Yes, Ella, we can see your screen and we can see that already.
I think that they have an issue with. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I think that I need to share.
Do you need help, Hela?
In fact, the slides that were shared are the previous one, Madri.
Okay, but I thought you had your slides open. All right. Okay, so do you want me to... All right, no problem. Are you going to share? Because you had it open 5 minutes ago. You had it open next to your name.
Yes. I'm sharing again. Maybe you have an issue with the... Sorry, it's loading.
Sure.
Is it okay now?
Yes,
perfect.
We can see
this is yours.
Yes, thank you. So, no, it's not a good version. I think that we have... Can I share my screen instead?
I think you are. I am sharing your screen. Actually, this is the one you're sharing. So, okay. Please email me your updated one so we can load it, because obviously there's been some miscommunication.
Yes, this is the one that I have sent you yesterday, Madri.
No problem. Can you please resend it?
Yes.
Production, let's go to video.
Yes.
For a healthier Africa.
We're just giving a few minutes for a small technical issue while we have Ella back sharing her presentation.
In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace. a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world.
So Ella, we have you back.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for this inconvenience. So I will start sharing my screen.
Yes.
You see it? It's okay?
Yes, you can see it perfectly, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So today, it's not the good version. I think that the system has saved the bad version. In all cases, let's use it, and no problem, okay? I'm sorry for that. I don't understand what's the issue. What I will do now, I will share my screen. Okay.
Hi.
You see my screen, please?
Hi. Just want to let you know it's just come through via email. Please give us a minute to add it to production.
Okay.
So we can play another video and we'll have the right one. It's just come through on email. Okay.
Thank
1
you.
minute.
Sorry for that. Thank you. Hello again, Rana.
Madre, any luck with the presentation?
healthier Africa.
Thank you again. So I think that now we can start. So as I say today, my presentation will focus on the status of the medical device regulation in Africa. Next. So it will evolve around three main axes: a global overview, then an inventory of the regulation, followed by the key implication and implementations. Next, please. Next. So first of all, I will start with a little immersion in the global context. Next. So as you know, medical devices are essential to the diagnosis and treatment of several diseases, particularly within surgical specialties, radiology, and critical care, and they have significant impact on health outcome. But unfortunately, the access to life-saving medical equipment and supplies is far from universal. And the global medical device landscape is characterized by rapidly evolving technologies, and the worldwide market for medical devices is increasing. But access to them varies according to the socioeconomic and political status of each country. And sadly, around 1 million patients die every year due to the lack of adequate medical equipment. Next, please. What about the regulation worldwide? The number, range, and complexity of medical devices has increased, resulting in the proliferation of regulatory documents and procedures to encompass these changes. Medical device regulation vary greatly across the world, ranging from comprehensive to poor. The differences in regulation between countries oblige manufacturers to prepare a different dossier for each country, which constitutes a lengthy and costly process, leading to a disincentive to medical device companies to sell in some countries. They are also a deterrent to innovation and the development of new products. It has been estimated that developing a medical device from the idea to the market has a cost of around $31 million for a low to moderate risk device and around $94 million for a high risk product. Next, please. However, the Global Harmonization Task Force and its follow-up initiative, the International Medical Device Regulator Forum, are encouraging the global convergence of regulation and definition, which contributes to a high level of safety protection worldwide and facilitate trade. The IMDF is advocating for provisions on unique device identification, conformity assessment procedure, technical documentation, general safety and performance requirement, classification rules, and clinical investigation around medical device and innovation. Furthermore, the WHO encourages the harmonization of medical device regulation towards standardization to promote uniformity between national medical device bodies. Next, please. What about Europe? On 24 March 2017, the European Medical Device Regulation, MDR, came into force, replacing the Medical Device Directive. It covers topics including the biological evaluation of medical device, sterilization, aseptic processing, quality management system, the use of symbol in the product information, the labeling, and more. The main three objectives of this new regulation is to improve the health and safety level, to continue to enhance the free trade of medical devices in Europe, and to ensure products are current to state-of-art technology and scientific knowledge. All devices, including legacy products, need to be recertified and get new EC certification. Companies are also required to upgrade and recertify their quality management system to meet the new regulation. These rules will keep everyone safe, the people working with the products as well as the patient using them, The new regulation will help the clinician also to feel safe by knowing that all products on the market after MDR is live have been through a thorough assessment and have a high level of clinical evidence. Next, please. Now we will start speaking about the regulatory status in Africa. The 2017 WHO report found that 32% of the countries in the WHO-defined African region have some regulation for medical devices. 40% have no regulation, and the remaining 28% have no available data. In contrast, medical device regulation is present in 58% of all WHO member countries. In the next slide, we will find an overview of the regulation in a sample of African countries. We will start with North Africa countries. As you can see, only Tunisia and Libya are in lack of regulation. They have no regulation in place. To note that Tunisia government is preparing a regulation. Next, please. In East African country, we can see that in English-speaking countries like Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, full regulation have been put in place. However, in Burundi, it's still pending. Same for Sudan, Ethiopia, and Kenya. The regulation is available, even if we note that the classification system differs between these countries. And regarding West African countries, again, English-speaking countries are in advance in terms of available and complete regulation. Next, please. Regarding, to finish, some other African countries here, we can see that most of the countries in this list are in lack of risk-based classification system and other safeguards that guarantee a clear and safe ecosystem for medical device handling. For Zimbabwe, the available regulation is covering only gloves and condoms. Next, please. And we can highlight the following findings. Most African countries have no specific regulation or regulatory bodies dedicated to the medical devices. Only 32% national regulatory authorities record medical device or control their importation. Also, only 38% of the countries have staff from full-time regulation responsible for quality assessment and preclinical data. Most national pharmaceutical regulatory authorities do not have all means needed to regulate medical products because of the persistent shortage of human, technical, logistical, and financial resources. Some countries use a legal framework for the regulation of medical devices, but in more limited capacity. This legislation is restricted to the mention and definition of medical devices. However, it does not assign specific responsibilities or guidance for regulation. Some devices fall in different classes due to the different classification system between the countries. For example, in Uganda, the wheelchair is Class A medical device according to the NGA, while in Egypt it's Class 2A medical device according to the EDA. And there are few medical device clinical trials reported in Africa compared to the other regions like USA, UK, and Europe. Most of the medical device clinical trials reported in Africa are addressing challenges around HIV, maternal health, and non-communicable diseases. Here are the key implications. Next, please. The medical device regulatory process in many African countries are not well defined, and countries may rely on clearance from the European Medical Agency or the US FDA. Although these regulations are stringent with excellent safety standards, these processes are expensive and may be prohibitive for non-profit organizations or local device developers in Africa. Most existing medical devices are built for the demand and resources available in high-income countries and are not adapted to the challenges often present in many countries in Africa. In addition, the regulatory process of high-income countries are not designed to meet the needs and safety issues present there. Next, please. All listed above leads also to the following. There are not enough medical devices to serve the population. If we add the fact that about 40% of the medical devices available there are currently out of service, the dearth of functioning medical equipment means that diseases are diagnosed too late or never. Moreover, Africa has been reported to carry out about 25% of the world disease burden. African patients or some African patients have limited access to essential health services, few medicine and medical devices consumed on the continent. According to the WHO, in 2017, the approximate failure rate of substandard and falsified medical products in low and middle income countries was 10.5%, which translates to an economic loss of around $30.5 billion in medical expenditures. Next. And underdeveloped regulatory processes present challenges for business and manufacturers of new medical devices interested in entering the African market. As regulatory processes are country-dependent, introducing a new medical device in the African region requires evaluating local laws and regulation on a country-by-country basis. And it can be challenging to obtain regulatory approval or clearance in multiple African countries since regulatory processes vary or can be challenging to navigate. The gap in medical device regulation between the African countries and with the other part of the world is important to address, as it may translate to lower quality medical devices and limited access to healthcare technology for many African patients. Next, please. Given that promoting international standards and streamlining the regulatory process could reduce the legislative burden, lower the costs, remove unnecessary delays to new products reaching patients in Africa, policymakers should facilitate adopting or amending existing harmonized regulation to expand regulatory capacity and minimize resources expenditure when developing or creating new medical device regulation. Also, there is an urgent need to develop medical devices that are specifically designed to address local challenges to improve African patient access to medical care. Ministry of Health should prioritize local capacity building in the form of well-trained personnel, tools, and facilities to improve regulatory standards. Next, please. Medical technology companies with a charitable division should consider investment in capacity building and innovation to harmonize regulatory standards across African countries. Moreover, efforts should be in place to ensure that there is a uniform classification system for innovative medical device trials to be easily carried out across different countries in Africa with a harmonized regulatory framework. Beyond regulation, much could be done to promote the development of medical device industry in African countries. Thus, African government can play a leading role in encouraging the development of the domestic medical device industry, not only by establishing medical device regulation and providing adequate resources for their implementation, but also through broader policy consideration. To finish, effective regulatory frameworks harmonized to international standards are critical to expanding access to quality medical device in low and middle income countries. This is important in that it aligns African countries with a harmonized framework for medical device regulation. In an era of globalization, this facilitates cooperation among regulation and the industry, particularly with regards to audit, submission requirement, use of international standards, and exchange of safety information and leverage experience gained over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ella, and thank you for highlighting really the importance of harmonization and the regulatory convergence and how this eventually can facilitate the adoption of reliance. And I believe this would give a perfect floor to our next speaker. As you mentioned, the IMDRF and the WHO examples, we are happy to have with us today a regional example of a regional body heavily involved in the work of harmonization in the African continent, with Dr. Dimakatso Matibi, who is the vice chair of the AMDF, the African Medical Devices Forum. Dr. Dimakatso has a PhD in pharmacology from the University of Pretoria, MBL from SBL, and project management. And she has worked in both pharmaceutical and medical devices, including IVDs, non-IVDs industry for over past 10 years. And she had managerial positions in QA and RA. Her current role since April of this 2021 is with SAMPRA as the Senior Manager for Medical Device and Radiation Control. We are happy to have you on board with us, Dr. Dimakatso, to give us an overview of the AMDF harmonization efforts and the latest initiatives that AMDF is conducting in this aspect. Over to you.
Good day, Rana. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to the summit for the opportunity for us to come and present the AMDF. So in today's, my role today is a vice chair for the Africa Medical Device Forum. So my presentation will be on that. So may I start sharing my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And as I indicated, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to share. Let me share my screen.
If you would like, Dr. Matibi, they have it ready in the production. They can share it for you if you prefer.
Let's see. Before I share, I just want to put something on the screen. So I put the correct thing on the screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Yes.
Now we can see the screen. We just need the full screen mode.
Yes, I'll do that. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you very much, Rana. All right.
Perfect. It's loading. Okay. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Rana. And thanks, as again indicated, thanks for the opportunity. The intentions of our presence today is to speak to the Africa Medical Device Forum, who is the Africa Medical Device Forum. So as I indicated during my introduction, my name is Dimakatso. I'm based in South Africa, and I'm a vice chair for the AMDF. So on today's topic, I'll be talking about the AMDF harmonization effort that has been done in the previous years, and an update of what has been done and what the forum is currently doing. When you're looking at the agenda, I will be briefly talking about who's AMDF, the vision and mission of the AMDF, Africa Medical Device Forum, why the objective of the AMDF, the how, and what is it, how are they implementing their objectives, and the work in process or work already that is completed in any open discussion. And giving a little bit of background about who is AMDF, AMDF was announced in 2012 in South Africa. There was a regulatory forum happening in Cape Town in South Africa, and that's when the AMDF was identified, and they fall under the technical committee under the AMRA, Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Program, and they are hosted jointly by the WHO and the AUDA NEPAD. So if you're looking in the middle slide, it just shows the governance structure of the Africa Medical Device Forum. So I thought I'd give this background so that the colleagues can see where we are fitting in as the AMDF. I just want to see if I can find a pointer. I got it. So this is, as I indicated, we are identified as a technical committee under the Africa Medical Regulatory harmonization. And then we are having the AMDF itself have various technical working group that are looking at 3 different areas of the regulations of medical devices, looking at pre-marketing, looking at placing in the market, and the post-marketing. So in the next few slides, I'll be speaking about the work that has been started already and how far it is AMDF in this in its journey. So the intention of having, the main vision of having Africa Medical Device Forum is to ensure that there's access of medical devices, including IVDs in Africa, that are of good quality, that are safe, and that are performing as intended. So that is the whole intention, where the various African countries are coming together and coming up with the ways to assist with enabling that access. I'll speak to let me just switch the pointer off. Just 1 second for me. Okay, thank you. So when you're looking at the vision and mission of Africa Medical Device Forum, is enable access to medical device and diagnostic of assured quality, safe, and performing medical devices and in vitro diagnostics across Africa. And how the mission of the Africa Medical Device is to study, looking at, what has been done previously. We're looking at the scientific work that has been done and make recommendation in a way to ensure harmonization of regulations of medical devices in Africa. My previous speaker was speaking about various countries that do not have regulation as yet. So the intention of the Africa Medical Device Forum is to ensure that we come up with guidelines. For example, I'll speak to that in the next slides, that will assist in harmonization of having similar regulatory processes for different national regulatory authority. When you're currently looking at the leadership of the Africa Medical Device, it's Dr. Pauline Mairumu. She's based in Kenya. She's the chair of the AMDF. And vice chair is myself. I'm based in South Africa, and the rapporteur is Mr. Frank Laban, who's based in Zambia. And as indicated, we are supported by WHO and Auda NEPOT, assisting us in ensuring that we are able to reach our objective as Africa Medical Device Forum. And I want to speak about the intention. I'll keep on coming back to harmonization, which my previous colleague has spoken about, is to ensure best practices are put in place when reviewing regulations or putting in position papers, and guided as well by the WHO global model for medical device regulatory framework. If you can look at most African countries, they have not started putting in place implementing regulations in their countries. So the WHO global model for regulatory medical device framework is used as one of the tool or the source to start the process of putting systems in place for regulations of medical devices in various countries. And the question is that why is the AMDF doing what it's doing? We have spoken about one of the other things, that with the lot of new regulations coming up in different national regulatory authority, one of the shortfalls is that the regulatory authority itself does not have resources that understand or are more inclined in the regulations of medical devices and IVD. For years, what has been regulated is medicines. So one of the objective is to ensure capacitating of national regulatory authority by supporting them with developing guidelines, developing documents that they can assist them to put in place the regulations in their respective countries. So the intention is to develop, as I indicated, guidelines whereby a national regulatory authority can adopt into their system or adopt and adapt into their system based on their legislative framework. And then we're looking at, for example, harmonization of how the structure of a technical dossier will look like. We're looking at post-marketing surveillance requirements. We look at, the previous speaker was earlier was talking about classification of medical device. So ensuring that those are harmonized so that it's easier for sharing of information amongst the regulatory authority as well as the industry, as they be able to submit compliant documents. And also is to increase awareness of the medical device and in vitro diagnostics regulations and the legal framework establishment, not only to the national regulatory authority, as well as to the industry at large that are operating in an environment. Another reason is to have a collaborative convergence and networking with other regulators, and also ensuring that the registration requirements, as I indicated, are harmonized, and that will assist with the trade part. If we have a safe product, for example, that is approved in Zambia, can we take the same approval and use it in Zimbabwe or in South Africa? So that is the whole intention of this collaboration. And also we must go back and remember the first statement I made. The intention is to be an enabler and access of medical devices and IVD in the environment. Another area of collaboration is looking at the quality audits or inspections of manufacturers, looking at what is happening now with the MD Sept processes. Another area is the sharing of data for post-marketing surveillance in Africa that helps with the a quick decision-making when it comes to products that are already in the market. And this will assist both the regulator and industry, but in a regulator's perspective, is to quickly also make a decision of a product that's got issues in the market, or be able to communicate to the industry about this. We're looking at collaboration with other stakeholders that has already put its system in place. Instead of reinventing the wheel, continue with what has been done, and also try and be a member of this forums that are already existing, so we learn from them, and so they speed up the process of implementing of medical devices in various NRAs. So we're looking at the MIDRF, we're looking at the Asia Harmonization Working Party, ASEAN and APEC, for example. So now, after the why, the thing is the how. How is the AMDF doing it now? So it's doing through training of from a regulator, from capacitating of regulatory authority resources. It's training, it's having various workshops, it's having members of various national regulatory authority, as well as bringing expertise and experts from various formation, for example, from WHO, to assist with compilation of guidelines. And that is a form of training for the NRA's resources, for example. Again, is through dissemination of information via workshops. There was a workshop in March of this year that was done by the forum, where we were speaking to the guidelines that were already completed, and they are circulated and they are available on the website for the NRA to adopt and adapt, as I indicated, and also for the industry to see the final guidelines that can be used by the various national authorities. Also, there are various platforms, communication platforms that are used. For example, the newsletter from AMDF that is published for everyone to see what is the progress and the process and what has been done. Social media, webinars, as I indicated, various media platforms are used to disseminate such information. And that will include the information such as developing and sharing guidance, as I indicated, as well as sharing of position papers. So to date, work that has been completed and it's published, if you go to the AUDA NEPAD website, you'll find that under AMDF, there are various guidelines that are already published on the website. So they're published in two different languages at the current moment. It's English and as well as in French. And there is a proposal whereby they are also going to convert these 4 guidelines into Arabic, so that it covers all the regulatory authority in the continent in case they want to start doing the regulation or already have the regulations, and they want to improve or just to use it as part of their knowledge and improving on the system moving forward. But the intention is to ensure harmonization of the requirements on regulations of medical device and in vitro diagnostics. Furthermore, into the how, we encouraging innovation through local production, collaborate with relevant partners within the government institution, within the academic institution, for example, in ensuring that they understand the requirement of the national regulatory authority for each countries, as well as, encourage side audit, as I've spoken about, looking at what has been done on the medicine side and take the best out of that and try and adopt similar kind of processes, not using it directly, but see the best, extract the best out of it. And another objective is capacity building. For example, I just gave an example, I didn't mention all of them, which is something that we are looking at the AMDF, at the leadership. It's looking at the Center of Excellence, having one Centers of Excellence in Africa that will assist in training of the National Regulatory Authority resources, networking with various institutions as well, sharing information, assisting so that we speed up the process of having guidelines that can be adopted by various national regulatory authorities. I spoke about technical expert training by expertise out there, academia, and people that do have knowledge. WHO learn from other national, regulatory authority outside of Africa. So that will be the other things that we'll be looking at as part of the AMDF mandate. Promotion of accreditation laboratory in the continent. If the lab is accredited for a specific ISO standard, that lab can be used to assist with performance evaluation, and those results can be adopted or taken accordingly. Promoting training practices between various national regulatory authorities. So these are the activities that as a AMDF, we're looking into and trying to put them in place as we go. So they are working in progress. So I think I'll go back into the intention of having the Africa Medical Device Forum is to ensure that there is access of safe, quality product, medical devices and IVD in the market in Africa that is performing as intended. And through one of the ways is to do that through harmonization, having same kind of processes that will make it easier for an organization to be able to register the product in a particular country. And that can be done through information sharing, networking, through convergence, through harmonization, working together. So I'm thinking there's last slides that is here. It shows that many ideas coming together with an intention of having safe product in our market as a continent that are of good quality. We will be able to achieve that if we come together and work together towards that goal. With that said, I just want to say thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will hand over back to you. Thank you very much. Rana?
Thank you, Dr. Matibe, for this presentation, and really, it was really very pleasant to see the examples that you share on the efforts of the AMDF towards harmonization, and where you highlighted really the value and the benefits of moving into regulatory conversions for the African continent. So thank you for that. And in the same roadmap, I would say, I would like to introduce my third speaker, Sandra Licha Gonzalez Aguirre. Sandra is the lead of the Tier 2 medical device regulatory conversions for COVID-19 project, the MDRC project. Thank you, Sandra. I know it's early for you, so thank you for making it for this particular timing for the session. And we're happy as well to hear from you about the initiative that the MDRC is implementing in various parts of the world and recently in Africa. So Sandra has a diverse management and directive positions in regulatory affairs and several other positions in Latin America and Turkey. Her experience as well comes from public institutions such as the National Institute of Nutrition in Mexico, as well as to global multinational companies, where she held several regional regulatory affairs roles for several companies. And she has led as well the Regulatory Affairs Committee at AMID, the Mexican Association of Innovative Medical Device Industry, in 2016 and 2017. Sandra has acted as the chair of the AdvaMed Latin America Regulatory Affairs work since 2017 and is currently serving as the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence in the Medical Technology sector, which unifies its 18 largest industry bodies in the Western Hemisphere, and she's the lead of the Tier 2 component of the MDRC COVID-19 project. Sandra as well is a faculty member and speaker for several international events of the RAPS, the International Society for Pharmacoeconomics and Outcomes Research, as well as other institutions. And she has a bachelor degree in nutrition, food science, and a diploma in product and brand management, as well as a diploma on enterprise top management by the IPADE. So Sandra, thank you for being with us today, and I will leave it to you to take us through the MDRC initiative and how this project is supporting the regulatory conversions. Over to you, Sandra. I would just, sorry, before giving it to Sandra, if you have any questions, I can see the questions. We'll tackle these at the end of the presentations, and we'll let our speakers as well address it accordingly. Over to you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Rana. Thank you very much for your kind words, and of course, for the invitation to participate in this really very, very important event. So if you can just confirm that you can see my screen, I appreciate it. I guess
yes,
it's correctly projected. Okay. Perfect. So, well, as Rana was mentioning, I'm going to share with you some of the activities that we are running under the MDRC project. And just give me 1 second because it is not advancing. Oh, okay. So we're going to be covering like the MDRC, which is the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project, like in a nutshell. We're going to be talking a little bit about the project structure. We're going to be covering some of the activities that we are running under the MDRC, such as capacity building, etc. We're going to be covering a little bit on what are some of the actual activities that we are putting together in regards of how to live kind of like regulatory convergence in a practical way. And we're going to be sharing also with you the work that we are doing beyond Africa on the project as it relates to Asia and the Americas. So the MDRC project, COVID-19 MDRC project, is a public-private initiative where the key players are the United States Agency for International Development, the American National Standards Institute, AdvaMed, that is the Medical Technology Association in the United States, and for the regions in the Americas, also the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence in the medical technology sector. And for these, the project, the countries that we're working within or that are covered by the project that runs from the 2021 to 2024, in Africa are Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. In Asia, we're working mainly with Indonesia and like a regional role also with Vietnam. And sorry, there's a mistake in the slide, but in the Americas, we're working with Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. And what are kind of like the basic ideas of the project? So the intention of this project, as it was born back in 2020, is to identify opportunities through convergence as to help the project countries in the recovery from the pandemic. And of course, how do we help strengthening resilience that we understood because of the pandemic more than ever, that it is a critical element for being able to manage future global health emergencies. And of course, that is something that none of us would like to think that will happen again, but we are more than certain that it will. So it is way important that we can leverage on all the lessons that we have learned because of the pandemic, and that would help us kind of like continuing in the direction that was clearly defined again because of the pandemic in regards of strengthening that collaboration among all relevant stakeholders as to be able to implement proper and useful efforts in regards of regulatory convergence, and of course, in order to achieve that in a I would say in the most efficient way, of course, to base all these efforts on good regulatory processes, good regulatory practices, and of course, investing in global medical device regulatory infrastructure, because we have heard from the previous speakers, and I'm really very honored to share this panel with them. It is critical that the world is better prepared, that Africa is better prepared in regards of how to make sure that there is access for the population to quality and safe medical devices. But of course, very, very relevant is that they might be available in a timely manner. And that requires a concerted effort among all relevant stakeholders. And of course, the regulatory environment, the infrastructure at the national regulatory agencies is absolutely critical for that to happen. So, as I was mentioning before, it is critical that as a whole of government, because the health regulators are not the only ones that are required to produce regulations that will enable products and services, quality products and services, to be available in the countries, that it might be a whole of government approach in regards of implementation of good regulatory practices. And out of the various principles that are considered within those, probably for our sector, using international standards and conformity assessment, international criteria are critical as elements as to develop local regulations. And of course, to ensure that all these elements on good regulatory practices are incorporated into the policies that guide the activities of the national regulatory authorities. And of course, I mean, ideally, and it is kind of like following the recommendations of the World Health Organization, coming from this stepwise approach that have to do with proper understanding and proper utilization and proper acknowledgement of the available resources as to produce regulation and as to implement regulations, that an alternative, of course, again, also following the recommendations of the World Health Organization in regards of not only good regulatory practices, but also on good reliance practices, programs in regards of recognition and utilization of international standards and conformity assessment are also critical. So these are areas that as project we are trying to tackle and to support and provide additional resources to the countries that we are working with. And some of the partners that have been working with us for the past year and a half or so in all these regions are, of course, very relevant. And I would say that the most relevant entities are the national regulatory authorities, of course. We have a very close and very productive partnership with the World Health Organization in regards of capacity building, especially probably, or more importantly, probably as of April last year, when the issuance of the guidelines of the WHO on good regulatory practices and good reliance practices came to life. Also, for the region in the Americas, we work closely with the Pan American Health Organization. And of course, something that is very relevant, even though it does not have to do directly with the quality of the products that are available in the market, considering the commitments that the countries that are signatories of the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement in regards of utilization of international standards as base for regulations, the World Trade Organization has also been a key partner for all of us to understand our core responsibility in order to make sure that there are no technical barriers to trade that would eventually prevent for patients to have access access to the proper medical technologies in the countries. And of course, national standard bodies, standard development organizations, to understand their role on the development on regulations that are based on international standards, and how all relevant stakeholders can participate and can contribute to the final products that they produced, and how they are adopted at a country level. And of course, academia is also very important. I mean, we need to start identifying and incorporating all these new knowledge that has been developed because of the pandemic into, of course, in the areas that added value into our day-to-day work. How do we leverage all the learnings and whenever possible, implement these expedited pathways, these flexibility in the regulations as ways of doing things on a permanent matter. And of course, industry associations, we know that research and development mainly occurs at an industry level, and a close work between industry and the regulatory authorities is critical. And in our sector, probably it's even more critical than some others, if we consider the speed in which medical technology innovates, the life cycle being that short, the complexity and the diversity of our sector. When now we're talking about artificial intelligence, and we're talking about, we just heard about that, I mean, software as medical device, digital health, et cetera, and all these developments that are mainly coming either from the industry or the academia, makes it very, very critical for us to continue working with them, and of course, developing capacity among all of us, all the relevant stakeholders. So in regards of the structure of the project, we have it divided like in two tiers. Tier one that has to do with the implementation of good regulatory practices at a cross-sectoral level. That definitely is going to have like this vertical component specifically to our sector that already has, that we call the tier two, where we are kind of like structuring the work that we are doing in kind of like four different parameters. It's like procedural, technical, what is related still to COVID-19 response, and what will have to do with where we're going to be in order to recover from COVID-19. And again, how do we leverage all the learnings that we have acquired? And very importantly, if we consider the procedural aspects, is that the efforts that we are implementing in regards of developing capacity and developing all these, I would say, more comprehensive approach on knowledge and implementation of guidelines and recommendations on international standards, etc., can only be long-lasting if they are incorporated, of course, into a quality infrastructure policy at a country level, but into our specific sector, probably through the quality management systems, the standard operating procedures that could include all the what are going to be the requirements coming from the recommendations of the World Health Organization or the international commitments as they are stated at the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. So in regards of capacity building, our scope again is to cover all relevant stakeholders, because again, we are convinced that this is a core responsibility, making medical devices safe, quality and safe medical devices available to the population in our countries is a core responsibility. So capacity building is required to be available to all of those. And I'm just listing here a few of the top priority topics that we are covering. As I already mentioned, good regulatory practices, both from the health perspective, but also the trade perspective, to ensure proper access to those, on the utilization of international standards and conformity assessment, on quality management systems as they relate to the manufacturing of medical devices. Of course, post-market surveillance that has become more and more relevant, particularly now that a lot of products enter into the countries because of an emergency use authorization, and those require a more stringent post-market surveillance. So this is a critical item as well. And of course, emergency use authorization, and how do we apply learnings from this emergency as to have this flexible structures that would allow us for a better response in the future. And well, we have several training sessions planned for 2022 and 2023, both in person and virtual. As of today, everything that we have done for Africa and several other regions have been mainly in the virtual environment because of the pandemic as well. But very important for us is also to start, and now that the situation of the pandemic is allowing us to do, start developing also more in-person and of course virtual and hybrid events. So all the resources that we are developing based on this project are made available through the project website that you can see the URL in here. And the idea is that even though it is very, very relevant, and we consider that you can take out most of the benefit when you participate live in events, it is also important that they are available to benefit way more stakeholders as compared to the ones that could physically attend or virtually attend. Therefore, everything that we produced, we record those sessions, and all the materials that are shared by the subject matter experts that we invite to share that knowledge with all stakeholders are made available again through this website. And here it is an example of our most recent experience with Africa, where we ran this 2 days session with SAPRA in regards of good regulatory practices, and we started to talk about regulation on medical devices. And as some of what I was mentioning earlier, kind of like in practice, what do we do beyond capacity building? And here we have an active role, and we're really very appreciative of the invitation that we have received from the AMDF also to collaborate with them. So we provide input on the documents, the guidelines that they are producing, as to help, again, ensure the proper alignment with international standards. And of course, we also provide feedback. And again, we are very welcome. I mean, we welcome and we're very thankful for the opportunity to participate in open public consultations whenever new regulations, guidelines, or updated regulations are being worked through. And we are also working on developing a checklist on good regulatory practices that, as part of the project outputs, is going to be made available to the regulators in the project countries that we're working. That will facilitate the incorporation of these requirements into the standard operating procedures of the national regulatory authorities within their quality management system. And that will help us definitely to produce regulations in a much more effective way, in considering, again, the stepwise approach recommended by the World Health Organization in regards of making a proper analysis on the available resources that will define the extent and the model of regulation that is going to be adopted or implemented at a particular country. And just to give you some ideas on also the activities that we're running in the rest of the regions. So for Asia, in regards of capacity building, we had already run a workshop on good regulatory practices and medical device regulation that we developed along with the Ministry of Health in Indonesia, and academia also in there. And we're about to have another workshop that is going to be taking place later this week. That is going to be the first in-person activity that we run in Asia. And for the Americas, as I mentioned earlier, we're working with these 4 countries where we have different activities in each of those. Probably you're aware that ANVISA, among the Latin American countries, is considered to be the most advanced national regulatory authority, being members of the IMDRF, being part of the MDSAP program. And the role of Brazil in this project is supporting us in the region of the Americas and elsewhere as to develop the activities related to capacity building. And we are supporting them also as in the implementation for good regulatory practices. In Colombia, we have identified, and I'm not going to be reading through those, but we are working on these areas in a very close relationship with the Ministry of Health and ANVISA, that is the regulatory agency down there. In Mexico, we have these really in-depth work in regards of the implementation of good regulatory practices by the two arms that produce regulations for our sector in the countries, and actually for all the health sector in the country, that is COFEPRIS, the National Regulatory Authority, and the Mexican Pharmacopoeia. And we have developed several activities with emphasis on utilization of international standards. And as I was mentioning earlier, one of the key topics in the project is in regards of how do we leverage the work that other regulators are doing, in this case, particularly what has to do with good manufacturing practices, and how do we leverage, how do we rely on mechanisms as the Medical Device Single Audit Program, etc. And for Peru, within their good regulatory practices process and within their good regulatory practices policy, they do have a review every 3 years of all their procedures that are related to the approval of different products, in this case with medical devices. In 2022 is the year that is defined as the third year where all these processes are being reviewed, and that we're taking the opportunity also to help them identify where misalignments occur and how to further align those with international standards and references. And here you also may have access to the website of the Inter-American Coalition that you can also get access through the MDRC website. And just to give you an idea on some of the numeralia of what we have done up to now from the very beginning of the project, we have put together over 40 either webinars or workshops, and the beneficiaries out of all these sessions are now like over 8,000. And of course, this has only been possible because of the availability of the virtual world that was really enlarged because of the pandemic. And it is these are the numbers of the actual activities, but as I was mentioned before, all these resources are available through the websites that we are sure that are going to be benefiting many more stakeholders. And at the end of the day, having all the capacities that we required, understanding the responsibility, the core responsibility of all relevant stakeholders to make sure that patients in our regions have access to quality and safe products is really a key element. So capacity building is a key element. Procedures, formal procedures within the quality management systems are absolutely relevant, and all of us having the proper knowledge, the proper abilities as to use them, implement them on our day-to-day work is absolutely crucial. So with this, a couple of takeaways. Again, it's like the co-responsibility among all relevant stakeholders, the focus on long-lasting impact, as I was mentioning to you earlier, that probably have to do a lot more on how do we translate all these knowledge and all these elements into institutional policies, and of course, how do we manage them on a proper way, on an auditable way, through their incorporation into the quality management systems. And with these here, I shared you the contact information of the participants in the project. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and look forward for the questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra, and thank you for really highlighting the importance of the good regulatory practice and really the adoption of international standards and international benchmarks when drafting new technical regulations, and all the efforts as well that you are doing in rendering capacity building initiatives, was, as you mentioned, is a key pillar to achieve this. So thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to our final speaker for today's session, Nerea Kisera. Nerea is a Senior Technical Advisor for the Regulatory Systems Improvement Portfolio of the Medicines, Technologies and Pharmaceutical Services, the MTAPS initiative of the Medicine Science for Health, MSH. NEREA supports the country programs in the development and implementation of legislation, guidelines, quality management systems, as well as information management systems to enhance the regulatory frameworks within the African continent. She also provides technical guidance for the continent-wide implementation of regulatory system harmonization initiative. NEREA is an experienced pharmacist with over 10 years experience in public health research, the conduct of clinical trials in Africa, and she holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy from the University of Nairobi in Kenya and a Master of Vaccinology and Pharmaceutical Clinical Development from the University of Siena in Italy. Nerea, it's a pleasure having you with us to take us through the MTAPS program and the efforts as well you're doing on the regulatory harmonization and conversions act. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Rina, for that introduction. We share the slides, Marjorie. Thank you.
Madri, you will be sharing the slide from your end? Yeah. Perfect, we can see them.
Okay, so I'll give a presentation outline. I'll give a brief overview of MTAPS, what we do, a background of the context in Rwanda, the Rwanda regulatory framework, our regulatory strengthening approach, specifically to Rwanda, and lessons learned. Next slide, please. So who are MTAPS? MTAPS in full is a Medicine, Technologies and Pharmaceutical Services program. It's a 5-year program funded by the USAID, led by MSH. MTAPS consists of a consortium of co-partners, global experts and capacity resource partners. And our program approach is to build capacity of national regulatory authorities, to strengthen local expertise in countries and ensure that regulatory system improvements are sustainable. Our overall goal is to help low and middle income countries in Asia and Africa strengthen their pharmaceutical systems to ensure sustainable access and appropriate use of safe, effective, high quality and affordable medicine and pharmaceutical services. Next slide. So in MTAPS is our pharmaceutical system strengthening technical areas. We work to strengthen governance in the pharmaceutical sector. We also work to strengthen regulatory systems, build capacity, both institutional and human resource capacity for pharmaceutical management and services, also increasing availability and use of information management systems, optimizing pharmaceutical sector financing. We also involved in strengthening supply chain management and improving pharmaceutical services, including pharmacovigilance, antimicrobial resistance, and patient-centered care. Next slide, please. So this is a model for advancing regulatory systems. One, once we go into a country and determine the functional level based on the WHO global benchmarking tool, based on the gaps identified, we assist or support countries to develop institutional development plans and to implement strategies within the institutional development plans, keeping in mind risk-based regulations, harmonization and reliance, while promoting transparency, legitimacy, and public trust. On all this serves to strengthen the pharmaceutical regulatory system. Next slide, please. So we are based in 13 African countries. I am going to use our experience in Rwanda just to give you an idea of what it may take to support a country to develop its regulations and specifically medical device regulation. So Rwanda is a model country. It has made significant progress strengthening in pharmaceutical systems, and this can be demonstrated just in the milestones it's achieved in public health. However, the country still faces a few challenges in the regulatory space. For example, there are deficiencies in pharmaceutical policies and legislation. which govern the availability and use of products. Also, gaps in monitoring of medicine safety and rational use. And as is the case in many countries that we work in, insufficient capacity for effective pharmaceutical management, inadequate availability and use of strategic information, and limited monitoring and supervision of services from the top to the facility level. However, Rwanda is making great strides in improving its overall pharmaceutical sector, and the implementation plan for this improvement is based on the Rwanda National Pharmaceutical Sector Strategic Plan of 2018 to 2023, which is based on the National Pharmaceutical Policy of 2016. And these are key documents that we rely on in order to give our support. Next slide, please. Rwanda, pharmaceutical regulations in Rwanda is a function of the Rwanda FDA, which was established by law 003 of 2018, with a mandate to protect public health. And they regulate human, veterinary medicine, vaccines, biological products, and processed foods, poisons, cosmetics, medical devices, household chemical substances, tobacco and tobacco products, and also oversight the conduct of clinical trials. So for the new or fairly new National Medicine Regulatory Authority, that is the Rwanda FDA, they have a wide mandate that needs to be strengthened in different areas, functional areas, which includes medicines and health products registration, pharmaceutical inspection, clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, quality control, and MTAPS is involved in all these functions. Next slide, please. So what was our regulatory system strengthening approach in Rwanda? One, we conducted an analysis in order to understand the local context, the health status, and the existing health systems. So based on this evidence and with collaboration with various stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, regulators, and other policy makers, we worked to develop strategies to improve the health system performance, and looking at gaps within service delivery, governance, human resource, information, and financing in order to have a holistic strategy for sustained improvement in health, and also to align with the country's strategic plans. Next slide, please. So with the newly formed Rwanda FDA, must move quickly to curb the increase in occurrence of substandard or falsified products in Rwanda. Our goal is to strengthen the pharmaceutical system to ensure sustainable access to safe and effective quality assured medication by supporting the operation of the Rwanda FDA and improving oversight of the pharmaceutical sector through the Ministry of Health. Our strategic approach, as I have mentioned before, is to look at the gaps that exist based on different forms of assessment and institutional development plans and strategic plans. So we based this on key gaps that were identified using the WHO benchmarking tool. It was a self-assessment conducted in 2018, and the Rwanda National Pharmaceutical Sector Strategic Plan. In order to build the institutional capacity of the Rwanda FDA and produce the evidence needed to eventually help the authority attain the WHO GBT maturity level 3 for a stable and well-functioning national regulatory authority. Next slide, please. So when it comes specifically speaking on a medical device, MTAPS conducted a mapping study in various African countries of barriers and constraints of registration of maternal, newborn, and child health medical products. And this study identified that Rwanda lacked adequate medical device regulations. And so as MTAPS, we came in to support the Rwanda FDA to validate and obtain approval for the draft regulation of medical devices with specific clauses and guidelines for registration of in vitro diagnostics. We also have ongoing support offering ongoing support to the Rwanda FDA to establish a categorized list of essential medical devices based on their potential to cause harm to a patient or user. And this list will be used as a reference for all devices that are imported or manufactured in the country to monitor for safety and performance. At the moment, there are plans to issue a call to all manufacturers and importers to register medical devices for listing. Next slide, please. So in addition to our support for development of the guidelines, we've also supported development of standard operating procedures for listing of medical devices. We also provided technical assistance to finalize the development of the Rwanda FDA 4-year strategic plan that is running from 2021 to 2024 to cover a broader scope and include regulations for medical devices. We also provided technical assistance to build the capacity of the Rwanda FDA staff to perform assessment of technical files for medical devices by elaborating on guidelines and critical standards used for assessment of technical documentation and application for authorization of medical device. Essential principle requirements for safety and performance of medical devices, risk-based classification of medical devices and IVDs with application of risk management principles, and in the process also assist the Rwanda FDA to draft SOPs for receiving, evaluating, and approving market authorization application for medical devices and in vitro devices. Diagnostics. Next slide, please. So in this final slide, just share our experience on our lessons learned supporting medical device regulations in Rwanda is one. Strong legal frameworks are essential for enabling national regulatory authorities to successfully perform their functions. We have to say that establishment of the Rwanda FDA was key in implementing the strategies because they had the autonomy and the finance and the human resource capacity required in order to develop these regulations. Another key element is effective leadership and support are essential for effective regulatory system strengthening support implementation. So our experience with the Rwanda FDA has been very collaborative, cooperated in developing of the strategies and implementation of the strategies, and this is key for any organization working in the pharmaceutical regulation sector. A key takeaway is authorities should prepare for ongoing training on medical devices and IVDs in order to stay up to date with the evolving regulatory landscape. A lot of the medical devices are tech-based, and therefore it's important while national regulatory authorities are planning to include training on the current regulatory landscape involving medical devices and IVDs in order to stay up to date and to ensure that patients have access to safe, high quality products. Lastly, but not least, regulators in countries with nascent regulatory authorities could benefit from participating in joint evaluations with the national regulatory authorities experienced in medical device regulations. And this is key, especially for the regional economic communities to collaborate in joint evaluations and also to enhance harmonization for the regulation of medical devices. Next slide. Thank you very much, and I hope that our experience in Rwanda could serve as a lesson for all of us in terms of the kind of support we offer our national regulatory authorities. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Nerea, and for sharing this wonderful example of Rwanda and the collaboration and the efforts that you worked with them for the regulatory framework. So I would like to thank our 4 speakers for this really great session and the great examples and initiatives that they shared with us. on how we can advance and accelerate the regulatory convergence in the African continent. I would like to move now to the questions from the audience. We have a couple of questions that I will try to address to the speakers with the remaining time that we have for this session. So first, I would like to address a question to Dr. Matibe from the audience. Dr. Matibe, there's a question with respect to how are the AMDF guidelines aligning to the GHTF and other international guidelines? And maybe one other, let's say, subsequent question to this, and is there any work that AMDF do on ground to assess and evaluate the current guidelines in other African countries, and if they are harmonized or not to move towards the regulatory convergence? If you can explain a little bit more on how is it done on ground for this.
Okay, thank you very much, Rana. And thanks for the questions, both questions. So the first one speaks to the GHTF. AMDF as well is working with, they're looking at the IMDRF, and currently we have been invited as an observer by the IMDRF. So we are adopting, and as I have indicated, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So what is available that is already published, we are also tapping onto that. Also not forgetting that each and every national rig, that's why it's an adopt and an adapt situation. We write guidelines that comply to MIDRF, GHTF, but then it's up to the individual national regulatory authority looking at their legislative framework to adopt and adapt. But the message that we are sending is the harmonization of these guidelines across the country, but we also take into cognition the legislative framework of each country. That was the GHTF one. And then how do we ensure that the guidelines are disseminated or are implemented, that we have disseminated? So we have, if you can remember in work in progress, it's one of the activities that we will be doing. We'll do a survey regarding we'll be contacting first the various centers of regulatory authority, the CEOs themselves, and do a survey directly with them, as well as the technical team within the regulatory authority, where we are asking if they have adopted and adapted the guidelines that we've published. We published them just now in March. And I think one of the other things that the colleagues must take into consideration is that we are not at the same level of implementation of the regulations and the guidelines. So what we are saying is that let's give you time to implement, and the intention is to come back with a survey. We are already talking with various people to assist us with putting a tool in place to see if these guidelines are put in place, and what are the lessons and what else can we do as AMDF to ensure that it's effectively implemented in various countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matibe. I believe as well this answered another question, that is, which African countries already adopted the AMDF guidelines? So I believe by this survey, we'll have a better visibility and overview of which African countries have adopted these guidelines. And here as well, I would like to point out the importance and the opportunity that you're giving as well for external stakeholders to comment on the draft guidelines before these are being made published. And this is really a great approach of involving technical experts and stakeholders to be part of the process of drafting these regulations. So thank you for that. I have as well a question, if anyone would like to address it from the group, in terms of the site inspection for medical devices. And would site inspection in this case, let's say, palliate the need of using the conformity assessment bodies? So that they are seeing in Africa a tendency towards site inspection for medical devices instead of using really the conformity assessment bodies. So is this the tendency of replacing the use of conformity assessment bodies for site inspection? I don't know, maybe Ella, if you would like to highlight based on your overview of the African regulations.
Hello, Rana.
Yes,
do you hear me? Yes. Could you please repeat the question? The line is breaking.
Yeah. So they're saying that they're seeing that why site inspection for medical devices are taking over the use of conformity assessment bodies. Or anyone as well from the group would like to comment on this particular question.
Rana?
Yeah.
Could you write the question, please?
It's here in the chat box. I will write it again, maybe, if you're not.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will just reconnect. 1 second. I will reconnect.
No problem. And maybe I would like to ask a question to Nerea. Nerea, you mentioned a collab that you're doing, that you've done with Rwanda FDA. Are there any other countries in the pipeline for future initiatives as part of this MTAPS program?
At the moment, MTAPS program is in its 4th year. I think the last date of implementation will be in September 2023. But I can highlight additional work that we're doing in the area of medical device regulations. We are working with the AMDF to develop guidance on the regulation of maternal, newborn, and child health medical products or devices that are targeted for that particular group. And the guidance is currently under review, and once it's available, would be issued or to all the national regulatory authorities collaborating with the AMDF. Thank you.
Thank you, Nerea. Thank you. Maybe a question as well to you, Sandra. Sandra, I know you've worked on several parts of the world, from Latin America and Asia, and recently as well Africa. If you can share with us some lessons learned and some success story as well from these, and what do you see as potential challenges in implementing and moving forward towards regulatory convergence in the different parts of the world where the MDRC has been involved?
Thank you for the question, Rana. And probably I can share like our most recent success story that just happened with Colombia, the work that we are doing with the Ministry of Health there, based on all the capacity building activities and the acknowledgement from the Ministry of Health on the benefits that they can take out of the proper implementation of good regulatory practices. They have already published, as Ministry of Health, the procedure that they have to follow for whatever type of regulation they're going to be developing that will ensure compliance with the good regulatory practices. So this is something that was published just a couple of weeks ago, and this is something that will help the Ministry of Health get a much better utilization on their resources. And as this procedure, again, is considering the proper implementation of good regulatory practices, this is going to be something that is very helpful towards regulatory convergence, because it is clearly stated there how they are obliged to understand whether international standards or references are available as to be utilized into their development of regulations. And of course, that is something that as part of the project we have been working, as I was mentioning before, like in this transversal perspective. We also work with the National Planning Department in Colombia that is the responsible for the implementation of good regulatory practices throughout all regulators, despite the sectors in the country. And now they're going to be taking these procedures developed by the Ministry of Health as to incorporate it as a tool from the National Planning Department to be used for all the regulators in the country. So this is something that we just are starting based on the publication a couple of weeks ago. So having good regulatory practices elements incorporated into the standard operating procedures within the quality management systems seems to be kind of like a critical point for us to move forward in a more sustainable way towards convergence. And I think another critical element is also, and that is being incorporated also in this, is how do we better leverage the mechanisms of reliance? How do we better leverage the activities that have been performed by other regulators as to benefit the patients in a country, understanding, and probably I'm being too insisting on this, but considering the available resources, the stepwise approach, consider within the implementation of good regulatory practices when the regulatory impact assessment comes into the scene. The assessment has to do not only with what is it going to be impacting the industry or the regulated sector, but also how it is going to be impacting the regulators themselves in regards of the infrastructure that is required in order to implement the regulations that are being developed. So I think that there are great elements coming out of the good regulatory practices that will enable a more efficient development of regulations, that will enable a faster path towards convergence, and at the end of the day are going to be beneficial for the patients in the region.
Exactly.
Thank you, Rana.
Thank you, Sandra. I couldn't agree more. So I believe the benefits were very, very much outlined, especially with the scarcity of resources that you mentioned. So it's very important to leverage these reliance models. And another question for Dr. Matibe. Dr. Matibe, there's a question that is the harmonized registration effective across sub-Saharan Africa region? Or potentially maybe we can reformulate the question to see what is the response that you're seeing from the different African authorities towards moving into this regulatory conversions and adopting the AMDF guidance documents.
Thank you very much, Rana, and thanks for the question. What we are seeing and experiencing is the appetite and an interest from various regulatory authority to, adopt the guidelines that are being published. And another thing also, not only those guidelines, also participating in this various working groups. And we've seen the interest in that from various national regulatory authority, especially the ones that are at the level of entry, if I use that word, when you're looking at the WHO framework, where they are interested to be part of, the whole process of them implementing. So we have seen an appetite, and hence the reason why we are also putting the regulations in different languages, so that we are able to bring all the national inclusive, including other national regulatory authority, because that was one of the things that they are not written in Arabic, so it's not helping the North African countries. So hence now that inclusion to ensure that they are translated in various languages so that they can be used accordingly.
Thank you. So everyone can benefit from this guidance. This is excellent. Yeah.
Thanks.
And there's a question if the Pan-African PAHWP is still active. Do you have any information on this regional body, or it is replaced by the AMDF in terms of regional bodies for harmonization?
Yes, you're correct. It's replaced by the AMDF.
Okay.
You're correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Any other questions? I'm trying to scroll for potential other questions. If not, maybe I will ask just a few questions from my end. Maybe Dr. Matibe, any upcoming guidelines are in preparation, draft guidelines that we can expect from AMDF, maybe from now till the end of the year or for 2023, particular focus on certain product life cycle?
Thank you. Thanks, Rana. Yes, they are. We are currently working. The team has worked on 6. They are almost out for publication. So we're hoping that at least three should be published before the end of this year, if not all 6. So based on the resources, I think, we have realized that with COVID, everybody was working from home. And then there's that excitement of face-to-face now. So we have to get used to go back to the face-to-face, and then people are settled down. But the intention is to publish 6. But at the moment, publish 3, but we have 6 on the desk.
Okay, perfect. So quite active.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you for this. And for the sake of the time for the session, I would like to thank again our speakers for this really interesting panel and engaging discussion. And key takeaways that we have heard from our panelists, and the emphasize that the value of regulatory cooperation can bring. And really, they highlighted the opportunities to modernize the regulatory systems, to create efficiencies, avoid redundancies, and reduce unnecessary complexity, We have also seen the enhancement of and the importance of the regulatory capacity building initiatives that is a key pillar to achieve this, and how we can promote expedited patient access to important innovative technologies in order to ensure the global health equity, especially with the introduction of digital health technologies and new innovative technologies. So we're always in a race between the innovation and the regulation. So balance is key to really modernize the regulatory systems and ensure always the safe and effective medical technology reaches the patient in every part of the world. And we have really made sure that trust, transparency, and proper legislative framework are essential to achieve regulatory reliance. And while having one regulatory model harmonized globally is always an ultimate goal to move into regulatory convergence, ongoing regulatory coordination between the different stakeholders is key to navigate the opportunities and challenges, and to always drive the regulatory agility and efficiency through reliance models. So again, thank you for these really great sessions and these great examples. And we hope all these efforts will move towards more and more regulatory convergence and reliance for the future. So thank you everyone for being part of this session. And now we're moving into a coffee break. And then our next session is an update about Africa and Europe, and moderated by a colleague as well of mine, Dr. Shaima Salah from ICON. So thank you again, and I wish you a great remaining of the day.
Thank you.
for a healthier Africa.
In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace, a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world.
for a healthier Africa.
Hi, Shaima. Welcome to MedDevReg AfriSummit. And we're excited to hear about your session happening with the EU regulation updates and the EDA.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Shaima, you can start.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to welcome with all participants who joined us today for this session, which we will discuss the regulatory updates from both EU and Egypt sides. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shaima Salah, Associate Director, Regulatory Affairs, Africa Cluster for Alcon. Today, I will be here as a moderator for this session. Appreciate all attendees to allow me to share first the rules of the session before starting. So the session will be starting with sharing the presentation from speaker side. Then we will move to Q&A and panel discussion. You can indeed post the questions in the chat box. I will address them accordingly by the end of the session. Now, I am very pleased to welcome with our standing speakers and to introduce the first speaker in our session today, Munir Al-Azouzi, the CEO and founder of Easy Medical Device. Munir is a medical device expert specialized in quality and regulatory affairs. He has worked for multiple medical device companies, where he acquired 15 years of experience. Within his experience, he had to develop the quality and the regulatory affairs departments, obtain CE marking for medical device and register products all over the world, and deal with audits as management representative. He has now created Easy Medical Device to support the medical device companies that need help to place compliant products in the market. He also educates the medical device community through his blog, podcast, and YouTube channel. He always say that by educating everyone, we prevent issues to happen. His motto, would I give this product to a member of my family, this help him to take decisions. Munir today will share with us the regulatory updates from global perspective and EU perspective. Happy to have you on board, Munir. The floor for you.
Thank you, Shaima, and thanks for the introduction. As you said, I'm really happy to be here and to share with you the information. Today, what I wanted to do is to really give you a presentation of the regulatory updates, if I can say, for people that are trying to now reach the EU market. The objective is not to go through a lot of details, if I can say, in terms of regulation requirements or this, but I highlighted the major ones to help you. So let's kick off there, where we'll start to talk about first something that is really important, which is the timeline. So I will show you some kind of the different situations that are happening there. Notified body, which is a big topic that everybody is talking about. Also the situation because of some changes inside the European Union, which is about Brexit and Swixit. And we have also an update in terms of the scope. And then the legacy devices. So we'll see also about what happens for products that were already on the market before and now have to be again on the market in Europe. So allow me first to make, if I can say, to give you a quote, if I can say, that is saying that if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans. This is exactly what's happening now with the EU MDR. They had a great plan, but to be honest, this always changed and it was a bit chaotic at a certain point. And I will just illustrate that with some few elements about it. So first, the dates. So we had the timelines that were existing. So we have timeline version 1, which says that mainly EU-MDR will kick off by 26th of May 2020, and EU-IVDR, which is in vitro diagnostic regulation, will kick off by the 26th of May 2022. And they said, oh, after this date will be chaos, everything will be a problem if you are not following that, etc. Then, and if you have an MDD product that is already valid during that time, it can still be placed on the market if you have a valid certificate for it. Then, mainly, we waited for those dates and things, and then we had the COVID situation, so they had to have a timeline number 2, which is now about to update due to the COVID, and they moved everything of 1 year. They said, okay, it's not anymore 26th of May 2020, it's 26th of May 2021, and we keep the same date for IVDR, 26th of May 2022. And the same, if you have a valid certificate, you can continue to place those devices on the market. But after those dates, if you are not following, it will be the chaos. So then we had a big issue with in vitro diagnostic regulation. Everybody was complaining because they had not a lot of time, if I can say, to fulfill the requirements. There was also issue because notified bodies are not available at all for that. We'll see that just after. So at a certain point, the EU Commission started and said, okay, let's change our plan again and let's make something that is better. So for in vitro diagnostic now, if you are a class A device, you have to follow the new in vitro diagnostic regulation by the 26th of May 2022. If you are a class D device under the new regulation, then you have to follow the EU IVDR by the 26th of May 2025. Class C, 26th of May 2026, Class B, 26th of May 2027, and Class A sterile also 26th of May 2027. So you see here that this is always changing, and even there we say after that, after those dates, it will be the chaos. And lastly, so we have now an alert because of the last date, which is the 26th of May 2024 for MDR. Why? Because after this date, you cannot anymore have an MDD certificate existing. So it means after this date, all the certificates should be MDR. So it means this is mainly the date where everybody should have already followed the requirements, have contacted their notified bodies, made the audit, received the certificate, and then can show it to anybody to say, I am compliant to the EU MDR. So now everybody is saying after this date, it will be the chaos. So I will explain you why. Mainly because of the capacity of notified bodies. And this is mainly the big issue that we had since the beginning of this transition to the MDR and IVDR. So if you are now looking at notified bodies, if you look at the MDR, we had around 80 notified bodies before. Now it's around 50 notified bodies under MDD. And now with MDR, which is the main regulation, we have around 32 as of today that are appointed to be your notified bodies. But on those 32, they cannot all certify your product. So you have still to look at each of them if they are qualified for your products. There are some MDR codes that are existing. So you have to qualify first your product to say, my product is MDA 030-310 or this kind of thing. And then go to see if the notified body is capable to certify your product. So it means 32 is the pool, but maybe at the end there is only 3 on the list that can help you there. So which is also a big problem. So 32 notified bodies, but before we had more. So now it's a struggle because everybody is looking for a notified body and nobody can find it. But let's look at now IVDR. IVDR is worst. IVDR is only 7 notified bodies. And you have to understand that the IVDR legislation, the in vitro diagnostic regulation for Europe, completely flipped the requirements. What does it mean? It means that before, 15% of in vitro diagnostic product needed a notified body. 15%, 1/5, needed a notified body so that they have to go through a notified body and to get certified. All the rest were called self-certified. So it means that as long as they are fulfilling the requirements, they can go on the market. Now, with IVDR, it's changed completely. 15% of the IVDR products doesn't need a notified body. Mainly, it's laboratory elements that are used for in vitro diagnostic, this kind of thing, that are some material that are used, or some machines. But all the rest need a notified body. And this is why here we have a chaos that can happen, because in vitro diagnostic, there is really those dates that changed, and that now we say, oh, if you are class D, you go until 2025, class C, etc., because of this situation where we don't have enough notified bodies. And this is mainly a situation that is happening to a lot of manufacturers. So we have some manufacturers that are contacting us to help them. And here is what happens. Mainly the notified bodies are saying, hey guys, here is the date of expiration of your certificate. Every certificate has been renewed by the 26th of May 2020 or 2021. And the last date of expiration is the 26th of May 2024. So all the certificates were renewed for expiration on the end of the transition period, which means that by 2024, the notified bodies have evaluated that there will be 13,104 certificates to renew, 655 for IVDR. But they are alerting us and they say, hey guys, I have capacity only for 6,300, nothing more. So if you come all by 2024 to get your certificate renewed, I'm not able to help you. I mean, maybe you will be on the list up. So it's why what's happening mainly is that the situation is the same as when you are going to make some party with your friends. You arrive at the door and the guy is telling you mainly, we accept only usual clients. So come back in 2 years. Why? Because if you are already a client of a notified body, you are kind of in the priority list for them. But imagine now all the startups that are coming, all the new products that you want to place on the market, all the innovative products that are arriving, all the products that are kind of new and want to bring in the market because they are helping a lot, they cannot reach that requirements because the notified body says, hey, I have already some clients that are waiting and that are paying and that are doing the job. I don't have a lot of auditors. I don't have a lot of people on my team, so I cannot serve everybody. So first, let's serve the one that are already our client. And then we can look at the other one. So you are staying there on the line, waiting. And this is exactly what's happening actually. So this should not be discouraging you. You have to already stay on the line. You have to stay on the line anyway, because as I've told you, you have 32 notified bodies. You can contact them all. Maybe you'll have one by chance that is saying, oh, I have a slot because somebody has canceled, so I can take you. But most likely you will wait 1 year before you get maybe the process started. And even when you get the process started, you will have also to wait for your audit to be happening. Then when the audit is done, you'll have to wait that they are evaluating if the result is okay. Then you have to wait that your certificate is printed and sent to you. So it's not, don't think that the date of the audit is the end of your nightmare. No, the date of the audit is just the middle. Then the nightmare starts because you have to wait. So the idea here is to say, don't wait too much to contact a notified body. Even if you are starting your process, I have some customers where we are starting now the process of design and development. We are already defining the strategy when we should contact notified body, and we are not contacting notified body when everything is finished. So you have really to wait at a certain point of your project, and you can really define, okay, now let's contact notified body. Let's have a first meeting with them and discuss when we can have our first audit, and do that before your product is even finished, because you have to communicate with them. So adding to that, so it's already complex. So MDR is already complex situation, but adding to that, we have some other political situations that are happening. So before, Europe was one. So what does it mean? Europe was one, means that all the countries were one and everybody can circulate from one to the other. So you needed for your medical devices only one authorized representative. It can be located in France, Germany, Switzerland, UK, whatever, wherever, Spain, whatever. As long as you have one authorized representative, you can sell your products in all the European Union. So there is no problem there. You had also one importer, the same. Your products is received by your importer at the first country, if your importer is in Spain, wherever. And then it can go to all the European Union through your importer. And you needed also one notified body. So you can go for a notified body in the UK, in Switzerland, or wherever they are. You needed only one notified body, and then you can sell in all the European Union. This was the good old time, if I can say, because now when you are looking at the different elements, we have, we have a situation where there were a lot of exits, if I can say. So first we had the Brexit, where UK is not anymore part of the European Union. And you have also what we call the Swixit, mainly because Switzerland, only for medical devices, is out of the scope of the European Union. You can still have agreements for other types of products, but for medical devices, there is no signature of agreement between Switzerland and the European Union, which is called the Mutual Recognition Agreement, which makes that Switzerland is not anymore part of the European Union for medical devices. So what does it mean for you? It means that you need 3 authorized representatives, one in Europe, one in Switzerland, and one in the UK. In the UK, they call it the responsible person, to just change the vocabulary, but it's exactly the same. And then if you want to, if you are, for example, a company located in the US and you want to deliver your products in Europe, before you needed only one authorized representative, now you need 3 if you are trying to reach those 3 regions. You need also 3 importers, one for Europe, one for Switzerland, and one for the UK. So it means that you have to have a company that is accepting to import your products. I mean, import doesn't mean that receive them, but approve those products to be sold on the market, because they will be checking each product one by one to check that they are good, it can enter the market. So they have a door of entry directly on the market. And you need 2 notified bodies. We are lucky for that, because you need a notified body for Europe and you need a notified body for UK. Switzerland said, oh, if you have a European notified body, it's fine. We are accepting that. It's okay. And Switzerland also made a lot of things similar to the European Union, which helps also a lot. So Switzerland is exiting the European Union, but they have copied a lot of things from the European Union so that there is no gap between what's happening in Europe and what's happening in Switzerland. The only gap, as I said, is the authorized representative that you need to appoint and the importer that you need to appoint to Switzerland. But for the rest, it's the same. And even if you go to the Swiss legislation, it says if you want to look for the responsibility of an authorized representative, go to the EU MDR chapter 11, etc. So this is mainly what they are mentioning there. But you have still to have those economic operators on your thing. So which increase also your budget, because as you have to appoint them, they have also to represent you, they have to register your products, they have to do all those things. So now don't be surprised, if there is an increase in terms of budget in Europe because of all this. Last thing is what I call simplification, but you will see that it's not simple. You go from on the MDD and AIMDD, which were merged to create the MDR. So MDD, so Medical Device Directive, AIMDD, Active Implantable Medical Device Directive. It's mainly for products like pacemakers or things that are implanted but active inside your body. You have 80 pages of documents. Now, if you go to the MDR, you have 175 pages, more than the double of what is the MDR. So what does it mean? It means that it's more complex. There are more requirements. Or maybe some people are saying, oh, it's just more clarification, so it helps a lot. But I really doubt of that, because you can read the MDR one time, you still have not get all the essence of it. You can read it 10 times, maybe you start to understand. You can read it 20 times, and you discover still things that you never noticed the first time you read it. And this is mainly the issue of the MDR, is that sometimes you read it in one way, and some other people read it and say, no, it's on the other way. And you are here saying which way is the best, etc. So what's happening there is that they created what we call guidances. So we have the MDCG guidance. Before they were called MedDev. Now it's MDCG, because MDCG is a medical device group that is creating those guidances. And you have those guidances, you have a lot. You have guidances for borderline and classification, for class 1 devices, for clinical investigation, for COVID-19, because as we had the COVID-19, they were having also guidances to explain to you how to place those COVID-19 products on the market. Custom-made device, UDAMED, etc., EMDN, implant card, etc. You have multiple guidances. So you have already a 175 page of document that should be clearer than before. Now you have a ton of guidances to help you to understand what. And lastly, you have still a lot of guidances that are not written. They are read. So mainly the point is that you can find them on the group to say, here are the guidances that are still in progress of being created. So you see here that it's not really simple at all. And we can understand that we need guidances, because as soon as you read the MDR, there are still some issues. And IVDR is the same. So MDR and IVDR, you can say that it's nearly a copy-paste. They are just changing a few things in the IVDR, but at the end, it's really nearly a copy-paste of some elements there. Economic operators or elements are exactly the same. And here you need also some guidances to understand how this is working. And I'm not saying guidances are bad. I'm just saying that we thought that MDR will be clearer and guidance will not be needed. And sometimes there are some guidances that create more confusion than what was written in the MDR. So yeah, it's not an easy situation at all. Lastly, we have also an increase of the scope. What does it mean? Before, EU MDR or MDD were focusing on medical device product. So you needed a notified body for your medical device products. Now they added an annex, Annex 16, which is an annex for non-medical device products. So it means that even some non-medical device products are regulated by the medical device regulation. And you have also a new requirement, which is for importer and distributor of those medical devices. As soon as you are reserving the product, maybe importer and distributor, you reserve the products and you have to update the language of the packaging or the packaging itself or the instruction for use because of translation or repackaging or this kind of thing. You are not changing the device. You are not changing the intended purpose. You are not changing the content. You are just changing maybe the language, for example. You say, oh, here it's written in German, but at the end, it should be in French because we send it to France, etc. So you have to update that. If you do that, you also need a notified body. And I will explain that to you. Okay, for Annex 16 products. So what are those products that have no medical purpose? And all those products now need to follow the EU MDR. And I will show you some trick also. So first, contact lenses that are used to color your eyes or some eyeballs that are used as aesthetic. So it's aesthetic products need now to be considered as medical devices. Products that are used to be implanted on your body but have no medical purpose, just for aesthetic, to have a better shape or to have some skulls, if I can say, on your arm, if you want. So these are now considered as medical devices because they are no medical purpose, but they are implanted. They're like a real implant. If you are using some substances like hyaluronic acid, like things to put it on your skin to have a better skin, remove the wrinkles or this kind of thing, this is also considered now as a medical device, when before it was considered as an aesthetic product. And one thing that was excluded is all the tattoos that you are using. I don't know why, because for me, it's something that you are injecting also in your body. So we have to be sure that it's also fulfilling the requirements. But no, because I suppose the market would be too big, or there is maybe some issue that can happen, or maybe it will be included later. But for the moment, this is excluded from the list also. If you are using some machines in beauty centers also, not in surgery room or whatever, but in beauty centers like adipose tissue removal or to break those adipose tissue or whatever, that are using ultrasound, using radiography or this kind of thing, that are specifically not used for medical purpose but for aesthetic purpose, these are also considered now as medical devices. Also, if you go same to beauty centers where you have to make a better sun tanning, or even the nails when you have those lights that are used, or if you want to try to remove a tattoo with some pulsed light, or hair removal also with some pulsed light, this is also considered as medical device. So those companies that are selling these products, actually, they are selling that without being a medical device. But if they are not aware, they have to be EU MDR soon. And the last one is some brain stimulation devices, as I said, not for medical purposes, just for maybe relaxation or this kind of thing. I have no clue if I can say what are the objectives, but if you are stimulating the brain through some waves or this kind of thing, then you have also to follow this regulation. And there is now implemented act, active device implemented act, that was created, and this one is mainly showing that some products will be classified as class 2B or class 2A, 2B or class 3. And the issue, or why they created this the implementing act, is because if you read specifically the EU MDR, it says that you have to classify those products if they are treating, if they are diagnosing, if they are monitoring. But the problem is that those devices are not doing anything of those. So they are not treating, diagnosing, or monitoring. Treating means that we have a disease and we treat that disease. So here, normally, if we are looking clearly at the EU MDR, it says that those devices are class 1 under the rule 13 of the EU MDR. But yeah, those devices now have been reclassified because they are really dangerous for some elements of on the body, and this is why they have created this implementing act for that. But the question is, should they follow the EU MDR today? No, they have to wait that the draft common specification is published. The common specification that is showing that which are the rules to follow for those products. And this is not published for now. And as soon as this is published, then you have 6 months to apply the EU MDR. So it means that even when it is published, then you have to contact a notified body, you have to get audited, you have to get certified, etc. for that. 6 months is not enough for that. So it means that you have to start now to see how you can contact a notified body and try to already start to create all your documentation now. Because if you are waiting for the common specification to be published, in 6 months, you will not be able to reach the market with your product at all. So you'll have to stop selling your products in the European Union. What's about the distributors and importers? As I've told you, if you are a manufacturer, 1, 2, or 3 distributing products through an importer or distributor in Europe, and then selling that to your customers, as soon as you are doing repackaging or translation, then you need a notified body. But if your notified body number 1 is not able to manage, as I've told you before, all the products that you are distributing, then you need a notified body number 2. And if the notified body number 2 is not capable to manage all the products that you are distributing, that you need notified body number 3, etc., etc. So the point is that the importer and distributor will also need a notified body to get certified for your products. So my advice, don't use your importer or distributor to translate or repackage your products. Do it yourself because you have already a notified body for that. Then it will save you time, it will save time for everybody, because the importer cannot distribute your products until they get this certificate from notified body. So it can be really a big problem for them, but also for you because you cannot distribute the product. So do that. And when they will be certified and everything, and they are trying to sell to the customers, they have 28 days to send you the translation or the repackaging documentation to the manufacturer directly. So what about legacy devices? So the problem with legacy devices is that everybody thinks that, oh, because my product was sold since 20 years, 30 years, then everything is fine. I can still continue to sell my products on the market. No, not at all. Think that all the past is the past and all what is important is the future. The past, you can try to use it, but it's not sure that it will be accepted by any notified body. So don't need to say, oh, it's sold since 20 years. No, the idea is not it's sold since 20 years. The idea is show me that since 20 years, you collected clinical data to show that everything is fine with your product. Here is what you have to do, not to say, oh, I'm selling that since 20 years. So what's the rule mainly? The rule is that for class 1, class 2A, and class 2B, clinical evaluation only is accepted But if you don't have enough data on your clinical evaluation, then you need a clinical investigation. But for class 3, it's another rule. For class 3, clinical evaluation and clinical investigation is only accepted. What does it mean? It means that if you are a class 3 device or an implantable device, you have to have also some clinical investigation for your products, or you have to show that you are comparing your products to another products and you have the agreement to use the data from the other products, which is completely a deal breaker, because nobody or none of your competitors will give you the data and say, oh, yes, it's fine, I can make an agreement with you so that you can sell more products because I'm providing you my data. Nobody will do that. But this is the rules now. So the point now of the equivalent devices, because you can still use equivalent devices to show that your product is good because it's equivalent to another product on the market, and you are using the clinical data from the other products to be saved then. So in that case, here are all the requirements that you have to fulfill to prove equivalency for your devices. So technically, that your device is similar in design to the other one, under the similar condition, similar specifications, same software algorithm if it's a software, similar deployment method, similar principle of operation. So there are a lot of similarities to follow here. Same for biological, same material of substance, contact with the same human tissue, similar kind of duration contact, similar release characteristic of substances. So there is a lot you have to prove there. So you have to make a table to show all those similarities. This table is available within the MDCG 2020-5. So you have to look at this MDCG that is providing you all those information. And clinically also, that clinically the product is similar, that you are using it for the same disease, the same use, the same stage of the disease also, the same condition, that one can be used in maybe a surgical room and the other can be used outside, so it's not the same conditions also. You have to show all that to the notified body so that they can accept. I have a lot of notified body that refuse those equivalency because they see that it's not really equivalent. So you have to be careful when you are doing equivalency, because this is a lot of rejection are coming from these elements here. So if you can not use equivalency for your device, it's the best. Use your own data, it will be the best. No contradiction from a notified body then. So my conclusion to this is, like, as I've said, don't stop now. I mean, I hope the presentation was not like, oh, I will not go to the EU market. No, the presentation was to say it will be a really difficult to go to the market, but more difficult it is, better it is for the ones that are going through it and finding maybe their final way to it. So don't stop, go for it. If you need any help anywhere, we can help you for that, but you have to go, and you have already to contact notified body. You have to move to that. You have to do something. So don't stop and say, oh, maybe it will change, because we had a lot of companies that says, oh, they will change that. It's impossible for them to make those rules happen because nobody then will be placing the device on the market. So this is mainly the situation here. So if you need help, we can be here to help you. So Easy Medical Device is a consulting and coaching company. We can also provide training. We have also an EQMS software, so S-Cube, that SmartEye, that is helping you. And we are also authorized representative and importer for Europe, Switzerland, and the UK. So don't hesitate to contact us if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Munir. It was very informative and well formulated. I'm sure we're going to get lots of questions flowing in a minute. So we will now invite up Dr. Noah.
Yes, hi, Madri.
Hi, Dr. Noah. I will just introduce you. Please give a minute. So Dr. Noah is the General Director of Administration of Medical Device Registration from the Egyptian Drug Authority. And we'd really like to welcome her from PRA and HAPRA's point of view. She has a Bachelor's of Clinical Pharmacy since 2003. And she had an excellent grade with honors. She has an MBA in Health Economics. And she's also worked in the Administration of Pharmaceutical Affairs since 2004 as an inspector. Dr. Noah, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, Madri. Thanks for this is a great introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be with you in this great event and to present my country, Egypt, to highlight the most important topics regarding the MDR updates and how the Egyptian Drug Authority is dealing with it. Let's start sharing our presentation. clear sharing?
All good?
Okay. My objective is to gain knowledge about our new regulation and to know the most important step in EDA, which is digital transformation, and the timeline for MDR and the cooperation with GS1 to get our new UDI. Here we can see the MDR timelines, which is already published, and I guess all of you know it, which has been started in 2017, and it was delayed, as Munir said, due to the COVID in 2020. We are aligned to the timeline of the MDR in Egypt. We are not expecting to force anybody to have its MDR certificates before the due dates. So stay tuned to the MDR timeline. Changes according to the MDR updates. We were glad that we published our notification letter from EDA in 19/8/2021, which contained the most updates on the labeling and classification and intended use, or IFU updates. And we published this notification letter in order to be known for everybody what changes that are going to be considered as significant or non-significant, and what pathway to take. Is it new registration or variation? So we are going to have a quick look about how we deal with every problem. First, if you have significant change regarding your IFU, like addition of information or clarification into the instruction for use, like more clarification in the intended use or contraindication, or explanation of symbol added to your labels or IFU, what can you do? Every case is evaluated separately, case by case. If it's significant change, so it will be a new registration process, and if it's non-significant change, it will be approved from the variation department. This case is evaluated from either the scientific committee or from contacting the issuing agency of the certificates, either it's the notified body or the FDA. If you have update in the intended use, so it can be minor update or a major update. If you have minor updates in the intended use, like rephrasing of the intended use, but not changing your scope of the intended use, or addition of a new wording that can be appear in the IFU within the same scope, so it will be also evaluated case by case from the scientific committee, or contact the certificate issuance agency. If it's only rephrasing, so it will be considered as a minor artwork, and if it's significant change, it will be major artwork. Take care that it's considered minor or major artwork update, not new registration process. If you have a change that is affecting the whole portfolio, so you can submit them as a case for the whole portfolio. You don't have to submit a separate file for each of them. If you have a change in the design or the intended purpose, so this is evaluated from the scientific committee also, and from the notified body or the issuing agency. If it's significant, it will be new registration. If it's non-significant, it will be approved from the variation. And as you can see, everybody who had previous experience with EDA, we refused to accept any change in the design or the classification or the intended use all over the past years, as they are considered from day one as a new process. But regarding to the updates taking place due to the MDR, so we are evaluating every case by case regarding the change in the intended use, classification, and design. Here classification change. as I have just said, classification we use to refuse a change in the classification and considered it as a new registration. But now we have divided it into some cases. For the already registered product, if my product is already registered and according to the MDR, it has been up classified or down classified, but most cases it's up classified as the new directive is making some more restrictions. So all the cases that I had seen was upper classification. So we contact the notified body. If the reply of the notified body that the classification is non-significant and it's only according to the MDR requirements and the product has not any change in the indication of use or the design and whatever, so it will be considered as a variation case and you will have your approval after following up with the vigilance department to make sure that you do not have any recall or FSCN or whatever. And if it's significant change, considering your product has a great change that cause it to be upper classified, so it will be considered as new registration process, but you will have a new year for importation. So it will not be as the new ordinary registration process that you cannot go to the market without fulfilling all the registration requirements, but you will have 1 year gap for importation. For the products that were not considered as medical devices according to the old directive and are now considered as medical devices according to the MDR, so you have to apply for new registration process, but you will also have 1 year for importation. Minimum labeling requirements. I am so proud that Egypt was from the leader countries to announce our letter for minimum labeling requirements and how to deal with labeling changes according to the MDR. First, we have some data concerning the medical devices that should be present on the labels before going to the market. For the medical device to be in the market, you must have its trade name. You must have your reference if available. If you don't have reference, so it's okay, no problem. Batch or serial number, any special handling or precaution. So regarding our medical device, these are mandatory signs that must be present in our medical device. You must mention your storage condition and that it's not to be reused again, and the UDI and the expiry date for your product. Second, data concerning the manufacturer. You must mention your legal manufacturer name and your legal manufacturer address and your country of origin. Third, data concerning sterile products. If your product is sterile, so you must mention that this product is sterile and mention the way of sterilization with its sample, of course. Data concerning applicant or importer, you must mention the name of the applicant and mention the address of the applicant. Here are some revised symbols from the new MDR that you have to apply on your product, like the patient number, manufacturer, do not re-sterilize, European representative, caution, and as you can see, these are some demo. And these are some, I tried to pick up some new labels requirements from the MDR. This is, for example, the number of packaging, if it's primary or secondary or tertiary. So you have to add also this in your products. Out from the MDR, we have some updates in the ejection registration administration. As you all know, the validity of the registration license in Egypt for the medical device is 10 years. So to be sure that the product is continued in the market without any delay, we made a new regulation that the applicant shall submit the appeal for re-registration during the first trimester of the last year of the validity. So if you didn't apply in the first trimester, you will have some obstacle to be considered as re-registration. So please, if you want to be considered as re-registration without any delay in the market, so please try to submit your file in the first trimester of the last year validity of the 10 years of the registration license. Regarding our digital transformation, as we all know that the whole world is now using the many different forms of the platform. So we have now our MeDevice platform, which is our platform for submission and importation approvals for the medical devices. We are now wholly automated regarding the registration and importation. And soon, inshallah, the variation department also will be on the platform. Here is the link if you want to submit any file. And we receive your acceptance number after fulfilling all the requirements within 20 days from the submission. This is for the normal track, and 7 days for the fast track. After having our new platform, we were so proud that we do not have now any queue lines for registration, but applicants that used to deal with us, I'm sure they know that they had to wait about a year and a half for just having an appointment for submission their file. This is before automation, but now you can submit your file 24/7, and you can follow up with the pharmacist on a daily basis. About UDI, we had, as EDA, we had a collaboration with GS1 company. I hope this will be helpful in the platform, because most of the world are dealing with GS1 and having their JETN. So once you add your JETN into the platform, all your data will be retrieved on our platform, so you will not have to add it manually, and it will be imported automatically. This also will help us to track the product in the market. So starting from the 1st of October 2022, all the applicants should have their JETN in order to be able to apply to the platform. The benefits of the UDI is that it improves the patient safety and facilitates the tracking of the device, and it's more accurate for understanding of our device risks. So when you scan your product, you can know all about it, where it's manufactured, the expiry date, the name of the manufacturer, all data about the product. So it will be very helpful for the customer and for the authorities to be using the UDI. Entry into the force according to Article 27 from the directive. So by 26 May 2025, UDI on the label devices for Class 1 and Class 2A, Class 2B, it will be 26 May 2023, and Class 3 by 26 of May 2021. About reusable devices, it's later. Class 1 it will be 2027, and Class 2A and Class 2B 2025. Class 3 it will be 2023. So as I said before, we are aligned with the timelines published in the MDR. We had a great event last July, that we are approving now a registration of the local products, only local, manufactured in Egypt, that are not having CE from notified body. Sorry. This is to resolve the problem of delaying of the notified bodies during shifting from the MDD to MDR, and to full control of the market on those stuck to have their CE approval. So this was a step for encouraging investment in Egypt. If you have a problem for having CE during this delay, so we are now having our own team for a technical file review, as we are the notified body. And we revised all the biocompatibility, validity, risk assessment, and all of this to be sure that the product have done all the needed documentation, and to ensure the safety and efficacy of the product. Thanks, that all was for my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you don't hesitate to ask me any question.
Hello. يعطيك العافية. Thank you very much for a good session. It was a pleasure having you on board. I just want to check if we have any questions. Production team, do you have any questions from the audience for Dr. Nuha? Yes. The first question says the first question, if the change is approved by the confirmatory assessment body CAB, CE mark product, is there any abridged process to be variation of the medical devices?
No, if this change is accepted from the notified body, so it will be accepted as a variation case.
Yes. Are we going to have Dr. Munir as well on board with us on the same panel, Madre?
I'm here.
Yes. Hi, Munir. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. So the second question is from Sudhir. Is the intended of using an alignment of GMDN description details? Would this align for harmonization?
It's for me for Egypt or for Munir?
Yes.
You are talking about the alignment with the MDR. You are not. Yes, we are aligned according to the full details regarding the UDI. But what we are talking about that will be mandatory starting from the 1st of October 2022 is just having your JETN to upload it on the platform.
Okay. I think this question is for Munir. Do we require are the IVDs should be submitted via me device or on a physical submission? Dr. Nuha, I think this is for you.
Yes, I think they are asking about having access.
Is it an online portal? Yes.
It's an online, but up till now it's only for Egypt region. Later on, we will have it to be all over the world. You can submit your file from anywhere, but still now we don't have access to be outside Egypt.
Okay. Salma is asking, is the IUD required for a spare part for a medical equipment? If yes, how can the importer do the spare part registration in Europe and USA?
So the UDI is not needed for spare parts. Mainly what is needed, the UDI is needed only for the medical device itself, or the product itself that will be sold at the end for the user. The objective of the UDI is to have the traceability if there is any issue about the product, the medical device, not a screw or not a small element that is on the product. So it's the complete product. And the UDI is provided by the manufacturer. So the importer cannot get it, or anybody else cannot get it. It's the manufacturer that should define the UDI for their product. So you cannot expect the importer, when you receive the product, that there has no UDI, to create one. It's not how it is working.
And it is not for a spare part. I think it's for a hub or a full medical device, right?
Exactly. It's for a full medical device that you have to have the UDI part, or for sub-components that are accessories, for example, that you need a UDI. or for non-medical device, as I've showed for Annex 16. But spare parts like a filter or whatever is not considered as a medical device, so it doesn't need to have a specific UDA.
Okay. Another question says, also for Munir, Class 1 devices need to be registered or no?
Class 1 devices need to be registered, yes, but it's a self-declaration. So you have to go to each country or to the country where you, for example, if you are located outside of Europe, you have to go to the country where is located your authorized representative. For example, Easy Medical Device is located in Belgium for Europe. Then it's the Belgium authorities that will review this device. Then we have to notify them. But now you are using UDAMED directly. So you go to the UDAMED database, you register your company, and then there is now a module to register your device. And as soon as you register your device, then the health authority that is in charge of your device will be coming and approving this device to be placed on the UDAMED. And this is
So
how
it's
it will be
a kind of approving listing, not really registration.
No, it is it's notification. We don't call it registration. We call it notification because as soon as you are following the EU MDR and you are making a self-declaration, so it means that you have your technical file, you have your quality management system, you have done everything that is written on the EU MDR. Then you can issue a declaration of conformity, and with that you can notify the countries to say, I will be selling my device in your country. So it's not really a registration, but anyway, the country can still look at your information and say, oh, I need also this, I need also that. We had the case once for Germany where a customer asked us to register a device to notify the German authorities. And then the German authorities asked us, can you send me the clinical evaluation report of this device? And this was kind of also a surprise for us for a Class 1 device to get this question.
Hello, Salma. The
just
same question.
Salma back up.
Sure.
Sorry, Dr. Muna, we just invited Salma. She's got quite a lot of questions. And as we didn't have a moderator, we thought maybe you could ask in and just be part of the discussion.
Please,
just
please
want to welcome
free.
Salma. Okay.
I just want to have the same question if Class 1 devices need to be registered in Egypt, and then Salma can take over.
Okay. Class 1s, if it's sterile, so it will be registered. If it's non-sterile, so it will be self-declaring, or it's according to the request of the applicant. If it needs, if he needs to register, so it's okay. If no, no one can stop him.
Sure. Salma, do you want to go ahead with your first question? I can see a lot of questions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the great presentation to both of you, Munir and Dr. Nuha, and it's a pleasure to meeting you. So my first question is to Dr. Mona for ADA. So you said that for some specific changes about MDR, you might send an email to notify the body in order to get the information. I just wanted to know if you're getting the feedback quickly for notify the bodies, and also knowing now with the transition to MDR, sometimes there might be some delays to get the feedback from notify the bodies. How this is basically handled by EDA?
First, as I said, our regulations was that we don't accept the changes in classification or intended use and whatever, but for supporting the transition period and the changing from the MDD for the MDR, so we made this flexibility to accept these cases. But we have two choices, either reply from the notified body or accepting the case from the scientific committee. So as I said in my presentation, we have two pathways. Either evaluation from the scientific committee, if it's okay and the doctors can approve that they are the same product with no change, so it will be accepted. Or in some cases we just need a confirmation from the notified body, either by email, or the notified body can issue a letter, which is easier for them to answer our emails and questions. So I guess this pathway is acceptable, and it's applicable for all the manufacturer to contact the notified body and issue this letter. This don't take any time. The issue, I guess, is that the manufacturers have to contact the notified body to pay their fees.
Yep. Okay, thank you so much. And I still have another question. I'm so sorry, Dr.
Please.
Nahar, I have so many questions for you. Also for the Me device, actually I've tried several times to log in, but maybe because I'm not based in Egypt, I have some trouble to connect on. So just wanted to make sure if there are any project to open the platform for people who are based abroad, or this is specifically for people based in Egypt.
No. It will be the second phase. As I said, we are now online for registration and importation, and we are still working on other phases like variation for registration and importation. Once we are our project is fully developed in Egypt, we will be working on the phase number 2 that it will be published all over the world.
Okay, that's great. And then my last question, and promise I'm gonna stop here. So I heard from Munir, who confirmed that spare parts does not require UDA. So just wanted to make sure then that Egypt is aligned with the European regulation, and that spare parts won't require UDI as
Yes.
well.
We are aligned also with this, and we don't have EDI for the spare parts.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Salma. So, Dr. Naha, there is another question. Do we need to do classification for the product as a medical device before going into registration? Or the criteria that is mentioned in the guidelines with the classification, we can just go with that clarification?
Sorry, you need to reclassification or what?
No. Is there a process in the EDA for a classification, or each company will just check the guidelines and accordingly will submit their files? In some countries, they start with a classification process. For example, if the classification, let's say 2A, and then you still need to do a classification process and get a declaration letter from EDA stating, yes?
No. We don't classify the products according to our regulations. The products are classified according to the directive, and
To the
it's
country of origin.
Yes, to the country of origin and to the directive. So the manufacturer issue its declaration mentioning the classification of his product and the rule of this classification, and we check this classification regarding the directive. If you have any concern about this classification, we contact the notified body and contact the manufacturer and check the rule for classification. But it's published in the directive.
Tamam. The general IVD self-certified should be submitted to register before the end of the year, or still it's not in that phase?
We will make announcement about it. I know IVD is making a good trouble for all the world.
Still no new announcement. Yeah. But is it a near future? Let's give them a hint. Is it a near future?
Yes.
Okay. I believe we are done with our question and answer. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Munir, on the same?
No, I mean, I see that when I hear also Dr. Nora, I see that there is really a lot of kind of alignment between Egypt and Europe, that the laws are nearly the same. So, which is also an advantage, because then if you are qualified for Europe, you can go to Egypt quicker. So it's really something that is great. That we see this kind of thing. Yeah, as you say, also there are also other countries that have completely different rules, which makes then the process really longer. So it's a chance for companies that are already following the Egyptian rules, or any rules can go also to quicker to the European Union.
This is the beginning of the harmonization, actually, that everyone is calling with.
It was for our plan to be part of the world and not to be away due to globalization, and we need investment in Egypt. So we don't need to have special requirements for Egypt, and we have to be matching with all the world.
Thank you. It's a huge project and hard work. The last question that we have just received just now is GS1 a part of your UDI or no?
So UDI. So for UDI, UDI is a code. So it's a code that is reserved. You can get it from 4 companies actually, and GS1 is one of them. So GS1 is the first company worldwide that is providing you GS1. You can also go to HIBCC. You can also go to ICCBBA. and you can go to IFA. So there are 4 companies that are.
GS1 is a provider, you mean, right?
Exactly, it's a provider. It's a provider of what we call the company prefix. So it's a code that you are receiving, you are paying to get this code, and this is your code. So anywhere in the world, anybody using this code, it's your company. And then with this company prefix, you can create your UDI. With GS1, it's called GTIN, GTIN. And you have also in Europe to create another code, which is called the basic UDI-DI. And so then you have those 2 codes for your products. But yes, GS1 is just the provider, and you pay just once because you pay just for the company prefix. And with the company prefix, you can get all the codes that you need for all your products.
Sure. Yes, Dr. Nuha, anything you want to add on the same point?
No, I just want to thank you and thank Madri and Dr. Munir and Dr. Shaima.
Everyone.
Again with you already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the first half of the day. We're very excited now to give you all the opportunity to join the PRA team in the conference room for lunch, where you will be able to network with the teams and also to meet other people. It will be a speed networking session. You'll have 60 seconds to introduce yourself and also meet other people in this way. Please make sure and remember to have done your business card so that we can reach you afterwards. Okay, so we'll all see you in the conference room in the networking lobby. So go to the networking lobby, go into the conference room and connect, and we'll see you there. The team is waiting. Okay, Simone, do you want to just check? You're live? Yes, you're right. No mic. Okay, I'll remove you.
for a healthier Africa.
In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace, a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world. In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace, a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world.
for a healthier Africa.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à cette session dédiée aux dispositifs médicaux de la région francophone en Afrique. Alors, permettez-moi de me présenter. C'est Najat Meziani, je suis pharmacien. Actuellement, j'occupe le poste de responsable affaires réglementaires au sein des laboratoires Bausch & Lomb sur la région Nord et Ouest Afrique. Voilà, donc je vous souhaite la bienvenue et j'espère que vous allez apprécier cette session durant laquelle on va pouvoir aller donc visiter les volets réglementaires de plusieurs pays, de certains pays de la région francophone de l'Afrique. Alors aujourd'hui, donc nous allons voir d'abord la Tunisie. Donc on aura donc un tour sur, on verra donc le règlement, on verra donc un aperçu sur le règlement des dispositifs médicaux en Tunisie et aussi les dispositifs in vitro. Ensuite, on va vers le Maroc. Donc, on verra aussi la réglementation et la procédure d'enregistrement des dispositifs au Maroc. Ensuite, on va revenir vers l'Algérie et aussi où on verra donc la réglementation des dispositifs et aussi les procédures d'enregistrement et d'autres volets liés aux dispositifs médicaux. Voilà, donc avant de passer à nos présentations, j'espère que vous avez eu cette matinée, vous avez eu des discussions utiles à travers donc les sessions de network disponibles sur la plateforme. Et j'espère aussi que vous allez pouvoir donc bénéficier des informations qui seront partagées aujourd'hui. Et je vous invite aussi à partager vos commentaires et vos questions à travers donc le chat disponible. Voilà. Donc, je vais passer on va passer à la première présentation qui concernera la Tunisie. Ça sera donc qui sera animée par Dr Olfa Bensmida d'abord. Alors, Dr Olfa Bensmida, qui est pharmacienne de la santé publique dans l'unité de la pharmacie et du médicament depuis 2015. Elle est chef de service de la commercialisation des produits pharmaceutiques et parapharmaceutiques à la sous-direction de l'industrie des produits pharmaceutiques et parapharmaceutiques et du contrôle de leur commercialisation depuis décembre 2019. Voilà. Dr Olfa a aussi occupé plusieurs postes auparavant, notamment des postes, elle était en charge du contrôle technique à l'importation, pharmacien évaluateur, pharmacien responsable affaires réglementaires et bien d'autres postes. Il est aussi important de noter que Dr Olfa est aussi est membre de plusieurs comités au sein des autorités santé tunisiennes. Je peux citer donc comité technique, groupe de travail chargé de la création d'une centrale d'achat des dispositifs médicaux stériles et bien d'autres commissions. Docteur Olfa, bonjour.
Bonjour, merci Nadjet. Merci.
Voilà, j'espère que vous avez passé une bonne matinée avec nous.
Oui, bien sûr, bien évidemment, c'était très intéressant et enrichissant.
Très bien. Super. Et voilà, donc moi j'ai hâte de voir ce que vous allez partager avec nous par rapport à la Tunisie. Voilà, donc je vous cède la parole, docteur.
Merci, docteur Nadjet. Alors, on va parler aujourd'hui de la réglementation et du contrôle des dispositifs médicaux en Tunisie. Et je remercie tout d'abord les organisateurs de nous avoir associés à ce sommet. Et j'espère qu'à la fin de la présentation, en tant qu'opérateurs économiques qui sont présents, auront une meilleure idée, une meilleure connaissance de comment introduire un dispositif médical sur le marché tunisien. Alors, je vais sauter cette diapo et je vais aller directement. Donc, pour commencer, il est vrai qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, l'industrie locale des dispositifs médicaux n'est pas assez développée en Tunisie et que la plus grande part du marché est représentée par les dispositifs médicaux importés. Et donc, le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux concerne donc en plus grande partie les dispositifs médicaux importés. 4 structures au sein du ministère de la Santé assurent le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux. Je commence par la DPM, la Direction de la pharmacie et du médicament à laquelle j'appartiens, qui fait le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux implantables, les stents, les implants orthopédiques, les dispositifs médicaux invasifs, les cathéters, les perfuseurs, etc. Les dispositifs médicaux stériles à usage unique, par exemple les gants chirurgicaux, les dispositifs médicaux à usage unique non stériles comme les gants d'examen et les masques. Et puis, tout dispositif médical présenté sous une forme pharmaceutique, à titre d'exemple, l'acide hyaluronique injectable utilisé en esthétique. Alors, une deuxième structure qui intervient dans le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux, je cite l'ULB, l'unité des laboratoires biologiques. Il y a la direction d'équipement qui fait le contrôle des équipements et des appareillages. Et puis, il y a la DHMPE, direction de l'hygiène du milieu et de la protection de l'environnement, qui contrôle donc les désinfectants utilisés dans les environnements, dans les locaux. Alors, toutes ces structures ont en commun le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux, l'activité du contrôle technique à l'importation. Et cette présentation, elle va porter essentiellement sur le contrôle effectué par la DPM et par l'unité des laboratoires biologiques. Alors, l'activité du contrôle technique à l'importation est régie par différents textes réglementaires, à savoir la loi de l'année 94, qui définit le régime du commerce extérieur applicable aux opérations d'importation et d'exportation des produits, ainsi que les modalités de contrôle technique et les organismes habilités à l'exercer. En plus spécifique, il y a le décret de 1994 qui a été révisé en 2010 et qui décrit les procédures de contrôle technique à l'importation ainsi que les organismes habilités à l'exercer. Et il y a l'arrêté de 1994 révisé en 2005 qui fixe la liste des produits qui doivent être soumis au contrôle technique à l'importation. Et l'année dernière, donc, on a publié une décision qui fixe les spécifications techniques et les modalités de contrôle des masques et des gants à usage médical. Et c'est en relation avec, un petit peu avec le contexte de la pandémie Covid-19. Alors, vu l'importance de l'arrêté de 2005 et qui fixe la liste des produits soumis au contrôle technique à l'importation, on va le voir de près. Alors, dans cet arrêté, on va retrouver que selon leur nature, les dispositifs médicaux sont soit soumis à un régime de cahier de charges, ce qu'on appelle dans cet arrêté la liste C, et c'est le cas par exemple des seringues qui sont soumis au régime de cahier de charges, et il y a le contrôle systématique technique à l'importation, et la liste des produits sont listés dans une liste qu'on appelle la liste A, qui figure dans cet arrêté. Alors, pour mieux comprendre, enfin, comment ça se passe, aux frontières, l'agent douanier, il va suspendre le dédouanement de la marchandise importée, des dispositifs médicaux importés, et qui sont définis dans cette liste, non seulement selon leur nature, mais aussi selon leur code douanier, le HS code, le tarif code. Et le douanier, s'il retrouve un DM qui est listé dans cette liste, il va empêcher son dédouanement en attendant que l'opérateur économique, que l'importateur présente son autorisation émanant de l'autorité compétente du ministère de la Santé. Donc, c'est quoi cette activité de contrôle technique à l'importation? C'est une activité qui a été mise en place en 1994 et qui vise à garantir la conformité des dispositifs médicaux à la réglementation technique en vigueur, et notamment celle relative à la sécurité et à la santé du consommateur, ainsi qu'à la loyauté des transactions. Le but étant de fournir l'autorisation de mise à la consommation, l'AMC. Donc, je vais vous parler du contrôle des dispositifs médicaux au sein de notre direction, la DPM. En fait, l'opérateur économique va se présenter à la DPM avec un dossier administratif et on va lui émettre, si tout le dossier est conforme et complet, une autorisation qu'on appelle l'APE, l'autorisation provisoire d'enlèvement. L'autorisation provisoire d'enlèvement ne permet pas à l'opérateur économique de mettre son produit sur le marché. En second temps, l'opérateur économique va se présenter au laboratoire de contrôle, qui est le LNCN, tout en présentant un dossier technique accompagné d'échantillons. Alors, le LNCN il va émettre soit une demande de complément de dossier qui est remise à l'opérateur économique en vue de compléter son dossier, ou bien il va émettre un bulletin d'analyse qui est transmis à la DPM. Si ce bulletin d'analyse est conforme, la DPM va émettre l'autorisation de mise à la consommation qui va permettre de mettre le produit sur le marché, ou bien ça va être une décision de refoulement si le bulletin d'analyse est non conforme. Et là, l'opérateur économique doit présenter soit la preuve de destruction, soit la preuve de refoulement. Bien évidemment, en lui offrant l'opportunité de déposer un recours. Alors, comment ça se passe le contrôle au sein du LSCN en absence d'une réglementation technique nationale, le LSCN se réfère à la réglementation internationale, et ceci est dit dans les textes réglementaires que je viens de citer. Et étant donné que le plus grand flux des dispositifs médicaux importés provient de l'Europe, il se réfère donc spécifiquement au règlement européen. Et en cas de litige, quand il y a donc des discordances entre les différentes réglementations, on se réunit en comité ad hoc pour prendre une décision. Alors, la documentation donc demandée par le LSAM, ce sont des bulletins d'analyse, des certificats de stérilité, les certifications des sites de fabrication, le marquage CE, donc tout ce qui constitue un dossier technique. Et bien évidemment, le LSAM, il se voit le droit de demander toute documentation supplémentaire pour pouvoir compléter l'évaluation de son dossier. L'évaluation par le LSAM consiste soit en une évaluation documentaire, selon la nature du produit, bien évidemment, soit en plus de l'évaluation documentaire, il y a des tests qui sont réalisés sur le produit, des tests physico-chimiques, des essais de stérilité. Malheureusement, la mise en page n'a pas été gardée. Alors, donc en vous parlant de cette procédure, c'est la procédure classique du contrôle technique à l'importation à la DPM. Et on s'est rendu compte qu'il y a un certain nombre de limites, entre autres et surtout les délais d'obtention de cet AMC. En effet, ce contrôle se fait au lot par lot à chaque importation et l'autorisation de mise à la consommation après contrôle par le laboratoire de contrôle est éditée au bout de 2-4 mois, voire. Et afin donc de trouver une solution à ces délais lents, plus ou moins lents, disons, et afin d'alléger un petit peu la procédure aux opérateurs économiques qui se trouvent tenus de présenter à chaque fois, même au cours de la même semaine, le même document, la même documentation, on a mis en place une procédure qu'on appelle l'enregistrement d'un dispositif médical. Et cette procédure n'est pas obligatoire, elle est facultative et elle consiste à enregistrer non seulement le produit, le dispositif médical, mais aussi son importateur, son fournisseur. Et bien évidemment, après avoir rempli un certain nombre d'exigences, le dispositif médical peut faire l'objet d'une AMC administrative, d'une autorisation mise à la consommation administrative, sans passage obligatoire par le laboratoire de contrôle. C'est vrai, on a essayé de réduire les délais et d'optimiser la procédure, mais tout en garantissant la qualité du produit. Ça n'empêche que l'EDN, il peut être transmis au laboratoire de contrôle, le LSAM, d'une manière inopinée. Et bien évidemment, avec la parution du décret gouvernemental, qui est, actuellement c'est un projet, on va aller vers l'enregistrement obligatoire de tous les dispositifs médicaux. Là, on a des exemples d'autorisation émises par la direction de la pharmacie et du médicament. Quand vous le voyez, donc, l'autorisation qui est à gauche représente donc un DM non enregistré. C'est par désignation, c'est par numéro de lot et par date d'expiration. Avec l'enregistrement, on a rajouté la référence du produit, son nom commercial. Et puis, dans la diapo qui suit, donc, il y a les autorisations de mise à la consommation. C'est la seule autorisation qui permet de mettre le produit sur le marché. Donc, avec un DM enregistré, les délais se sont raccourcis de 2-4 mois jusqu'à 7 jours. Alors, l'opérateur économique, aujourd'hui, peut suivre son dossier via le site web de la DPM. État de suivi de son dossier, est-ce qu'il y a un complément de dossier demandé? Est-ce que son AMC est prête ou pas? Et pour une meilleure transparence. Donc, vous pouvez consulter notre site web, même pour mieux savoir la procédure actuelle du contrôle technique à l'importation dans la rubrique AMC. Alors, pour récapituler, Il est vrai que cette procédure, elle permet de garantir en quelque sorte la qualité du produit, mais est-ce que la performance et la sécurité sont garanties systématiquement? Est-ce que tous les dispositifs médicaux sont contrôlés? À titre d'exemple, les logiciels qui sont utilisés de plus en plus maintenant. Et puis, on a donc la problématique liée au délai d'obtention de ces autorisations, les procédures qui sont archaïques. Il faut se présenter à la DPN et déposer un dossier en papier. Alors, on a essayé de trouver des solutions à tout ça. Il y a des projets en cours. Je cite, à titre d'exemple, le projet de création de comités d'évaluation de dispositifs médicaux implantables utilisés en différentes spécialités, en cardiologie, en neurochirurgie, en orthopédie et en gastrologie. Le but étant de renforcer le contrôle réalisé par le LNCN. En fait, il va y avoir une évaluation des données cliniques et scientifiques par des experts cliniciens qui vont se réunir en comité. Et puis, on espère qu'avec la création de ces comités, on va pouvoir répondre à une problématique posée par notre payeur national, la CNAM, la Caisse nationale d'assurance maladie, en ce qui concerne par rapport à quel produit on peut rembourser un dispositif médical. Alors, un deuxième projet, c'est le club utilisateur des dispositifs médicaux. Également, on estime qu'il sera donc fonctionnel d'ici l'année prochaine. Et parmi ses missions, ce club, on a travaillé avec ce club sur l'apparition d'une nomenclature nationale des dispositifs médicaux pour pouvoir donc la généraliser dans nos hôpitaux. Un travail a été fait en concertation avec les pharmaciens hospitaliers. Et on attend maintenant sa mise en place informatique dans nos hôpitaux. Et puis, le deuxième rôle important de ce club utilisateur, à travers une plateforme dédiée aux utilisateurs de ce club, on estime qu'il va y avoir une meilleure gestion des stocks de dispositifs médicaux. En fait, en Tunisie, contrairement aux médicaments dont le monopole d'importation est réservé à la pharmacie centrale, il n'y a pas de centrale d'achat des dispositifs médicaux. Et donc, il nous est difficile de savoir les vraies ruptures en dispositifs médicaux, de pouvoir donc réaliser une répartition optimale des dispositifs médicaux. Et on s'est rendu compte donc de ces difficultés, surtout lors de la pandémie Covid-19. Alors, en cours, donc la DPN, en cours, elle est en train d'être digitalisée. Avec la digitalisation de la DPN, le dépôt sera en ligne. On va se débarrasser de cette paperasse document qui doit être donc déposé en document, des dossiers qui doivent être déposés en document. Et on estime que les délais vont s'améliorer. Enfin, il y a le projet de texte gouvernemental sur lequel on est en train de travailler avec les différentes structures qui interviennent dans le contrôle des dispositifs médicaux, à savoir l'unité des laboratoires biologiques, la DHPE, la direction d'équipement. Et en coordination, on a l'Agence nationale de contrôle sanitaire et environnemental des produits, l'ANCSEP, et on espère pouvoir résoudre les problématiques liées à la réglementation du DM, surtout en termes de fabrication. Voilà, donc avant d'en finir, je ne peux pas donc finir sans citer mes collègues qui interviennent chaque jour dans les tâches journalières et pour l'optimisation du service du contrôle technique à l'importation. Voilà, j'ai fini. Merci pour votre attention et je cède la parole à ma collègue Dr Nedia Belhaj-Amara de l'unité des laboratoires biologiques pour parler des dispositifs médicaux de diagnostic in vitro. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour, Dr Nadia.
Bonjour, Najat.
Bonjour. Alors, je tiens à remercier Dr Olfa pour cette présentation qui nous a effectivement fourni beaucoup d'informations déjà par rapport à l'organisation actuelle, etc., mais aussi par rapport aux projets prévus. Donc, je suppose que beaucoup de nos participants sont intéressés par ces projets et on voudrait bien avoir plus tout à l'heure lors de la discussion. Donc, maintenant, pour la suite, concernant les dispositifs médicaux en Tunisie, donc on va Donc, il y aura une suite avec Dr Nadia Abdelhaj Ammar. Donc, permettez-moi de vous présenter Dr Nadia. Donc, Dr Nadia Abdelhaj Ammar, donc pharmacien de la santé dans l'unité des laboratoires de biologie médicale au sein du ministère de la Santé tunisien, donc depuis avril 2019. Dr Nadia est responsable donc, du contrôle technique à l'importation des dispositifs médicaux de diagnostic in vitro, donc responsable de la réactovigilance et surveillance du marché. Et aussi, elle est responsable de la gestion des dossiers de création, de transfert, de fermeture des laboratoires privés de biologie médicale. Voilà, donc Dr Nadia, avant de travailler au ministère de la Santé, avait aussi plusieurs expériences, notamment en tant que directeur médical. Voilà. Donc, Dr Nadia, je vous laisse continuer la présentation concernant la Tunisie et on se retrouvera après. Merci.
Merci Najed pour cette présentation. Je voudrais aussi remercier d'abord ma collègue Olfa qui m'a permis d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et également aux organisateurs de l'AfriSummit. Alors, je vais pas être, ma présentation ne va pas être trop différente de celle de ma collègue Olfa parce qu'on se rejoint sur plusieurs procédures. Je vais commencer par déjà présenter rapidement l'ULB. C'est la structure du ministère de la Santé tunisien qui régit essentiellement la biologie médicale, humaine et vétérinaire et qui va contrôler différents types de réactifs qui transitent essentiellement par importation, notamment les réactifs et milieux de culture de micro-organismes ainsi que les tubes de prélèvement contenant des réactifs. Également, on va contrôler les tests rapides, y compris les point of care et les tests d'orientation au diagnostic, notamment comme ce qui a été vu lors de la pandémie Covid. Également, on contrôle les milieux de culture des cellules humaines, notamment dans le cadre de recherche ou dans la procréation médicalement assistée, mais également on peut contrôler différents produits, notamment les produits pour le diagnostic vétérinaire, et les réactifs de contrôle qualité des eaux au niveau des industries et du pétrole. L'ULB, après révision des dossiers d'importation, va attribuer plusieurs types de décisions. Essentiellement, elle va octroyer une autorisation provisoire d'enlèvement qui va permettre de dédouaner la marchandise sans pour autant la commercialiser et de prélever des échantillons en vue d'expertise au niveau des laboratoires des hôpitaux universitaires, soit dans le cadre de TROD ou alors sur la demande de chef de laboratoire ou du fournisseur. On attribue également l'autorisation de mise à la consommation uniquement pour les DMDIV pour la biologie humaine qui sont conformes. On peut attribuer la décision de produits non soumis après contrôle technique de tous les documents fournis. Cela concerne les DMDIV en dehors de la biologie humaine. Et on a un autre type d'autorisation qui est l'autorisation d'importation pour les produits comme les milieux de culture des cellules humaines qui sont reconnus comme prohibés au niveau des frontières tunisiennes et nécessitent une autorisation préalable à l'importation même. Alors, le dossier de contrôle technique à l'importation est assez simple à préparer. On a des documents qui sont obligatoires comme la demande d'APE, la facture, la liste de colisage ainsi que les certificats d'analyse de chaque lot parce que nous aussi, on contrôle au lot par lot. On peut accessoirement demander le certificat de libre vente ou la fiche technique des produits. Et en cas d'expertise, on va demander en plus le certificat d'origine et le certificat de conformité CE ou autre certification favorable à la conformité du produit. Le contrôle technique à l'ULB, par contre, se fait dans un délai très court de 24 à 48 heures ouvrables si le dossier est complet et les produits sont conformes. Par contre, en cas d'expertise, la procédure peut aller jusqu'à 1 à 2 mois au niveau des laboratoires, des structures étatiques. Alors, l'opérateur économique va déposer un dossier à l'ULB en bonne et due forme pour le contrôle technique à l'importation. Pour la première importation des tests rapides, on va devoir octroyer une APE en vue d'une expertise. Si le produit est reconnu comme conforme, on attribue l'AMC. Et si le produit est non conforme, l'opérateur économique est tenu de détruire ou de refouler la marchandise sous 30 jours ouvrables, avec une possibilité de contre-expertise. Pour les DMDIV, de la biologie humaine, également, si le produit conforme, il a une AMC, sinon, il est reconnu comme non conforme et devra être détruit ou refoulé. Pour les DMDIV en dehors de la biologie humaine, on attribue la décision de produit non soumis ou bien l'opérateur économique est adressé à une autre autorité compétente comme le ministère de l'Agriculture ou l'Agence de l'agroalimentaire. Dans le cadre d'une autorisation d'importation, la procédure est totalement digitalisée via une plateforme qui s'appelle la TTN. Tout se fait d'une façon numérique. On l'attribue au milieu de culture des cellules humaines. Elle est soit approuvée, soit désapprouvée. Comme toutes les structures sanitaires de l'Afrique, je pense, on a toujours besoin d'améliorer et de relever des challenges quasiment tous les jours. L'ULB a l'avantage d'avoir une rapidité du contrôle technique à l'importation avec une expertise 100% gratuite, surtout avec un marché des tests rapides qui est en expansion. Nous allons, je l'espère, relever le défi de la digitalisation qu'on espère qui va se faire sur moyen à long terme. Et on va rejoindre également le nouveau décret qui va régir les dispositifs médicaux pour aussi régir enfin la fabrication locale des dispositifs médicaux pour le diagnostic in vitro. Voilà, merci pour votre attention. Merci Najet et merci Olfa.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Nadia. C'est très enrichissant. Voilà, je vous remercie. Et donc, je vous retrouverai tout à l'heure lors de la discussion. Je rappelle donc juste nos participants qu'on aura, à la fin de ces 3 présentations, il y aura une session pour répondre à leurs questions et recevoir donc leurs commentaires, voilà, et questions. Je vais passer, je vous remercie et on vous retrouvera tout à l'heure. Et on vous retrouvera tout à l'heure. Donc, je vais passer tout de suite à la deuxième présentation qui concernera cette fois-ci le Maroc. Donc, dispositifs médicaux au Maroc, qui sera présenté par Madame Selma. Voilà, donc que je suis ravie de vous présenter. Donc, Dr Selma Salim, Senior Regulatory Affairs Program Manager au sein de GE Healthcare. Donc, Selma est experte en affaires réglementaires. Elle est spécialisée dans les dispositifs médicaux. Voilà, donc Selma a travaillé pour plusieurs entreprises, spécialement pour les dispositifs médicaux, pour plus de 12 ans. Voilà, au cours desquels donc, elle a touché aux réglementations de différents pays, notamment en Europe, les États-Unis, Japon, Chine, Moyen-Orient et Afrique. Voilà. Donc, Selma est diplômée de l'école pharmaceutique de Châtenay-Malabry. Voilà. Et donc, je suis ravie de la recevoir aujourd'hui. Selma, bonjour.
Bonjour Nadia, merci pour la présentation. Voilà. Merci à tous et merci à Africa Summit, les organisateurs d'Africa Summit de m'avoir invité aujourd'hui pour présenter la réglementation au Maroc. Alors, j'essaie juste de partager mon écran, ce qui n'est pas chose facile. Donnez-moi 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, je rappelle nos participants que nous attendons toujours vos questions et qu'on sera ravis de répondre à toutes vos questions. Et si vous avez des commentaires, des demandes, profitez-en. Nous avons ici des professionnels en affaires réglementaires et notamment aussi des représentants des autorités de santé pour la Tunisie. N'hésitez pas à leur faire part de vos questions, si vous avez aussi des sujets que vous voudrez, dont vous voudrez avoir plus d'informations.
Ok, très bien. Alors, dites-moi juste si vous arrivez à voir mon écran.
Oui, Selma, ça marche.
Ok, super.
Voilà. Je vous laisse.
Alors, aujourd'hui, on va parler plus de la réglementation des dispositifs médicaux au Maroc, mais je ferai un focus sur les enregistrements et l'importation des dispositifs médicaux parce que demain, vous aurez une session un peu plus approfondie sur la partie post-market. Donc, dans ce premier slot, on va plus voir la partie enregistrement. Alors mon agenda est le suivant. On va commencer par les quelques définitions importantes. Ensuite, on va passer sur la partie enregistrement, typique. Ça commencera par la déclaration de la société, ensuite les enregistrements, des dispositifs médicaux, puis la mise à jour, des certificats d'enregistrement, et ensuite on va parler de comment obtenir des autorisations spéciales et on va avoir un overview sur la situation actuelle et les futurs changements. Alors, pour les définitions, tout d'abord, je vais commencer par la DMP. C'est un mot que je répéterai assez souvent lors de ma présentation. C'est la direction des médicaments et de la pharmacie, qui est une direction du ministère de la Santé et de la protection sociale. Elle est responsable du secteur des médicaments, des produits de la santé et surtout responsable pour les enregistrements des dispositifs médicaux et d'autres produits de la santé, enfin les médicaments bien évidemment et plein d'autres produits. Sinon, vous avez la loi 84-12 qui englobe toutes les définitions importantes dont certaines sont extraites ici sur ma slide. Mais l'idée ici, c'est surtout d'insister sur le fait que la définition du dispositif médical aujourd'hui au Maroc est très similaire à la définition européenne. Autrement dit, tout ce que vous considérez comme dispositif médical en Europe peut être considéré comme un dispositif médical au Maroc. La classification aussi est très similaire à la classification européenne, à savoir la classe 1, 2A, 2B et la classe 3. Et aussi pour les accessoires, on a une définition spéciale pour les accessoires qui est qui est tout article destiné par son fabricant à être utilisé avec un DM afin de permettre son utilisation selon l'indication d'utilisation. Et pour le logiciel aussi, c'est tout l'ensemble de programmation informatique nécessaire au fonctionnement d'un dispositif médical selon son indication d'utilisation. Je passe à la déclaration des établissements. Donc, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, tout établissement, que ce soit de fabrication, d'importation, d'exportation ou de distribution des dispositifs médicaux, doit faire l'objet d'une déclaration préalable à la DMP. Donc, cette déclaration, évidemment, elle est basée sur un dossier déclaratif, on va dire, qui est essentiellement composé de documents juridiques, que ce soit le registre de commerce, certains plans architecturaux, etc. Mais en plus, il y a une exigence qui était, dont la DMP était plus ou moins flexible jusque-là, mais qui est devenue assez obligatoire aujourd'hui, qui est le certificat de bonne pratique qui est requis aujourd'hui, qui est équivalent à l'ISO 13085. Donc, il faut bien s'assurer que votre importateur ou votre distributeur au Maroc a son certificat ISO 13485 parce que c'est quelque chose qui est aujourd'hui demandé de plus en plus par la DMP. Donc ce dossier, une fois déposé à la DMP, bien sûr, elle va procéder à une revue documentaire et si besoin, une visite des locaux. Et tout ça se fait sous 90 jours. Si après les 90 jours, vous n'avez pas obtenu une réponse de la DMP, ceci veut dire que votre dossier a été accepté, même si vous n'avez pas eu de retour, une fois vous aurez votre déclaration de la DMP, elle sera valide pendant les 3 ans qui suivent. Pour ce qui est des enregistrements des dispositifs médicaux, alors avant la mise sur le marché d'un DM, il faut obligatoirement passer par un enregistrement auprès de la DMP. Là encore, le dépôt, c'est un dépôt d'un dossier administratif et technique. Ce dossier, il est plus ou moins contraignant en fonction de la classification du produit. Bien évidemment, un enregistrement d'une classe 1 sera beaucoup plus simple et plus léger par rapport à la classe 3 où la DMP va demander des documents plus techniques et notamment l'évaluation des données cliniques ou autres. Le délai de traitement général, il est de 120 jours et la durée de validité du certificat, elle est de 5 ans. et les frais d'enregistrement sont de 1000 dirhams marocaines, qui est l'équivalent à peu près de 100 dollars américains. L'enregistrement des DM, il se fait pour les types suivants. On a un dispositif médical seul, c'est-à-dire on va prendre l'exemple d'un pansement par exemple, un kit. Donc le kit ici, c'est la définition, c'est l'ensemble des dispositifs médicaux ayant la même destination, le même nom de marque ou des noms de marques différents à l'intérieur du kit, qui sont assemblés par un seul et même fabricant et qui sont commercialisés comme tels. Donc ce genre de produit, comme par exemple un kit de perfusion, il peut être enregistré sous format de kit au Maroc. Sinon, on parle aussi de famille ou gamme de produits et ça, c'est tous les dispositifs ayant la même destination, le même nom de marque, un ou plusieurs noms commerciaux, le même fabricant, le même procédé de fabrication et surtout la même classe. Et donc, si je peux donner un exemple ici, par exemple, vous avez une famille d'échographes qui s'appelle Beta, par exemple. Donc, cette famille d'échographes qui s'appelle Beta, vous avez des sous-familles en dessous, enfin des noms commerciaux. On va dire Beta 1, Beta 2, Beta 3. Donc, tous ces Beta-là, vous pouvez les englober dans un seul enregistrement et vous pouvez les enregistrer en tant que famille. Et ensuite, on a le système qui est aussi constitué d'un ensemble de dispositifs médicaux ayant la même destination, le même nom de marque avec un ou plusieurs noms commerciaux et le même fabricant. Ensuite, on passe à la mise à jour. La mise à jour du certificat d'enregistrement, normalement, on est censé notifier à la DMP tout changement ou toute modification affectant les données scientifiques du contenu du dossier d'enregistrement que nous avons soumis initialement à la DMP. La DMP, elle a prévu un peu plus d'explications et donné des exemples types des modifications que le fabricant sera amené à faire tout au long de la durée de vie de son dispositif médical. Donc, on a une liste qui est ici, enfin, que je vous ai extraite ici. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans le détail et lire l'ensemble des titres, mais typiquement aujourd'hui, comme on est tous dans la transition à la MDR, il y a souvent des modifications qui sont liées au code de l'organisme notifié. Oups, pardon. Je reviens. Notamment l'organisme notifié, on va changer d'un organisme notifié A à un organisme notifié B. Ça, typiquement, c'est un changement qu'il faut notifier à la DMP. Et donc, la DMP, elle a prévu ce point-là. Et vous pouvez aussi trouver sur le site de la DMP la checklist correspondante à chacun de ces changements listés ici. Vous allez devoir soumettre des documents pour justifier la modification et surtout justifier que cette modification n'impacte pas la performance et la sécurité de ce produit. Ensuite, on a ce qu'on appelle des autorisations spécifiques. Donc, ces autorisations spécifiques sont délivrées pour des produits qui ne sont pas soumis à l'enregistrement. Typiquement, les dispositifs médicaux expérimentaux qui sont importés ou fabriqués localement et destinés à la recherche biomédicale. Ensuite, les DM non commercialisés au Maroc qui sont prescrits à des malades bien déterminés. On a aussi le cas des DM usagés qui sont importés au Maroc pour les remettre à neuf et les réexporter. Il y a aussi les DM sur mesure, il y a les échantillons. Alors, comme vous le savez, pour les enregistrements aujourd'hui, l'un des éléments phares de l'enregistrement, c'est de soumettre un échantillon pour l'enregistrement. Donc, quand vous envoyez cet échantillon au Maroc, il faut procéder à une autorisation spécifique pour le dédouaner. Et aussi les échantillons qui sont destinés à l'exhibition, enfin à l'exposition, pardon, donc dans des congrès ou des salons, etc. Donc ceux-là aussi font objet d'une autorisation spécifique. On parle souvent aussi d'attestation de négativité qui est délivrée pour les produits qui ne sont pas soumis aussi à l'enregistrement, typiquement des produits à usage non médical, les réactifs de diagnostic in vitro, certains produits cosmétiques ou d'hygiène corporelle, compléments alimentaires et j'en passe. Et là encore, vous avez une liste de documents à prévoir et à déposer à la DMP vous avez la liste que je vous ai extraite ici, mais sinon vous l'avez aussi sur le site de la DMP. Alors, une vue sur la situation actuelle. Donc aujourd'hui, un établissement, disons un établissement d'importation ou de distribution, qui veut déposer une demande d'enregistrement, il va la déposer via une plateforme, qui a été créée par la DMP aujourd'hui. Donc, l'établissement en question va déposer, les documents, remplir un formulaire via cette plateforme. Ensuite, cette plateforme va générer un dossier d'enregistrement qui sera attaché à un email par cet établissement et envoyé à la DMP. Donc, l'envoi des documents sera fait par email à la DMP. Ensuite, la DMP va délivrer un accusé de réception et va commencer à évaluer le dossier qui lui a été déposé. Donc, si le dossier est complet et parfait et il n'y a pas de questionnement, bien évidemment, la DMP va établir son certificat d'enregistrement. S'il y a des questionnements ou un manque d'informations ou si la DMP veut savoir un peu plus d'informations sur ce dispositif médical, elle envoie donc un complément d'information à l'établissement et donc l'établissement se doit de repasser par la même boucle que j'ai expliquée au préalable pour déposer le complément de dossier. Donc aujourd'hui, quand on a un nouvel enregistrement, grâce à la décision du ministre au vu de la situation pandémique, il y a eu une décision qui s'appelle la décision numéro 700 DMP/D/18 qui offre quand même de la flexibilité pour pouvoir fluidifier un peu le flow et aussi pour pouvoir continuer à importer les dispositifs médicaux et ne pas créer une crise sanitaire dans le pays. Donc aujourd'hui, la DMP avec le Covid-19, elle a eu un énorme backlog d'enregistrement de type de produits. Elle devait gérer la vaccination, elle devait gérer plein de choses. Donc du coup, le traitement de dossier a vu un petit peu de retard. Donc pour ne pas bloquer les entreprises, il y a eu ces décisions du ministre qui étaient sorties et donc qui permet quand même beaucoup de flexibilité aux importateurs, notamment pour un nouvel enregistrement. L'établissement, il dépose le dossier d'enregistrement complet. À la réception de l'accusé de réception, il doit donc formuler une demande de ce qu'on appelle une autorisation exceptionnelle d'importation à la DMP. Heu, donc suite à sa demande, la DMP va délivrer cette autorisation qui est valable pour 6 mois, qui peut être renouvelée au bout de 6 mois dans le cas où la licence n'est pas sortie. Mais en tout cas, voilà, la DMP, elle va délivrer cette AEI, qui va permettre l'importation et le dédouanement, des dispositifs médicaux. Pour la mise à jour, pareil, il va faire son dépôt, à la réception de l'accusé de réception. Il pourra donc importer les produits sur la base du certificat d'enregistrement précédent et l'accusé de réception. Pour ce qui est du renouvellement quinquennal, là encore, la décision du ministre, elle prévoit cet aspect-là et donc, une fois le dossier de renouvellement qui est déposé, et à la réception de l'accusé de réception, l'accusé de réception plus le certificat d'enregistrement précédent font foi pour importer le produit pendant une durée de 12 mois, après la date de délivrance de l'accusé de réception. Pour les autorisations spécifiques que j'ai spécifiées tout à l'heure sur la slide précédente, là encore, il y a une procédure qui est accélérée pour l'obtention de ces certificats. Alors, pour les futurs changements, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que la DMP, elle a offert beaucoup de flexibilité ces derniers temps, suite au Covid, évidemment. Mais aujourd'hui, il y a une note d'ailleurs, quand vous voulez enregistrer votre dispositif médical, il y a une note très claire qui apparaît sur la plateforme qui vous dit qu'aujourd'hui, si vous n'avez pas une autorisation d'importation ou une licence d'un quelconque produit, il est impérativement obligatoire de ne pas envoyer votre produit au Maroc. Parce qu'avant, la DMP, elle permettait à ce qu'une fois le produit en douane, l'importateur demandait cette autorisation et il l'obtenait. Aujourd'hui, c'est plus le cas et votre demande peut être rejetée. Donc, ne pas envoyer le système tant que vous n'avez pas soit la licence, soit l'autorisation d'importation exceptionnelle. Aussi, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que la DMP, elle a développé quand même beaucoup elle a fait un focus sur la transformation digitale, comme je vous ai parlé tout à l'heure de la plateforme, mais aujourd'hui, ils travaillent encore plus sur une nouvelle plateforme, encore plus développée, plus sophistiquée, qui va cette fois-ci englober l'ensemble des aspects, que ce soit en termes d'enregistrement des médicaments ou des dispositifs médicaux, de la soumission au paiement, au suivi des dossiers et jusqu'à l'obtention de la licence. Donc, on va sûrement entendre parler un peu plus de détails sur cette plateforme à partir de l'année prochaine. Et aussi, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'il y a eu un projet de loi cadre qui est relatif au système national de santé et notamment qui a été présenté par Monsieur le ministre à Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI. Et notamment, ce qui nous intéresse ici, c'est qu'il va y avoir une création d'une agence des médicaments et des produits de santé. Et là encore, on va très certainement en entendre parler l'année prochaine avec un peu plus de détails. Donc, sur ma présentation que je pense va vous être partagée, je vous ai mis un extrait des checklists nécessaires pour la déclaration de la société, pour l'enregistrement des dispositifs médicaux et aussi pour le renouvellement quinquennal. Et je vais m'arrêter là et je laisse Nadjet reprendre le floor. Nadjet.
Merci Selma. Je te remercie de cette présentation. Donc, c'était aussi enrichissant que ce qu'on a vu tout à l'heure pour la Tunisie. Et donc, on aura l'occasion d'en discuter tout à l'heure. Voilà. Donc, pour l'instant, donc on va passer à ma présentation qui concerne donc les dispositifs médicaux en Algérie et donc réglementation et procédures d'enregistrement. Donc, je vais partager ma présentation. Donc, c'est en cours de téléchargement, 2 secondes. Voilà. Selma, can you see my presentation?
Non, toujours pas.
Toujours pas. OK. Donc.
Ah, ça y est.
C'est bon? OK, ça marche. C'est en full screen?
Oui, full screen.
OK, super, très bien. D'accord. Donc, je vais faire. On va voir donc un aperçu sur la réglementation des dispositifs médicaux en Algérie. Voilà. Voilà, pardon. Voilà, ok. Donc, en sommaire, donc ce qu'on va voir, donc une introduction et on verra donc l'organisation des autorités de santé. On verra brièvement l'organisation des autorités de santé en Algérie. notamment le ministère, précisément le ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique et l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques. Ensuite, on verra donc les étapes nécessaires pour la mise sur le marché d'un dispositif médical et qui sont donc l'obtention d'un agrément, l'obtention d'un agrément pour son établissement, procédure donc ensuite l'homologation, programme prévisionnel d'importation, attestation et enfin attestation de régulation. Voilà. Ensuite, on verra en conclusion une analyse SWOT pour les procédures actuelles et les systèmes et les procédures actuelles. Voilà. Donc, actuellement, la réglementation des dispositifs médicaux en Algérie est en évolution continue, notamment après les dernières mises à jour de la législation relative aux dispositifs médicaux et surtout après donc, la création d'une agence, l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques, qui a été créée en 2017, et aussi la création d'un ministère qui est dédié à l'industrie pharmaceutique en 2020. Voilà, en plus, donc avant, il y avait une autre organisation, avant c'était le ministère de la Santé, mais ensuite, en 2020, il y a eu création d'un ministère dédié spécialement à l'industrie pharmaceutique, et ce qui reflète donc l'importance de ce secteur. Voilà, donc pour ce qui est, on va voir l'organisation du ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique. Ce ministère est composé de plusieurs directions, notamment la direction de la production, du développement industriel, de la promotion, de l'exportation et de la recherche. Donc, cette direction est responsable de plusieurs secteurs, plusieurs secteurs, notamment par exemple la recherche clinique, voilà, la promotion et aussi l'exportation. Voilà. Nous avons une autre direction qui est la direction des activités pharmaceutiques et de la régulation. Cette direction, on aura cette direction gère les volets liés à ce qui est les volets liés au contrôle du marché des dispositifs médicaux, notamment gestion des programmes et licences d'importation, les autorisations, etc. Voilà. Une autre direction, c'est la direction de la veille stratégique. C'est une direction qui est composée de sous-directions analyse des statistiques et aussi une autre sous-direction qui est l'évaluation économique. Nous avons la direction des systèmes d'information et de la documentation. Cette direction est dédiée à tout ce qui est système d'information et numérisation et aussi à tout ce qui est documentation et archivage. Nous avons une autre direction qui est la direction de la réglementation, du contentieux et de la coopération. Voilà, et on a aussi une direction de l'administration et des moyens. Voilà. On verra tout à l'heure un peu plus un volet des activités de la direction des activités pharmaceutiques et de la régulation. Voilà. Sinon, on passera donc à l'ANPP. L'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques, qui a été créée qui a été inaugurée en 2017, a été donc créée sur décret. Nous avons ici donc la définition. Nous avons donc ici un extrait d'un article de l'ordonnance numéro 2002 du 30 août 2020. Qui précise donc que l'agence est un établissement public à gestion spécifique, doté de la personnalité morale et de l'autonomie financière, qui est placé sous la tutelle du ministre chargé de l'industrie pharmaceutique. Voilà, ça c'est pour le statut de l'agence. Ensuite, ici nous avons on va parler des missions de la NPP, de cette agence. Principalement, nous avons le décret exécutif numéro 19-190 qui prévoit que l'agence est chargée d'assurer la mission de l'enregistrement et de l'homologation et du contrôle des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux. Elle participe également à la mise en œuvre de la politique nationale des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux à usage de la médecine humaine. Voilà, c'était une première mission. Selon le même article, selon le même décret, on trouve aussi d'autres missions, donc plus en détail de l'ANPP. Ici, donc, nous avons donc l'enregistrement des produits pharmaceutiques, homologation des dispositifs médicaux, comme indiqué précédemment. Aussi, l'un des rôles de l'ANPP est le contrôle de qualité, expertise des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux, évaluation scientifique des bénéfices, des risques et de la valeur thérapeutique. L'ANPP intervient aussi, joue un rôle donc primordial et principal dans les audits et les inspections BPF des différents établissements de fabrication et autres. Voilà, donc un autre rôle, c'est d'obtenir les autorisations préalables de promotion et de publicité des produits pharmaceutiques. L'ANPP aussi est chargée de donner avis sur les demandes de réalisation des études cliniques et des études de bioéquivalence. L'ANPP contribue aussi à l'élaboration du formulaire national des médicaments et de la pharmacopée. Cette agence contribue aussi à l'élaboration de la liste des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux, à l'établissement des nomenclatures, des différentes nomenclatures. L'agence participe aussi à l'élaboration des listes des médicaments remboursables. Nous avons d'autres missions aussi de l'agence, notamment donc, comme la participation à l'élaboration des textes législatifs et réglementaires des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux. L'agence contribue aussi au développement du secteur pharmaceutique, aussi à l'obtention, à la délivrance d'autorisations temporaires d'utilisation pour les médicaments non enregistrés. Nous avons aussi d'autres rôles de l'ANPP, comme l'obtention, donc la délivrance d'attestations de prix, et aussi un rôle important qui est l'action de coopération internationale de conventions nationales qu'on voit récemment. Donc l'agence est très active sur ce volet actuellement. Voilà. Ensuite, on va passer sur comment voir votre produit sur le marché algérien. Pour cela, il vous faudra donc principalement 4 étapes. D'abord, l'obtention de l'agrément qui est nécessaire ou qui correspond à votre établissement. Ensuite, homologation du dispositif médical, obtention d'un programme prévisionnel d'importation et enfin, obtention d'une attestation de régulation. On va voir toutes ces étapes en détail. Voilà. Donc, on va commencer par les agréments. Selon le décret exécutif numéro 2182 du 23 février 2021, qui est relatif donc aux établissements pharmaceutiques et aux conditions de leur agrément. Donc, nous avons 5 types d'établissements pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux. Donc, nous avons des établissements de fabrication, établissements d'exploitation, établissements d'importation, établissements de distribution en gros et établissements d'exportation. Voilà. Selon le type d'activité de l'entreprise, donc c'est l'opérateur ou l'entreprise doit soumettre une demande d'agrément au ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique. Cet agrément va correspondre donc à l'activité de cette entreprise et aucune entreprise ne pourra commencer son activité avant d'obtenir l'agrément nécessaire. Voilà. Après obtention d'un agrément, il faudrait donc soumettre à l'enregistrement ou à l'homologation le dispositif médical. Alors, comment l'homologation d'un dispositif médical en Algérie passera par ces étapes. D'abord, soumission du dossier de la demande, du dossier de demande d'homologation. Ce dossier sera ensuite évalué par les autorités et va subir donc évaluation et expertise, dont on verra le détail tout à l'heure. Par cela, donc, il y a avis de la commission d'homologation. Et enfin, il y a délivrance d'une décision d'homologation qui sera valable pour 5 ans, pour une durée de 5 ans. Voilà. On va passer donc pour la procédure d'homologation d'un DM pour la demande. Alors, on avait dit qu'on va commencer d'abord par une demande d'homologation d'un DM. Je vais commencer par le format du dossier de demande d'homologation. Et le format exigé récemment, alors selon une dernière exigence qui est applicable à partir du mois d'août de ce mois d'août passé, donc août 2022, l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques a commencé à exiger un format du dossier d'homologation en 5 parties. La première partie va porter des renseignements d'ordre administratif. La deuxième partie, c'est le résumé des autres parties. Partie 3, c'est information, donc c'est une partie qui va porter les informations chimiques, physiques, mécaniques et biologiques. La partie 4 portera sur les performances études et études non cliniques. La partie 5 sera donc le rapport d'études cliniques. Voilà. Donc, c'était l'organisation, comment un dossier d'homologation doit être présenté aux autorités de santé pour évaluation et expertise. Ici, nous avons donc par contre les composants, donc de quoi est composé un dossier d'homologation. Donc, comme vous voyez, des parties administratives, des parties administratives comme le formulaire de demande, donc les lettres de demande, formulaire, attestation des différents intervenants dans la fabrication du dispositif médical fini et ainsi que les fournisseurs des matières premières. Nous avons aussi des documents, des lettres et des déclarations, voilà, portant sur les étapes de conditionnement, de stérilisation. C'est-à-dire ceci sera sous forme de lettres et déclarations, mis à part le dossier technique qui sera soumis. Nous avons aussi des documents bien sûr nécessaires tels que le CLV, les déclarations, voilà, donc et procuration ou contrat du fabricant. Voilà. Ensuite, la suite, voilà. Donc, nous avons d'autres documents relatifs à la classification du produit, déclaration, donc bien sûr, déclaration CE de conformité, certificat donc ISO, information sur la nomenclature du dispositif, autorisation, voilà, les autorisations disponibles pour le site, voilà. Sinon, nous avons bien sûr aussi une attestation de prix, le type d'étiquetage doit aussi être présenté aux autorités et aussi donc le dossier technique voilà, en format électronique, voilà, qui sera présenté tel que indiqué précédemment. Voilà. Nous avons aussi la suite donc, de la checklist utilisée par les autorités pour vérifier le dossier qui sera soumis. Donc, bien sûr, on a des parties liées à la stabilité, analyse des risques, études cliniques, voilà, et les échantillons lorsqu'ils sont requis. Concernant, donc, on avait dit, on a vu la première étape était la soumission du dossier d'enregistrement. On a vu brièvement les documents nécessaires pour cela. Et maintenant, nous avons donc la deuxième étape, c'est l'étape d'évaluation par les autorités. Donc, l'évaluation et l'expertise va porter sur 4 volets. Donc, évaluation technico-réglementaire, évaluation des essais physiques, chimiques et biologiques, évaluation des rapports de l'analyse des risques et évaluation des données cliniques. Voilà. C'est la deuxième étape. Après donc ces évaluations, les autorités vont revenir vers le laboratoire, l'opérateur, voilà, avec donc une décision finale et au cas de rejet ou de réserve, il faudra répondre à ces réserves. Au cas d'acceptation, voilà, donc le laboratoire va recevoir une décision d'homologation qui sera valable pour 5 ans, comme indiqué. Voilà. Après l'étape d'homologation vient une autre étape qui est donc l'obtention de ce qu'on appelle un programme prévisionnel d'importation. Alors, c'est quoi? C'est une licence annuelle d'importation. Chaque année, les importateurs doivent soumettre au ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique un programme, une demande pour des licences d'importation sur tous les produits qui seront importés. Ceci concerne les dispositifs médicaux finis, mais aussi les matières premières pour les dispositifs médicaux fabriqués localement. Voilà. Quand est-ce qu'on dépose ce programme prévisionnel? Donc, on le dépose une fois par an. Et au cas, on le dépose une fois par an. Par exemple, pour l'année 2023, les programmes prévisionnels d'importation pour l'année 2003 devraient être déposés entre juillet et septembre 2022, voilà. Et pour permettre ensuite aux autorités d'effectuer la vérification du dossier soumis et d'évaluer le contenu de cette demande, les quantités demandées, etc. Et revenir vers les laboratoires avant donc l'année concernée. Voilà. Maintenant, pourquoi ce programme prévisionnel d'importation? C'est dans le cadre du contrôle et de la régulation. Comme expliqué tout à l'heure, donc il y a une direction dédiée aux activités. Donc c'est la direction des activités pharmaceutiques et de la régulation qui gère ce volet de programme prévisionnel d'importation et qui délivre ces licences d'importation de façon annuelle. Alors, courant de l'année d'importation, le laboratoire ou l'importateur peut demander un avenant au programme d'importation déjà reçu, et ceci au cas d'épuisement de la licence ou des quantités déjà approuvées et accordées par le ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique. Voilà. Donc, ce programme prévisionnel d'importation concerne tous les dispositifs médicaux et toutes les matières premières utilisées dans la fabrication des dispositifs médicaux. Voilà. Donc, pour ces programmes d'importation, donc, il y a différentes étapes. D'abord, la soumission, comme on avait dit, soumission au ministère de l'Industrie pharmaceutique. Ensuite, traitement, donc étude des demandes par le ministère. Il y a des feedbacks, donc retour du ministère, parfois des questions, des réserves. On demande parfois de diminuer les quantités, de revoir les prix. Donc, tout ce qui concerne ce dispositif et l'importation de dispositifs peut être donc soumis à des questions ou des réserves des autorités de santé. Voilà. Après cela, donc l'importateur va répondre aux questions, aux réserves, et en finalité, si toutes les réponses sont fournies et si le ministère accepte le dossier, donc il y aura donc signature du programme d'importation, ou au cas contraire, il y aura donc rejet, et dans ce cas, l'importateur pourrait soumettre un document, un dossier justificatif, ou notamment faire donc un recours. Voilà, c'est la procédure de demande de programme prévisionnel d'importation qui vient après, bien sûr, l'étape d'enregistrement ou d'homologation du dispositif médical. Pour ce qui est de la composition du dossier d'un dispositif, pour ce qui est du dossier de programme d'importation, donc il y a des documents liés à l'importateur, des documents administratifs, il y a des états de stock. Comme on avait dit, le but de ce programme d'importation, c'est de contrôler les quantités, les prix et réguler l'importation Donc, de façon générale, que ce soit pour les produits finis, DM en produits finis ou matières premières. Donc, voici donc les documents nécessaires, donc attestation de prix, des engagements et d'autres documents administratifs. Voilà. Voici le template, donc le modèle, le canevas du programme prévisionnel d'importation. Comme vous voyez, il y a des informations sur le produit et d'autres informations sur notamment la quantité, le prix du dispositif médical. Voilà. Après l'étape de programme prévisionnel d'importation. Donc, si l'opérateur ou l'entreprise a reçu son programme d'importation, il y a une deuxième étape de contrôle qui se fait cette fois-ci pas une fois par an, mais à chaque expédition. Donc, à chaque expédition de dispositif médical, le laboratoire doit soumettre une demande de ce qu'on appelle une attestation de régulation. La demande se fait toujours de la direction des activités pharmaceutiques et de la régulation au sein du ministère de l'industrie pharmaceutique et dont la composition est la suivante. Donc, voici la composition du dossier. Voilà, donc je finis donc par une petite analyse SWOT, voilà, par rapport aux procédures actuelles, par rapport aux procédures et systèmes actuels. Donc, parmi les forces que l'on puisse constater, donc c'est que la réglementation est de plus en plus évolutive, ce qui augmente donc les exigences de sécurité et de performance, et ce qui est bien sûr dans l'intérêt du patient ou de l'utilisateur du DM. Nous avons aussi l'un des points positifs, voilà, c'est la mise à jour active des textes réglementaires, ce qui donne aux opérateurs et aux professionnels en affaires réglementaires et aux fabricants une visibilité, un plus de visibilité. Voilà. Par contre, nous avons constaté aussi certaines faiblesses, notamment donc les délais de traitement des dossiers, mais des demandes d'homologation qui sont assez longs. Ce qui est donc, il y a eu récemment donc plusieurs exigences. Tous les dispositifs médicaux doivent être enregistrés ou homologués, ce qui a généré bien sûr une charge de travail importante au niveau des autorités. Voilà. Deuxième point que nous avons constaté et qui pourrait être amélioré à l'avenir peut-être, c'est que les exigences et les prérequis des demandes d'homologation sont identiques, quelle que soit la classe du dispositif médical, même si le traitement plus tard sera différent selon la classe du dispositif, mais les exigences et les prérequis sont identiques. On pourrait peut-être voir ça s'améliorer à l'avenir. Ce qu'on a pour ce qui est des opportunités, donc ce qui est constaté actuellement, c'est le début de la digitalisation des systèmes. Ça a été implémenté pour, par exemple, les demandes de programmes prévisionnels d'importation, pour les déclarations de stock. Voilà, donc en attendant par contre que ce soit appliqué aussi aux demandes d'homologation. Voilà, une deuxième opportunité que je voulais partager avec vous, c'est la possibilité d'harmonisation de la réglementation des DM au niveau africain. Ce serait donc une chance pour tous les Africains, voilà, étant donné les avantages qui peuvent être générés d'une telle harmonisation. Voilà. Une menace que je voulais citer et partager avec vous ici, c'est par rapport aux exigences en matière d'étiquetage pour l'Algérie, voilà, notamment pour les packs partagés avec d'autres pays. Voilà, et donc on a constaté un certain risque, voilà, donc difficulté à répondre à ces exigences, notamment après implémentation du nouveau règlement européen. Voilà. Donc c'était ma présentation, je vous remercie. Et je vous laisse donc passer. On va passer donc à la partie questions. Et voilà, on va voir maintenant. On va ouvrir la discussion, le dialogue entre nos différents speakers. Et aussi, on aura l'occasion de voir les questions de nos chers participants. Alors. On se retrouve à nouveau. Voilà. Donc, on va commencer. Je vois qu'il y a plusieurs questions. Je vais commencer par les questions. J'avais des questions là aussi, mais je vais commencer par les questions des participants. Alors, il y avait une question de Ala. Voilà, merci Ala pour votre question. Donc, la question de Ala concernait la Tunisie. Donc, docteur Olfa, vous avez mentionné tout à l'heure qu'il y a une exigence que l'on prévoit c'est l'application, donc l'obligation d'enregistrer les dispositifs, mais tous les dispositifs, tous les types de dispositifs médicaux. Alors, Ala nous demande quand est-ce que c'est prévu. Est-ce qu'on prévoit de voir ça devenir obligatoire?
Je peux répondre?
Oui, bien sûr. Allez-y.
Alors, pour être plus précise, l'enregistrement des dispositifs médicaux, ça concerne les dispositifs médicaux qui sont contrôlés par la DPM. Les DM invasifs, implantables, présentés sous une forme pharmaceutique, stériles à usage unique, bref. Donc, ça concerne ce type de dispositif qui est contrôlé par la DPM. C'est une sorte également pour que l'opérateur économique s'habitue à l'enregistrement avant l'apparition du décret gouvernemental qui va l'imposer pour tous les DM. Et donc, l'obligation d'enregistrer le DM se fera lorsque le décret gouvernemental verra le jour. Et tout ce que je peux dire, c'est que le projet de décret, il est dans ses phases finales de validation. Je ne peux pas me prononcer vraiment pour une date bien précise parce que ça ne dépend pas que de moi. Il y a plusieurs intervenants dans le circuit de parution de ce texte, mais ça ne va pas tarder.
D'accord, ok, super, très bien. Voilà, donc on va passer, j'espère qu'Ala a eu une réponse à sa question. Je passe à Christine. Christine qui nous a posé une question par rapport, je crois que ça concerne le Maroc cette fois-ci. Alors, ça concerne donc, alors au cas, voilà, donc au cas où l'on ne reçoit pas une réponse de la DPM pour une soumission en ligne. Salma?
Alors, en fait, pour la soumission en ligne, comme je l'ai expliqué tout à l'heure, une fois déposée, on reçoit un accusé de réception. S'il y a un retard de retour, que ce soit pour l'accusé de réception ou que ce soit, parce que je ne sais pas votre question, si elle est liée à l'accusé de réception ou à l'autorisation exceptionnelle d'importation, quoi qu'il en soit, il faut absolument que vous fassiez un follow-up avec la DMP. Surtout si vous avez une urgence, vous avez un appel d'offres, vous avez quelque chose qui va être envoyé au Maroc sous peu, n'hésitez pas à en discuter avec la DMP, envoyer des emails s'il le faut. En général, ils sont assez rapides dans la réponse quand on envoie des emails. Mais si jamais vous n'obtenez pas de réponse par email, n'hésitez pas à vous déplacer, ou plutôt à ce que votre établissement local basé au Maroc se déplace auprès de la DMP pour avoir une discussion.
D'accord. Donc, une autre question concernant le Maroc, toujours, une question de Nancy. Alors, est-ce que la décision liée au Covid est toujours appliquée?
Voilà. Oui. Toujours appliquée à partir du moment où la situation d'urgence est toujours en place, ce qui est le cas. Donc oui, la réponse est oui.
Ok, très bien. Donc, on a une autre question, toujours pour le Maroc. Donc, on demande si, donc toujours de Christine, donc on demande si le marquage CE et si on peut enregistrer un produit qui n'est pas marqué CE au Maroc.
Oui, mais il faut que votre produit soit FDA cleared, qui soit enregistré aux États-Unis. Par exemple, vous pouvez déposer les documents d'enregistrement aux États-Unis, notamment un CFG, une déclaration qui confirme que votre produit répond bien aux normes américaines. Voilà, en fait, on fait juste un remplacement du certificat CE-DOC avec un CFG et une déclaration où vous listez les normes qui sont applicables à votre produit. Mais c'est possible.
Ok, merci Salma. Donc, voilà, je regarde. Donc, il y a d'autres questions. Voilà, il y a la même question pour l'Algérie. Donc, pour le marquage, donc s'il y a possibilité d'enregistrer des produits non marqués CE en Algérie, oui, effectivement, il y a cette possibilité. Il est possible, toutefois, il faut fournir un dossier qui justifie donc un dossier complet par rapport aux requis et prérequis qui ont été présentés tout à l'heure. Voilà. Que ce soit sur la partie administrative ou la partie technique, clinique, etc. Voilà. Je suis en train de regarder d'autres questions. Alors, une question pour le bureau juridique local de l'entreprise. Avons-nous besoin d'un certificat ISO? Je me demande si la question, on n'a pas précisé le pays. Si la question, on va répondre pour
Le Maroc.
Maroc. Vas-y, Selma.
Oui, je pense que c'est pour le Maroc parce que j'ai entamé la discussion tout à l'heure. Oui, je confirme. Le bureau, enfin, ça dépend ce que vous entendez par le bureau local. En tout cas, si c'est un établissement d'importation, de distribution ou de fabrication et que vous voulez faire votre déclaration auprès de la DMP, un certificat ISO 13485 de ce bureau qui est établi localement au Maroc, oui, il doit avoir un certificat ISO 13485.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, je me demande si on a plus de temps. Madré, peut-être? Est-ce qu'on a plus de temps? Alors, entre-temps, je vais lire un commentaire. Un commentaire de Khadija. Donc, il semblerait que le format exigé par l'Algérie ressemble au format CTD des médicaments. Oui, je confirme. C'est un constat qui a été fait par tout le monde. Donc, effectivement, le format c'est le format exigé pour les dossiers d'homologation ressemble plutôt à un dossier CTD qu'à un dossier de STED des dispositifs médicaux. Voilà, donc il y aura par contre des différences certainement donc dans les détails du dossier et dans les dossiers à fournir pour chaque partie demandée de ce dossier. Voilà. J'ai une question pour Dr Olfa. Voilà. Donc, on avait parlé du délai d'application de la nouvelle exigence. Par rapport au projet par rapport au projet de digitalisation, est-ce que vous avez des délais, des timelines à partager avec nous?
C'est-à-dire quand est-ce que le projet sera prêt?
Exactement. Et une deuxième question, avant de vous donner la parole. Donc, toujours concernant la digitalisation, est-ce que cette digitalisation sera faite en étapes ou bien ça sera donc appliqué sur les différents systèmes, les différentes procédures réglementaires?
Alors, pour répondre à la première question, on estime, on a planifié que ça va être d'ici fin 2023, la DPM, elle sera digitalisée. On a déjà commencé les process et pour répondre à la deuxième question, oui, tous les process sont concernés par la digitalisation, aussi bien le pharma que l'EDN.
D'accord, ok, très bien. Merci beaucoup. Oui.
Moi, j'ai une petite question pour toi, Nadjet, par rapport au formulaire qui a été renouvelé en Algérie pour les enregistrements. Comme il est sorti il y a quelques semaines, du coup, est-ce qu'il va y avoir un report de la deadline ou est-ce que la deadline est toujours novembre 2022?
Par rapport à l'exigence d'enregistrer les
enregistrement d'homologation des dispositifs médicaux.
Oui, voilà. Donc, je sais que tu es au courant de la procédure, Selma. Je vais donner un petit aperçu à nos participants, aux différents participants, pour comprendre ma réponse. Donc, en Algérie, il y avait des dispositifs médicaux qui étaient commercialisés sans enregistrement, sans homologation, mais à partir d'une certaine période, les autorités ont exigé à ce que tous les dispositifs médicaux soient homologués avant la commercialisation. Et il fallait aussi régulariser les dossiers des produits, des dispositifs médicaux déjà commercialisés. Donc, la question de Selma concerne ces produits qui sont commercialisés avant l'homologation. Pour cette partie, il y avait effectivement un délai qui était donc jusqu'à novembre 2022. Actuellement, mais même avec le traitement des programmes d'importation qui est en cours, actuellement, on n'a pas eu de nouvelles, il n'y a pas eu de nouvelles mises à jour, il n'y a pas de report de cette deadline, voilà, jusqu'à ce jour. Voilà. Donc, on considère que c'est applicable jusqu'à nouvel ordre.
D'accord. Et c'est aussi applicable pour les équipements médicaux ou c'est uniquement ou est-ce que les équipements médicaux sont exclus pour le moment de l'homologation?
Alors, jusque-là, les équipements médicaux ne passaient pas par l'homologation. Par contre, selon les nouvelles exigences, ils vont passer aussi par l'homologation. Avant, c'était des déclarations annuelles en fin d'année. Donc, les laboratoires, les importateurs déclarent les produits, les équipements qui ont été importés durant l'année en cours. Par contre, ça va changer. Donc, même ces équipements vont devoir être homologués. Voilà.
OK. Très bien, merci.
Merci à toi, Sally. Donc, je reviens aux questions des auditeurs. OK. Donc, on a encore 10 minutes additionnelles. Voilà. Donc, on va voir une question concernant la Tunisie cette fois. Voilà, donc, mesdames, pour la Tunisie, une question. Donc, on nous demande si la Tunisie peut accepter une commande spéciale passion pour un produit qui n'est pas marqué CE, pour un dispositif qui n'est pas marqué CE.
Alors, à vrai dire, si j'ai bien compris, c'est un DN personnalisé pour un patient bien précis.
Oui.
Alors, franchement, tout va dépendre de la composition du dossier et des certifications présentées. Si ça peut répondre à un minimum d'exigences, donc ça pourrait être accepté. Bien évidemment, s'il présente d'autres certifications en parallèle qui peuvent garantir un minimum de sécurité. Donc, vraiment, ça dépend du dossier et de sa provenance aussi.
Oui, d'accord. Très bien. Donc, je reviens à une autre question qui concerne l'Algérie cette fois-ci, une question de Esma El Fassi. Donc, merci Esma pour votre question. La question concerne donc, existe-t-il un critère pour la classification des gammes à mentionner dans le formulaire D? Le terme produit est très flou. Alors, Esma, je souhaite vous informer que le formulaire D a été annulé. Il n'est plus requis dans le dossier. Il a été remplacé par un nouveau formulaire. Donc, comme je vous ai dit, il y a eu une mise à jour récemment. Donc, des requis concernant l'homologation des DM en Algérie. L'une des pièces qui a été modifiée, qui a subi une modification, c'est le formulaire de demande. Donc, on a un nouveau formulaire de demande. Le nouveau formulaire, si vous allez voir le nouveau formulaire, vous trouverez qu'il y a un peu plus de détails sur cette partie. Il faudra même préciser si le produit est présenté en kit ou pas. Voilà, il y a plus de détails qui permettront une meilleure classification du produit. Voilà. J'espère avoir répondu à votre question, Esma. Christine nous demande donc combien de temps faudrait pour l'approbation l'approbation de la demande de paiement en Algérie. Oui, effectivement. Donc en Algérie, avant de procéder au paiement pour une demande d'homologation, il faudra d'abord soumettre ce qu'on appelle un bordereau de versement. Donc c'est une demande aux autorités pour accorder le paiement. Actuellement, les délais, Christine demande les délais. Actuellement, les délais varient selon les périodes. Par exemple, en cette période de congé, les délais sont plus longs qu'avant. Il y avait des périodes où ça prenait une semaine à 10 jours. Mais quand il y a des périodes où la charge de travail est importante au niveau des autorités ou lorsque c'est des périodes de congé, par exemple, ces délais peuvent être prolongés. Voilà. Alors, une question de Yacine. Alors, Yacine demande combination products. Voilà, donc il s'agit de produits combinés. Donc, un laboratoire peut-il enregistrer un dispositif médical destiné à administrer son produit pharmaceutique alors qu'il ne le fabrique pas lui-même. Voilà. Donc, il est conditionné séparément du médicament. Le dispositif et donc le fabricant du DM est différent du fabricant du médicament. Docteur Olfa, peut-être?
Oui, en fait, quand il s'agit d'une industrie pharmaceutique de fabrication de médicaments, eh ben, il n'a pas besoin d'enregistrer le DN parce que le DN qui va administrer le médicament est considéré comme médicament, et on va considérer le tout un médicament et ça va être évalué dans l'ensemble comme médicament. Donc, il n'a pas vraiment besoin d'enregistrer le DM à part et le médicament à part. Tout l'ensemble, c'est un médicament.
Ok, d'accord.
J'ai bien compris la question.
Oui, oui, exactement, c'est ça. Donc, c'est combiné, un dispositif.
Tout est considéré comme médicament, oui.
Très bien. Donc, il est considéré comme médicament et donc il est soumis à la procédure d'enregistrement d'un médicament.
Oui, c'est ça. L'ensemble.
Merci, docteur. J'ai une question pour l'Algérie toujours. Donc, Maria Rafat. Donc, Maria, merci de votre question. Alors, registration documents. Alors, est-ce que les documents d'enregistrement pour les dispositifs médicaux in vitro has to be submitted until when? Est-ce qu'on soumet? Oui, je confirme que les dispositifs médicaux in vitro, de diagnostic in vitro, sont aussi soumis à la même procédure d'homologation que le reste des dispositifs médicaux. Voilà. Merci Maria pour votre question. Voilà, donc je crois qu'on a fait le tour. Esma, on a une question de Esma pour la Tunisie. Voilà, donc la question de l'AMM aussi. Donc, ça concerne l'enregistrement combiné. Voilà, médicaments, elle a un commentaire concernant l'enregistrement combiné, médicaments dispositifs.
Si le dispositif il va servir à administrer le médicament ensemble, par exemple, un produit injectable, et bien tout l'ensemble qui va être utilisé par la boîte pharmaceutique pour produire son produit, il est considéré comme médicament. Et j'ai à mes côtés ma collègue du médicament qui peut confirmer ça aussi. Quand on a un dispositif médical avec un médicament qui va administrer un médicament, le tout est considéré comme médicament.
Ok. Donc,
oui, voilà. Effectivement, c'est ça.
D'accord. Voilà. Donc, Salma a d'autres questions?
Non.
Non. Très bien, super. Docteur Olfa, docteur Nadia, commentaires, questions?
Non, merci. Juste merci pour la qualité du séminaire et merci à vous, docteur Nadjet.
Merci.
Pour votre coordination.
Ok, merci. Je vous remercie infiniment, docteur Olfa, docteur Nadia et madame Selma. Je vous remercie infiniment pour votre participation et pour toutes ces informations intéressantes. Et j'en suis certaine que les participants ont aussi bénéficié de ces informations. Et je vous remercie. Et donc, pour nos participants, j'espère que vous avez eu ces informations partagées ont été bénéfiques pour vous aussi. Et je vous remercie de toutes vos questions et vos commentaires. Je remercie aussi l'équipe de PharmaReg, de AfriSummit. Je vous remercie aussi. Et je vous annonce donc un break. Je vous laisse pour un break. Ensuite, vous allez continuer donc le programme avec mes collègues et nos consoeurs et confrères. Voilà. Je vous remercie et bonne continuation. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Merci, au revoir.
Merci. Au revoir.
Bon, ils vont nous quitter.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are running a little bit late, so we'll go straight from the coffee break into the next session. We want to thank Dr. Najet and the team for this very interesting session. We're going to have a little bit of a surprise for you later. Let me just speak to the team first, and then you can switch over now from the banners, so you can listen to your own language, and it is now back to normal. If you're English, click on English. If you're French, click on French. Thank you. All right, I'd like to invite up Christine. Christine, thank you very much. Christine, do you mind just introducing yourself? And let's get the ball on the road with the EDA and African manufacturing. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Madri. Hi, everyone. I'm Christine Wahba. I'm Senior Regulatory Affairs Specialist for Middle East and Africa for Align Technology. I'm here with you as a moderator for the Egypt session regarding IVD. I wish to introduce to you Dr. Mariam George. Dr. Mariam has a bachelor degree of pharmacy from Ain Shams University in Egypt. She has worked in the medical devices inspection for imported and local IVDs for over the past 18 years within the Egyptian Regulatory Authority. Dr. Mariam is holding her current position as the Director of IVDs Inspection Unit at the Central Administration of Operations, EDA, since last year. Well, we would like to welcome Dr. Mariam. She will be speaking to us today about the QMS evaluation for the local manufacturing in Africa and the inspection and how inspection works from the Egyptian authorities. Welcome, Dr. Mariam, and the ground is yours.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Christine, for the introduction. I'm honored to participate here and share our developed inspection procedures on the local IVDs manufacturers. Our inspection team is part of EDA, the Central Administration of Operation, and we are responsible for the local and imported IVDs inspection in Egypt. We'll begin with our agenda. We'll cover the IVDs definition and examples, importance of the IVDs, presidential campaigns, changes in the diagnostic market, changes that took place in the inspection procedures, building our inspection team, and our main goal. 10 years ago, I never could have expected the extent of the progress of the IVDs in terms of their accuracy, the speed, the rapid disease identification, whether infectious or a chronic disease, the ease of the use of the IVDs. And let's begin with the IVD definition. According to the IVDR, in vitro diagnostic medical device include the reagents, reagent products, calibration materials, control materials, kits, instruments, apparatus, equipment, and the systems that are intended for use in the examination of specimens taken from the human body, tissue, blood, urine, or any other specimen. And it is estimated that around 70% of the clinical decisions are made using the IVDs. So the IVD has so many importance and so many examples. Let's say the hepatitis or the HIV test, the clinical chemistry, coagulation test systems, urine test strips, pregnancy test, blood sugar monitoring systems for diabetics, receptacles manufactured specially for the medical specimens. And for their importance, they are for the diagnosis, the monitoring of the disease, providing prognosis, and the predicting of the treatment. And according to the non-communicable disease key facts, it's a study made by the WHO that stated that the chronic disease would kill around 41 million people each year, which is equivalent to the 71% of the deaths worldwide. And from this perspective, and under the guidance of His Excellency President Sisi, the 100 million health initiatives were launched to take care of the health of the Egyptian citizens. You know, healthier population, it's a stronger economic growth. On September 2018 was the launch of the national campaign to eradicate hepatitis C virus and detect the non-communicable disease. On February 2019, launching a campaign for the early detection and the treatment for the school students of obesity, anemia, and dwarfism. On July 2019 was the launch of the campaign to support the health of the Egyptian women. Well, these campaigns are ongoing but in phases. And now let's take a look on the market. Well, the world has changed, and the IVD market too is significantly and positively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to the growth in the IVD demand and an increase in the number of the local IVD manufacturers here in Egypt. And these were the triggers to improve our inspection regulations. These regulations were set to specify the safety of the IVD and that they perform as intended when placed on the market. So we have developed a new inspection procedure on the local manufacturers that depend on applying both the GMP and the ISO 13485 quality management system requirements. And as we know, the GMP is a system for ensuring that the products are constantly produced and controlled according to quality standards that all manufacturing facilities should implement. They help ensure the proper design, monitoring, and control of the manufacturing process and the facility too. While the ISO 13485, the quality management system, sets out the requirements, rules, and guidelines for any company that designs, manufactures, installs, and distributes. And the purpose of this checklist is to assessing the conformity to the essential principles of safety and performance of the IVDs. Our inspection department, as a regulatory authority, held meetings with the manufacturers and published a guidance to ensure that IVD manufacturers are aware of this checklist, and it was published too on the EDA website. And here comes the role of the manufacturers, is to stick to the regulations published to assure the identity, strength, and the quality of their products. And to talk about the IVD inspection, it is a risk-based inspection. Means that the inspections are planned and performed at a frequency and level of detail that depends on the nature of the products manufactured and the history of compliance of the licensed firm. And as we see, From this diagram, the regulatory requirements increase as the risk increase from Class A to Class D. Class A, which is a low patient and public health risk that includes specimen receptacles, buffer solutions, washes, culture media. Class B, the moderate patient risk and or low public health risk, include the clinical chemistry test and some specific self-testing IVDs. Class C, it's a high patient risk and or moderate public health risk. It's a test for the infectious diseases, the cancer biomarkers, monitoring the blood glucose, and the most self-test IVDs. Class D, it's a high patient and high public risk. Examples, the blood groups, ABO, the RH, HIV, hepatitis B, C, and the syphilis. Well, the practice of regulating IVD effectively and efficiently required building an inspection team. We have an audit plan inspection on licensed firms every year. And these site inspections are regular to check and verify the firm's regulatory compliance. We have a dedicated inspection team to conduct these inspections and manage the process and ensure the readiness of the site, staff, and the documents presented by the firm. Well, this in order to reach the competency management and the people development, EDA concentrates on training of the inspectors. We have their knowledge, skills, and attitude. We concentrate on these three to have a competent inspector at the end. This competent inspector is capable of understanding the public health principles, have analytical and communication skills, can handle information, and have the skills in effective intervention and the crisis management. EDA opens so many channels of communication with manufacturers, whether they are in the market or who intend to open new factories, so that we can reach our main goal very soon, to promote the local industry, cover local market needs, and encourage the exportation. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation, and to summarize my main points, to reach the release of a safe and effective locally manufactured IVDs, the industry must be controlled and monitored. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam, for the presentation and getting us through the procedures and the inspection guidelines for medical IVDs in Egypt for local production. Please, if anyone have questions for Dr. Mariam regarding local manufacturing of IVDs or IVDs inspection, feel free to ask. Okay. So if no questions, we can move forward. Thank you so much, Dr. Mariam.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now we will be with Leonard. He's the independent management consultant of import and export specialist. Leonard works with various regulatory borders to bridge the gap with regulations, with permit approvals for the clinical trials in pharma industry. So, hi, Len.
Hi, Christine. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you well. The
Thank
floor
you
is
so much.
yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you to the AfriSummit for letting me moderate this session. The topics we're going to cover is the linking medical device business with compliance. I'll moderate the session, and I'm pleased to moderate in that session. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Simone Rudolph-Short, an industrial pharmacist for the past 30 years. Simone brings across a vast amount of knowledge. She's the current chairperson of MDMSA. And I hand over to you, Simone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Len, for the introduction. And thank you to AfriSummit for inviting me to talk today. So firstly, I'm going to sorry, for Madre, will you be putting my presentation up or do you want me to share?
Hi, Madre, are you putting up?
I'm here. I'm just waiting for my production to bring it up.
Okay.
I've just mentioned in the post. Hi, everybody.
Thanks.
Nice to
Hi,
see you.
Likewise.
Okay.
Thank you for
I'll
all your
go back
hard work.
down. No, thank you
Thank
guys
you.
for being here. All right. Thank you. Okay, while we're waiting for production, I'll use this opportunity to announce that Algeria will have a roundtable tomorrow during lunchtime. And we will post about it and make sure everybody joins us for all the questions that's been missed. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the session.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the medical device business in regards to compliance and also talk about manufacturing through Africa. But just to start with the first slide, who is MDMSA? MDMSA was created many years ago, but it really came together about 8 years ago. It's a group of local manufacturers. We all manufacture some form of medical device, and we have formed an association in which to add value in the value chain of production. And we've also invited some consultancies and service providers to join our initiative. It's very exciting to announce that we announced end of last week that we are now becoming independent. We have a very strong South African MedTech Association called SAMED, and we now realize that we need to become an independent authority to focus on the local manufacturers and certain aspects around increasing local production, as well as creating jobs within South Africa, but also in conjunction with Africa. We also engage with many local stakeholders, but also international stakeholders. And manufacturers in South Africa cover many disciplines, like we've seen the diversity of medical devices, from sutures to syringes to wound dressings, electromedical equipment. We've got a mammogram manufacturer, we've got MRI scanners, and so forth, as well as implants being manufactured within South Africa, and also to mention, we've got the prosthetic products as well. So MDMSA aims, in the next slide, to provide a voice in respect to local manufacturing in order to champion the use of safe and effectively locally manufactured medical devices and to deliver affordable, high-quality patient outcomes. And as you heard earlier this morning, the African continent is fairly new to the regulatory environment. I was fortunate in my previous career in corporate to have CE marked a product in the early 2000s. And so, yes, we do have many of our manufacturing facilities within South Africa that are following the medical device directive processes, which is now, as we have heard, moving to the medical device regulatory framework. We also engage a lot with government, the regulators, as well as key industry stakeholders and other industry-related associations, as I've mentioned already. And many of us that sit on as manufacturers also sit on the SABS technical committees and participate in the standards approvals for medical devices. We also want to ensure that we identify the key issues and opportunities to develop and propose practical solutions to protect the balance between patient benefits, safety, ethics, technological innovation, and market access in a global environment. And we've got a lot of focus in South Africa happening at our universities around innovation. And MDMSA is working on providing a framework in which to commercialize these innovations. So into the detail of what I want to talk about is really revolves around the role and responsibility of manufacturers. So yes, we produce products and we aim for the safety and performance aspect that was emphasized this morning by like Dr. Matebe and other speakers. And we all know that there are the essential principles of safety and performance that are defined in many regulatory, in many jurisdictions that give us the framework to provide the safe and performing aspects. So yes, it does work through from very disciplined approach to design and development, and it then includes aspects such as verification and validation. And as you know, verification testing can be quite expensive, as well as clinical validations, as well as other validations like sterilization validation, clean room validations as well. The other role of the manufacturer, which is significant, is that it is the manufacturer that sets the label and instructions for use in accordance with the market authorization. And the market authorization is those regulatory approvals that we work towards. And the label and instructions for use come from the clinical intention of the use of the medical device. And then we've also got the responsibility in the aspects of sales and advertising control and the management and control of distribution. So as many of you will know, that the latest revision of the ISO 13485, which is the ISO standard for quality management systems for regulatory compliance for various economic operators that I'll talk about in a minute. There is the new requirements under Section 7, Clause 7.2 around training. And as we know that it's the use of the medical devices are appliances, and therefore in many cases we have an obligation to ensure that the users are trained and not just reliant necessarily on the label or the instructions for use. Again, talking about control and management of distribution, and this is where the role of the distributors come into play. There should be clear agreements between the manufacturer and the distributors to make sure that the regulatory compliance is fulfilled. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. And then we also have the obligation around adverse incidents reporting, post-market surveillance, and then follow-up clinical evaluation as well. And this, as many of you will know, it's because when it comes to a medical device, we do not have the clinical trial obligations like you do with medicines. We very much rely on the post-market performance of the device, in which will then trigger things like new models or new developments and improvements to a device, and also in regards to giving us feedback on any vigilance activities, especially when there's any adverse incidents. So if we look at the manufacturer's role, also in the next slide, is to place the product on the market. It is the manufacturer that provides the pre and the post-market requirements in able to make the product first available in the markets. The distributor is not the one that places the product firstly in the market. It is the manufacturer that needs to go through the pre-market approvals. So the operation of placing on the market is reserved for and can only be done, and it says that by the manufacturer or an importer, and that's because the importer in a country will be the direct link to the local regulator. Also, placing on the market is the most decisive point in time in any new legislative framework that then triggers the actual approval of the safety and performance of that device to be able to enable it to go into the market. So if we look then at the economic operators, who are obviously in a relationship with the manufacturer, I've given the definition for economic operators from the medical device regulations, and it says there, it clearly defines these operations, which in South Africa, we have the operator called a wholesaler. It does include the wholesaler, but in the terminology of a distributor. So the definition of economic operator is a business or other organization which supplies goods, works, or services within the context of the market operations. And even here, our sterilizers, who are service providers to the manufacturer, can also be seen to be an economic operator as well, because we would need to do the verifications and validations as a pre-market requirement. So as you can see in the flow diagram there, you've got suppliers, subcontractors providing to a manufacturer. Manufacturer is normally linked, especially in Europe, to an authorized representative. In South Africa, we also have local authorized representatives linked to a manufacturer, but they're also linked to an importer and a distributor as well. And there are overlaps in that relationship between the manufacturer, importer, and distributor. And obviously, if it's a manufacturer locally with a local distributor, that is the direct relationship. And this is where post-market surveillance and vigilance, and as well as regulatory compliance, which also flows through into importer and distributor, comes into play. Next slide. So if we look at the activities of the manufacturer, I've already said is to place the product into the market. Again, I've already mentioned we have the compliance to essential principles, and I'll give a summary of them in a minute. Also, we have got the primary compliance to the regulator based both as a pre and post-market requirements. And also we have operational production and market access interventions as well. So what I mean by operational production, there I'm talking about being efficiency programs, become more productive, to reduce costs and become more sustainable in the market, but as well as becoming more productive as well. So if we look at the market access interventions, this is where we have aspects such as in South Africa, we've got reimbursement activities and health technology assessment activities as well. So I now talk about the quality QA agreement. This is talked about in the ISO 13485 under supplier management or purchasing, which is clause 7.4, but it's also covered in clause 1.4.5 under outsourced processes. And this quality agreement is what sets the actual relationship between the manufacturer and the other economic operators, whether it be a supplier to the manufacturing process or to the distributor. So it's an agreement that ensures that the suppliers manufacture your product and send your materials according to predetermined specifications. It also defines the communication chains and changes that are appropriate between your party, the manufacturer, and what changes your manufacturer or supplier is allowed to make, as well as the regulatory requirements that must be followed for compliance. Now, from what I've seen in many presentations and webinars and conferences, is that a lot of people don't place too much significance on the quality assurance agreement, but it's actually quite a significant document. So if we look at the next slide, I have given I've separated the difference between a quality assurance agreement and a supplier agreement. So generally a supplier agreement or an SLA will talk about any ownership of certain items, any costs, business terms and conditions, termination clauses, supply contracts. It'll also talk about confidentiality and liability matters. But the quality assurance agreement, which follows around good manufacturing practices, which I've seen that the conformity assessment bodies are playing a more significant role, is around change management, regulatory requirements, and the contact between quality and corrective action or CAPA matters, as well as the contact and event on any events. The quality agreement will also state who to contact, how to contact them, and what additional steps need to be taken. Next slide. So as manufacturers, whether it's in South Africa or any other parts of Africa, our cost and time barriers are significant to manufacturers. We have registration costs and processing times. We've got coming, which is the unique labeling and instructions for use. We've heard about the UDR this morning. We also have advertising requirements, and in certain regulatory jurisdictions will set certain advertising boundaries. And then as well as the post-market surveillance and clinical evaluation requirements, which are also quite a process to follow. And then just to talk about for manufacturers in the next slide, we talk about the essential principles around safety and performance. Remember that we often call in about the GSPRs. It's about meeting performance and safety in respect to design and construction of the device in its intended use according to the label instructions for use. And this is where it must not compromise clinical safety conditions to users, patients, and other parties involved. So you'll see there's 13 requirements in the old MDD. It has been taken up to 23 in the new MDR, but you'll see it's all around risk management and having clear disciplines around ensuring that the product performs and that it is safe to use. So in this following slides, I'm going to talk about regulatory practice principles, RPPs. And the principles that we as manufacturers would like to see are those 5: moving to more modern artificial intelligence, regulatory convergence, which is spoken about this morning, having clearly defined and common harmonized regulatory processes, advancing global regulatory convergence. It's a little bit of a repetition of 2, but it's now extending it to a global perspective. Transparency and GRPs, which is the good regulatory practices. So if we look at RPP1, this is really around having more online software applications in which to process and also track and trace the regulatory progress of any submissions and establishment licenses. So it's keeping also up to speed in the modern quality assurance practices. And from what I mean by this is that we've got the IMDRF, which is more closely aligned to what's happening with the medical device regulations, which I would say are the latest regulations that have come into play. And really, for us as Africa, we are trying to get ourselves back on the track in which to go along that road of the regulatory requirements for medical devices. We also have the assessment and certification by technical experts and adoption of reliance, especially in the context of new technologies that was spoken about this morning. So I'm not going to talk too much about that, and then that leads me on to RPP2, which is around regulatory convergence. And for those that haven't heard from this morning, it's a concerted public-private effort to systematically pursue and maximize alignment of sector-specific technical regulations, standards, and conformity assessment criteria to the globally harmonized international standards. And in South Africa, in the next slide, we have standards which are published by SABS. We also have the ARSO initiative, which is the African Standards Organization. And you can see there that many of them are aligned to the international practices when it comes to ISO, IEC, as well as SANAS and the International Accreditation Foundation. If we go to the next slide, please, if anyone's looking for lists of standards, there are plenty of them on the internet. You've even got the official journal of the European Union, which is also a very nice go-to place in which to pick up any standards if you're looking to see what standards your product should be applying to. And then we also have the next one, RPP, which is regulatory processes. We've got licensees all have an expectation for continued economic operation and retention of their license. And yes, so we've got licensing of establishments, we've got product registration, but at the end of the day, we're dealing with companies, which is a business, which is creating jobs with people with jobs, and there is that expectation of continued operation, and therefore timelines and the requirements from the regulators really need to have this in mind and not be the barrier to business. So if we look at RPP4, spoken about advancing the globally regulatory convergence, and really because, as we know with the internet, it's only a few decades, and then that's 20-odd, 30-odd years. We've moved from an isolated regulatory processes within countries to now this internet where everything is visible, and we now have a global landscape in which to work from. Just remember, in the next slide, there is a vigilance exchange with mutual recognition agreements, both around your standards organizations as well as the regulatory authorities as well. And then RPP5 around transparency. The longer it takes any government agency to conduct its function, the more it deviates from the use of international standards and higher perception and margin on unethical conduct. And this is what we saw with COVID, is that because we weren't up to speed in the regulatory environment, we had quite a few, what's the right word? Non-compliant devices rushing into the market. So it is imperative that our regulatory frameworks within Africa actually comes through quite quickly. And then the last one, which is the good regulatory practices. This is the quality control mechanisms for the development of regulations, ensuring on the continuous and systematic basis that government rules are relevant, of the highest quality, but they must be cost effective, internationally aligned, and at least economically and not be economically restrictive amongst alternatives of the same purpose. And on that, I believe that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Simone, for that informative presentation. I think the key word we've heard from this morning is harmonization. It's nice to see that everyone's talking the same language. I think that's one of the big barriers that we're facing as well in Africa, and also the labeling which you've covered. I think the questions we'll put the questions to the end to all our panelists at the end of the session. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Simone.
Thank you.
Who is Mark Banfield. Is the chairperson of the Medical Device Professional Group, and he'll cover the importance of the consultants and navigating through the regulations in the African continent. Afternoon, Mark. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that introduction. On behalf of MDPG, thank you very much for this opportunity of presenting. So what I'm going to go through, if I can, sorry, my slides are not advancing. So I'm going to start talking about consulting as a profession, introduce you to the MDPG, the Medical Device Professionals Group. why, and then answer the question, why are consultants needed within this environment that we are currently in? And then give some perspective on the barriers to compliance for medical device companies. And then finally, whether one calls it an opportunity or a challenge, to really throw that out, and hopefully that will spark some discussion. I'm going to talk more from the importer-distributor perspective, and a lot of what I have to say really has started off with Simone laying the groundwork from the manufacturer's perspective. So this is not a history lesson, but let's just start by looking at the evolution of consultants as a profession over the last century. And what the important thing to notice here is that consultants, the emergence of consultants and the evolution of the business of consulting has developed alongside huge changes that affected business. So it went through probably 8 different iterations or stages in its development. And it started with probably in the early 20th century with work rationalization coming from the need for operational efficiencies, coming from analyzing and optimizing each step of the work that's undertaken within a business. The second then, probably that's when the consultancy companies started making their presence felt. And there they were evolving from, as they had to respond to, businesses had to respond to new kinds of manufacturing, new technology that was being introduced, and also that there was an increased capital requirements in order for business to progress. And so this is where the expertise of managers was challenged, and sometimes they needed to bring in some outside assistance. In the third section, the growth, profitability, and challenges during the second industrial revolution gave rise to investors as owners of companies instead of just individual owners which understood their business. And in this case, you found consultants fulfilling the role of providing independent information to these investors into companies as the division between factory management and ownership grew. During the 1920s, financial advice became one of the more important things, with the banking acts changing, whereby banks were no longer able to provide financial advice to customers in the same way as what they did. And that in 1926 gave rise to the establishment of McKinsey and Company. In the fifth stage, this was a stage of major strategic frameworks that were developed between the 1950s and the 1960s, where the idea of strategic consulting came about. And that's when the Boston Consulting Group produced a number of different models that companies tried to implement and had difficulty in doing so. In the sixth iteration came with the development of IT infrastructure and the emergence of the big four consulting groups, and a lot of them were aligned with these consulting, where consulting companies were barred from selling products, and so there was a separation between the two. And ERP systems was obviously one of the big drivers at that stage, but it also was about manufacturing capabilities and stock management and all the rest of that. In the second to last stage, it was all about scaling up and linking business strategy, organization, and culture together, where the capabilities were identified as the sources of competitive advantage. And so here you had new requirements placed on management of businesses, which made it very difficult and led to the use of consultants, both in the private industry as well as with governments. The last stage, and that's kind of where we are at the moment, is one of segmentation and specialization, where things have become so complex and complicated that businesses absolutely have to buy in capability in various different market segments. It's pretty much the same, but regulatory and quality is one of the areas which is the most changes are happening at the moment. And obviously life sciences, which we're involved with. And here you have the emergence of either specialists or niche players. This is still a rapidly growing industry, and as time goes on, I'm sure that there will be more consultants coming into the fore. When we look at the horizon, what we see is that there's some stratification of role players, of consulting role players within the market. We've also got the emergence of the micro consulting and freelance consultants as opposed to the very large companies, probably driven by price and the fact that you need very specialist skills to be brought to your business. And then you've got the disruptor of artificial intelligence on the horizon. And it's undoubtedly that those changes, or that particular change, will bring about new requirements on business and make it even more likely that they're going to turn to consultants to fill in those gaps that they have within their own business. If we look at specialists, medical and medtech consultants, if I look around our group of members and talking specifically about quality management systems, regulatory compliance, we see that there is a high degree of specialization on the one hand, but with an intensive depth of understanding of the business of medical devices and regulatory compliance, with all of the satellite disciplines coming into play as well. If I may introduce the medical device professional group to you, it consists of approximately 50 members, was established in 2020. It consists of a number of professionals in different disciplines, and on average, and there was no scientific method of determining this, but all of us have at least 20 years industry experience in medical device, IVDs, pharmaceuticals, etc. What I can also share is that our stakeholders are very, very diverse as well, from industry, both as industry associations as well as individual clients of our members, the regulators in various different disciplines, the research agencies, standards authorities, healthcare professionals, conformity assessment bodies, and as I mentioned, industry and professional associations. We have a code of conduct that all of our members sign up to, and the terms of reference to which shows what we do and what we don't do. And what's important is that we meet regularly. We have a website, and the bottom of the screen indicates our website address. I'd encourage you to go there and sign up if you're interested. And we have systems by which we work. The types of services that we are providing as a group, not as individuals, is training. We have a mechanism by which members of industry, or anybody else for that matter, can log a support request. We would then direct that to the most appropriate consultant within our group to attend to, and we provide advocacy and technical skills amongst the stakeholder group. I think the most important for me to mention here is that as a group of consultants, we have a unique perspective, and that is really our strength as this group. We're independent, we're connected, we're multidisciplined, we have diverse experience, a wealth of knowledge, and we take a holistic approach to the business of medical devices. But that doesn't answer the question of why are consultants needed in this industry. Well, my first comment is medical devices companies, generally speaking, and the ones that I and my colleagues have come into contact with, tell us that they want to comply. There isn't a resistance to companies complying, but it's complicated. And I'm going to go through some of these complications now and how we seek to address those. So the first thing that I want to mention is that if we look at medical device regulations across the African continent, what we see is that they're still largely pharmacentric. And by that I mean that the original regulations are pharmaceutical in nature or medicines in nature, and very often medical devices have been tagged onto that and almost are regulated under the same sort of methodology, even though they may be in slightly different groupings. And so where you look at the regulatory requirements for medical devices, we find that they are, generally speaking, new and still currently evolving, as opposed to medicines which have been around for a very long time and can be considered to be mature. The operating environment of medical devices, one could argue, for medical devices is quite dynamic. It changes often, as opposed to medicines, which is relatively stable. The training and education of people running these businesses is also very important. Medicines companies or people involved with medicines, generally speaking, are pharmaceutical professionals who have received training, qualifications in medicines, in various different aspects of medicines. Now, there's no similar requirement for medical devices. And very often there are lay people, especially the smaller the business is, the less their training and education is likely to be, which would equip them to deal with this dynamic, evolving environment of medical device regulation. Management and their level of training in medicines generally is at least a B degree, if not higher, whereas with medical devices, it's highly variable and related to size. The quality management systems that have been internalized into these businesses is also different. Medical devices, up until recently, their quality management systems have been largely undocumented, as opposed to medicines, where it's a mature model where there's already certification inspections, and they've internalized their quality management system in all people working within the organization. The product range of medical device versus medicines companies, well, medical devices will often have into their tens of thousands of products, as opposed to medicines companies, which tend to have less than 10 product lines. The technology life cycle in medical devices is extremely short, and the technology in medical devices is evolving continuously. Organizational size, I think that what we see is that medicines companies tend to be medium to large organizations, whereas the vast majority of medical device companies are micro to small enterprises. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over a couple of these, but the structure also of industry, the medical devices industry, is that it is fragmented against a concentrated medical devices industry. Now, globalization has been a topic for probably the last 20 years or so. But if we look at it within the context of Africa, Africa holds 15% of the world's population, but at the same time is mainly made up of emerging economies, is a net importer of medical goods generally and medical devices as well. Access to healthcare is a challenge in some places in Africa, and there's a high burden of disease and difficulty with governance. Yet we work within a globalized community. So Africa imports, as I've mentioned. It also manufactures. It needs to manufacture more. It needs to export more. Now, and of course, we've got inter-Africa trade, which we'd like to see. But all of this within a context where medical devices have to be safe, efficient, efficacious, and quality products. And this requires harmonization, especially when you then link access to healthcare, industrialization, and development into that mix. And that's why it's important that when you think about harmonization, which in itself arises out of globalization, that you have to look at your trading partners, that you look at the levels of harmonization and convergence, because it happens at a number of different levels. But we have to take into account who are our trading partners, both from an import and an export perspective, and ensure that there's interoperability, to that a common terminology and structure that people can understand one another. And so if we look at some of the barriers that we face, so regulators and medical device companies, for various different reasons, don't always speak the same language. There is a concentration on the regulator, the competent authority only, as opposed to some other jurisdictions which have a number of other role players within the regulatory environment, which brings perhaps the one closer to the other. There are some steps in between the regulated and the regulator. Also, there's fragmentation in the industry and lack of capacity. As I've mentioned, most of them are very, very small medical device companies. And so if we look at the role of the consultants, and there's probably three levels of engagement. The first is as advisor or advisory services, consulting all the way going through to almost a contracted employee. And so under the advisory group, you'll find that the consultant will provide interpretation of regulations, of various different requirements. They will help with strategy of how companies meet those requirements. They will also provide guidance and also access to a network that helps these medical device companies comply. From a consulting perspective, which is more project-based, you can have consultants which are helping with various applications, doing research, helping with ISO implementation, facilitating that, providing training and systems, and also even helping with internal audit. It extends all the way through to where the contract employee can, in effect, be the quality regulatory person within a company. So how could the challenge there, or the opportunity is the question, how could regulators make better use of consultants to address this asymmetry between the regulator and the regulated industry? And I have a couple of suggestions, if I may. I see that I am over time. Firstly, the authorized representative, or the responsible person. In the medical devices sector within the African continent, authorized representatives are basically the importer, or they are a person employed by the importer, distributor of the products. And that is the same person that I've previously said is the least equipped to be able to ensure regulatory compliance. Quality management system inspectors, as opposed to doing certifications, is another area where consultants can assist. Conformity assessments of medical devices themselves, development of common specifications or standards, and providing expert opinion to the regulators. And the message is that regulators should perhaps start using consultants not only to run the business of regulating, but also to look at bridging that asymmetry, or that gap between themselves and the regulated. And my last slide doesn't want, there we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that great presentation. I think we can see a lot of the words coming in. I think the role of the consultant is very important in the African continent when it comes to medical devices, and I'm sure we'll get some questions on that. Thank you so much, Mark. I'd like to introduce our next two speakers, which flows into the conversation that Mark had on import and export. So our next topic was the import and export regulations and storage distribution, which is covered by, I think it's a tag team presentation. Our first presenter is Neville Hill. Neville is a global project manager for a company called Oximia. Neville's been in the clinical trial supply chain environment since 2014, working with various international studies, sponsors, manufacturers, key regulators on the African continent. Our second speaker that will be joining him would be Rob van der Berg. Rob is the regional director and for Sub-Saharan Africa at Oximio. Rob's entered the clinical trial field in 2002 and continues to build and work closely with regulators and in Africa, outside South Africa as well. His mutual beneficial relationships with local and international sponsors, including manufacturers and other key stakeholders. Welcome, Neil, and we welcome Rob when he's ready to present. Welcome,
Thank
Rob.
you very much, Leonard. Let's just wait for Rob to join us there again. It's the production team popping up.
Hi. Hi all.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us. So today we're going to do things a little bit differently. Rob and I each had a time slot together, alone, but we decided that in Oximio, we have a motto that we deliver care and we deliver care together. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to collaborate and we will be presenting Oximio as a whole. And we'll do this a slide in a collaboration of I'll give some information, Rob will give some information, and we'll explain to you guys how we link medical devices through a gateway in Africa that we've set up in Kenya. Rob, over to yourself.
Thank you very much. We can have the next slide, please, Madre. Just a short introduction. We've been introduced from Neville and myself as the guest speakers. We've got accumulatively about almost 50 years experience in clinical research, logistics. So our core focus of our business is, as I said, in clinical research logistics, and that is our core business. But we also have the non-core business, which is the commercial side as well. Our roots are in Ukraine, as you can see, bottom left-hand corner, 2004, and it spans about 18 years of growth and milestones throughout most of Europe, Israel, and now obviously Africa. Neville will touch on and expand a lot more on import and regulatory affairs. I'll go on the storage and distribution, and then we'll do a quick little sum up of the compliance issue as well. These are bullet points. I know it's late in the day for a lot of us. So over to Neville.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Rob. Production, could we have the next slide there, please? So yeah, guys, as the agenda showed you, Rob and I will go into some great detail with regards to what Oximio offers at the end of the day. And what we have at Oximio is something a little bit different. We're trying to create something into the industry that is end-to-end, a one-stop shop. And Oximio is a group that own a range of depots across the world. And we focus on niche supply chain in commercial and clinical research and also logistics. And through this presentation today, we will go more into depth with regards to this, explaining to you guys what we can offer as we are a one-stop shop. The gateway, we've got proven expertise in Africa. We've got a depot in South Africa, a depot in Limuru, Kenya, which is a bonded facility, which is the only bonded facility for clinical research and commercial products in Africa. And together with our partner in Egypt, these three depots form a collective that we can offer a solution to the client at the end of the day for medical devices that can give rapid access to the commercial market for an end-to-end solution that reduce cold chain risks, improves timelines with our career partner networks. We'll get more into detail with regards to our network that we have and our partner vendor. And this optimizes multinational career spreads from our bonded depot into Kenya and then again out of Kenya into final destination at the end of the day. If we can have the next slide there, please. Fantastic, thank you. So guys, with regards to this over here, as you know, in the logistics industry, in any type of IMP, ancillary lab kit, but mainly focusing on today medical devices, what you require is two very important things. You require a career network that has got all of these things involved that you see on your screen. You need to have a career network that has got compliance with regards to it. They need to understand pricing that is competitive and attractive for the end sponsor or client at the end of the day. You need to have a career network that has industry knowledge with regards to imports and exports, and also a career network that links up to a broker that can assist with regards to VAT and duties. And this is set up with regards to good disbursement fees and VAT and duties. Sorry, give me a second. I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. Okay, there we go. I hope that is better. So what we've gone ahead and done is we have set up a depot in Kenya. It is about 30 to 40 minutes just out of Nairobi. It is a bonded facility. We are now the first bonded facility in Africa that can offer shipments coming into our depot, store it into Kenya for a period of 6 months, and then we can further extend this license and this bond for up to 18 months at the end of the day. Then with regards to our partner vendor that we have, our partner vendor, we vendor onboarded onto our company, allows us access to a great broker network. So we will go more into depth on slide number 7 later on and give you a case study of how this all fits in, on how the pricing, the compliance, the industry knowledge, and the brokerage at the end of the day all ties in, and this makes a lot more sense. Because with the career network, you need to understand that we have shipments coming in from the CMO. It will arrive into Kenya. It will go into bond. We'll have direct release into the Oxumio Kenya facility. And from there, we will be able to safeguard and we'll be able to make sure that that shipment is inspected at our facility. It is stored there. And upon order from the sponsor or from the client or from the site or from the end user, we will then release that from Oxumio Kenya, and through our broker and through our carrier, which is one entity, they will then collect the shipment and put it out on the next express flight option. And we've gone ahead and done an exercise across probably about more than 30 countries in Africa where we can get shipments from Kenya to these end users, customs cleared and delivered within 48 to 72 hours, just depending on the network and the region. This is something very vital for the medical device industry, where we understand that sometimes the sponsors are not speaking the same language as us. They're not understanding the urgency of these things and all the roles and complex details and what this all entails, where you need to send a shipment, but there's VAT and duties that are applicable. We need to have import licenses in place. We need to make sure that you're using the right partner, that it's not too expensive, but also make sure that they're compliant. So what we've gone ahead and done is we have signed on with Rodon Global as our global partner. And what they go ahead and offer is they go and offer us, sorry, I've just lost my screen here. They have developed a deep network of leading clients in Africa, and together with the collaboration of Oxumio, we're ready to do business. In fact, we've practiced this with many shipments where we're going as far as not just the CMO using a career on a DDP basis to send a shipment into Oxumio, Kenya. We can go as far as collecting the medical device from the shipper or from the manufacturer, the CMO, wherever they are in the world, whether it be the USA or Europe, where many of these big facilities sit. We can go ahead and collect this under an X-Works collection, where we will send our courier, Rodon Global, who have fellow partners. They've got equity investors, that we own hospitals in Africa, labs, clinical trials, and geometric platforms, and they're the best in the class in South Africa. So we've gone ahead and partnered with this to give us a competitive edge at the end of the day, where we can go ahead and give competitive pricing. We're compliant. They are the broker as well and have got various agents across Africa. So it's a one-stop shop. So you're collecting from the CMO, coming into the bonded facility into Kenya. Upon release of booking, it's exported again on the express flight out. It arrives in the final mile country, and again, Rodon Global is customs clearing and delivering with one company, one agent, and delivering to the end user. We're ready to move, shake, and do business. There's over 200 vehicles and scooters in South Africa alone, but also in Kenya, the network's also growing, because from there we've grown an importer of record network that Rob will touch on the next slide, with regards to where we can go on and speak about the regulatory affairs, and how this is very important, and how it's not just logistics, but also making sure that, like I've mentioned, we're a one-stop shop, and we are
Perfect.
sitting with regards to everything further. So Rob,
Super,
over to
Neville.
you for the next one.
Next slide, please, Madre. Yeah, absolutely. As Neville was saying, the import of record, now that's vital. We've spoken about the bonded warehouse, what the facility and what it offers, direct release into the bonded facility. We'll touch on the next slide after that. But the import of record in all of these countries, that's the vital link as well. It's pointless having a network without being robust and workable. So in most of these equatorial sub-Saharan African countries, we've traveled and we have networked extensively with regulatory experts in most of these countries. These are entities, not individuals, and they act as the importer of record on behalf of the sponsor company or the manufacturer throughout all of these regions. These companies are intimately linked and have knowledge with the Ministry of Health, the regulatory affairs in each of these countries as well. So they're handpicked by Neville, myself, and our consultants from Kenya. Neville, if you can carry on with the invoice and green light check. I mean, that's your speciality as well.
Of course. So with regards to these regulatory experts and how this brings value to the sponsor and the client at the end of the day, is these are guys that have got years of experience. They are the CTA or they are doing the work on behalf of the clinical trial applicants, but also the commercial applicants at the end of the day. So it's vitally important that we have regulatory experts that are communicating with Oxymio with regards to our carrier and our broker. And two things need to be heard here. We need to make sure before any product is sent into Kenya and into final destination country, these regulatory experts always do an invoice and a green light check for us. And there's a few things that we check on these paperwork to make sure that everything is right. And the reason for this is to make sure that we don't have any issues with regards to last minute storages or long-term storages at the end destination. Because as we know, TIA, this is Africa. Things are very expensive. African agents create the paths and pricing of what they would like. So to do an invoice and green light check is very, very important. And the key points on an invoice check is we need to ensure that the HS code is correct, to make sure that the HS code and the description of the item is matching up. And that's where the experience and the compliance of the broker steps in, where the regulatory expert is saying this is a device. The broker is confirming that the customs system is also checking that the HS code on customs is also saying that this is a medical device. We're making sure that the quantities are matching up, that the values are matching up, so that this goes ahead and the right VAT and duties are attracted at the end of the day as well, to ensure that the correct payments are being paid, to make sure that the sponsor can then go ahead and they can recover these payments after we received a bill of entry from our regulatory experts, from our customs broker, and then this is forwarded back at the end of the month. And these fees, again, as a benefit, can be claimed back by the sponsor, because we are going ahead and we are setting up through Rodon Global a deferment account, which means we will outlay all of the money on behalf of the sponsor 30 days in advance. So as an example, you'll have X amount of medical devices going from Kenya to Tanzania maybe, and it's a very large sum of money. We, on behalf of the sponsor, will pay that money. We will have our regulatory expert on the customs invoice as Oxymio in Kenya or in Tanzania or in Uganda or Tunisia or Morocco, and it will say, regulatory expert their details, their importer details, their customs code, and they will go ahead and they'll be liable for the logistics portion and the import license of this. And this is done through a specific set of documents that we set up with the regulatory expert. If you guys want to know what those documents are, sign up with Oximio and you'll get some of the information. Something very important that we need to bring up with regards to this with the regulatory experts and what we've come across is PVOCs, post-verification of conformity checks. These are inspections that need to comply per country regulation. And this is very, very important. And this is something that can affect the client's pockets at the end of the day. We need to make sure that these inspections are done at origin level and not at destination level, because you require PVOC inspection at the origin to ensure that you get a certificate of conformity, so that when the shipment arrives at our bonded facility in Kenya, we have the COC certificate. Because when it arrives there with the certificate, we only pay 0.6% fees on this value of the customs invoice we've just given the green light on. However, if we don't give the green light and the shipment is just sent by the supplier or the manufacturer without our approval, and this arrives without a COC certificate, there will be a 5% fee on the customs value of the shipment. And you can imagine if the sponsor is sending 15 bulk shipments for the year, and these shipments have got 10,000 pieces per shipment at £1,000 per piece, 5% of that value over 10 times, it's a lot of money. This is where the client can be spending this somewhere else. So it's very vitally important that our carrier, our broker, our regulatory export, and Oximio are all linking up together and speaking the same language, and hence why we believe we are a one-stop shop and we can go ahead and give the regulatory affair and the logistics all in one with regards to this.
Yeah, nice, Neville. Madhu, we can have the next slide. And that would leads us to the bonded warehouse for local or bonded for cross-country or cross-border shipments. Having a bonded warehouse in Kenya is really has added benefits, where first of all, as Neville mentioned, it's a direct release from customs to our warehouse. So we do pre-approvals, pre-releases at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And then from there, it is moved and it's also geolocated through an electronic device straight to our warehouse, where customs officials inspect if necessary. And the big advantage there, it is VAT and duty deferred, because it remains in bond. Once, obviously, it is to be shipped, either released locally or shipped cross-border, then your VAT and your duty is obviously paid on those smaller consignments. So it really is beneficial for yourself when you plan your distribution in the area that you are working in. And that obviously lends into the distribution side versus bonded and local. So it really gives you, as mentioned by Neville quite a few times, as an end-to-end one-stop shop principle for yourselves, where we can really provide you with these services. Thank you, Neville. Madre, next slide.
Okay, this brings us on to slide 7, where Rob and I sat down and we thought that all of this information that we've tried to explain to you guys is relatively new. What we think we've put together as a one-stop shop, and we thought we'd come together and put a case study together and say compliant medical devices logistics in action, to show you guys a little flow diagram for people that think differently and see this in this aspect better and visualize this in a way of what we've said might not make sense. It might be a lot of information overload, but what we're trying to say is we have got a career network that is managed by Oximio, that will collect from the CMO, which is either in the USA, as you can see over here from the first slide of the first picture. What will then happen is we'll bring in a bulk shipment, which will then be centrally stored at our bonded depot near Nairobi. And in order to import this into Nairobi, we'll obviously do a green light check first. Before you can import any device into Nairobi, you would first need to make sure that we have an IDF in place, an import declaration form, which we are controlling, which is done by our broker. Then again, we would also need to make sure that a PBB permit is in place, which is a regulatory authority in Kenya, the Poisons Board. We control that as well via a portal. So you can see how we are in control of the situation the whole time. So if the CMO is sending us a customs invoice because they are wanting a green light check, we will only say you can go ahead and dispatch the shipment if we know that the IDF is in place or the PBB is in place. Generally, in practice, this takes about 10 days, but we can go ahead and fast track this 24 to 48 hours, 24 hours per document that needs to go ahead and done. Now, we take this a step even further, as I mentioned earlier, is the client doesn't always have to provide us with a customs invoice for us to do these checks. We actually go ahead and can offer an ex-works collection, whereas we will have import specialists that will go ahead and create the customs invoices as per the information provided by the client, and we will send Rodon Global to go and collect the shipment from the CMO due to our wide network across the world. So they will go ahead and collect it, and will mean that Rodon Global has got the logistical chain once the CMO has finally packed the shipment and said, we are ready. But obviously that will only happen once we have made sure the IDF and the PBB permit is in place. Once that is then collected and brought into Kenya, into bond, we will then store that, and it is now into the country legally. No VAT and duties have applied. Then we can go ahead and we can further then facilitate and make sure that before we release these shipments further to the final country for these medical devices, we will then go ahead and through our regulatory experts, once the client has placed an order and said, Oxumio, please can you send device A to Uganda and device B to Tanzania, we will then create a customs invoice from our inventory system, and we will send that custom invoice again for a green light check with the broker, the carrier, through customs, and then to the regulatory expert. The regulatory expert, which is the import of record in country, will then go ahead and facilitate the import license application. These guys will have their company entities on the customs invoice as the IOR. They will be responsible for the VAT and duties. However, through a collaboration between them and Rodon Global will then pay the VAT and duties on their behalf, and we can go ahead and we can then, through a final release of the bill of entry, we can go and clear the shipment, and we can go ahead and do rapid delivery to site or finally through to patients at the end of the day. So like we're saying, Oxumio is handling the logistics from all the way collection, all the way to final deliveries. Oxumio handles the brokerage, manages transportation and distribution to site, as you can see on the 4 slides going down. To the right, there's a map of Africa, and it's showing that we have a central distribution warehouse. It's strategically placed in Kenya with regards to parallel import and export. There's some values with regards to that. We've got IMPs, ancillaries, and medical devices immediately at your disposal. Once it has been checked in and there's a PBB, an IDF release, it is available at disposal to make sure it can go to final destination. And this is when the consolidation shipments are brought in. This reduces the supply chain risk at the end of the day. It gives the competitor the difficultness of competing with regards to us, because they are doing direct to site shipments, which is not cost effective. It's not time effective because the sites don't have the storage capabilities. They don't have the infrastructure potentially on site to store these things for a very long time. So we are going ahead and storing it on the site on the client's behalf, and at their disposal within 48 to 72 hours, we can get this to them with regards to their use. So it really is an end-to-end solution from logistics, regulatory, and with regards to everything put together. It is a one-stop shop in Africa.
Nicely put, Neville. Thanks so much. Then we can go to the last slide, Madre, which is the final mugshots of the 2 guys, the terrible twins. But please feel free to contact us online, offline. We really are there to assist. Thank you. Over to you, Len.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you so much, Neville. I'm just going to see if there's any questions, Madre, for this panel. We can bring back Simone and Mark as well.
Thank you, Mr. Len.
While we just bring them on, Neville and Rob, just a question that I've made a note of. Does the facility in Kenya actually relabel medical devices?
Good point, Len. Thanks very much for that. Although we're not a GMP facility to relabel or do use date extension, as we call it, the PBB have permitted us on a case-by-case basis to do relabeling at the facility. But it is as per the instruction from the pharma company. It's not a natural course of relabeling that we would initiate.
Thanks, Rob. I'm just trying to see, is there any questions, Marjorie? I don't see anything in the chat box. Just wait for Marjorie to come online.
Just popped us there with a 1 second, Len.
It is.
Yeah, sorry, Mark. I was listening to yourself with your presentation as well, and you've hit the nail on the button as well. The consultants. I mean, yes, we use consultants, our import of record, and our regulatory experts. Or if I can put it into the pot of consultants as well. So I think it's you to sound words from yourself, Mark, and really thank you for that. When you say complicated, we like to use the word challenging. So if I can switch those words around from yourself, it is a challenging arena, Africa. It's a continent. It's not a country. So it is very challenging. And what is great with Neville and the expertise, I've got 13 staff looking after us from South Africa and obviously global as well. So we have a good base of people and staff members supporting us for a whole venture into Africa. So I just wanted to give you some kudos there, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. I don't see any questions that's come through, Mark, Simone, Neville, and Rob. So I'm going to hand over back to Mark. But thank you all for actually
tired for a long day.
Thank you all for great presentations, very informative. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marjorie. I'll hand over to you.
Sure. I just want to thank you all for joining us. I think everybody is questioned out after the Tunisian Algerian session. We had quite a lot of questions. So I would really appreciate your time. And I think your comprehensive information on your presentation sort of took away the opportunity for the questions. I think it was very comprehensive, and I think everybody got all the information that was needed.
Thank you,
so thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, all the speakers, all the moderators that prompted discussions today, all our sponsors and our partners, especially our partners that's really supported us throughout building the medical device. And we are so grateful for everybody's support. We're excited to invite you back tomorrow, and we'll see you all again at 9 o'clock Central African time.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ciao. Bye-bye.
Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
a healthier Africa.
In today's world, a resilient and efficient supply chain is more important than ever. So what happens when you find a counterfeit or faulty product in your supply chain? Introducing Honeywell Forge Track and Trace, a solution designed for end-to-end supply chain traceability and monitoring. The technology is an innovation to support and reinforce your operations, tracking your goods at the unit level, delivering transparency, and tackling business challenges by preventing counterfeits, enabling quick product recalls, and many more. This solution provides you with complete visibility over products from the point of manufacturing until they reach the end consumer. This is especially important in industries such as pharmaceuticals, tobacco, and food and beverage to help ensure the safety of your products and avoid counterfeit products from entering the industry's supply chain. Honeywell Forge Track and Trace integrates with your supply chain and helps you build a digital twin of it based on EPCIS and GS1 standards, no matter how complex your business is. At the core of the solution is a serialization engine and a central repository of data. Serialization can take place at any point in the supply chain. The solution labels each product by creating and printing a serialized unique ID. The items are then aggregated and packaged into a box, case, or pallet, and again receive another unique ID label. As the products are moved to different distribution centers for further processing, a central repository tracks all aggregations or disaggregations taking place. In case of a product recall, the unique serialization allows you to track the products throughout the supply chain, in pallets, boxes, or even individual units, making the process thorough and robust. Track and Trace is a cloud-based solution that is scalable, offers data security in the cloud and within an on-premise data center, and seamless integration with back-end systems. Honeywell's Track and Trace solution is trusted by leading companies around the world.